Chapter 101. Chapter Struggling to be jealous. Zai Shi Dao Huan Chun Yan. Jasper now fights Li Hua. The eyebrows win the daylily color, and the red dress jealously kills the pomegranate flower. The new song is beautiful, with drunken dancing eyes slanting sideways. Who said that the 5 threads can continue his life? But today the king's family is dead. Girl Zixia dressed up today. She had a delicate appearance and a good figure, and she calmed most of her benefactors as soon as she appeared on the stage. In this era, no matter which floor the top girl is, she has some real skills. There are those who can sing and dance, those who are proficient in piano, chess, poetry and painting, and those who are familiar with astronomy and geography. In short, none of them are pure vases. Today is Zixia's last day to show her ugliness on stage. Thank you very much for your benefactors for the past few years. Just after playing a piece of music, Zixia's words confuse everyone at the scene. So the rumors are true? Did Miss Zixia really redeem herself? Isn't today the last chance? I wonder if anyone can be the guest of the curtain. Hundreds of people on the scene talk to their companions in surprise. Princess Grandison, Miss Zixia will pick up guests on the last day today. I think you are most likely to be favored. Although he is also greedy for Zixia's body, he still knows herself. More than money, who is my eldest grandson afraid of? Didn't you hear? The rule set by Tangxiang Pavilion today is that whoever pays more is to accompany Miss Zixia. As for whether to accompany you to play the piano or sing, or it's something else, it depends on your ability. Tangxiang reluctantly agreed with Zixia to redeem herself, but obviously still wanted to make a profit. Hey, I believe that the eldest son of the grandison, you can definitely embrace the beauty. Unlike Chang Sun Chong's self-confident performance, Cheng Chumo was sad. Big brother Cheng, my mother only gives me 10 rounds of money every month. If I give it all to you, it won't do much. Yeah, I might as well be beloved. My grandfather hardly gave me any money, making it as if our Yuchi family couldn't have enough food. When Fang Yi and Zhu Chuan asked Cheng Chu how much money they had brought, they knew what he had made. These noble children, let them read the 4 books and 5 classics. It is not much more powerful, but the human feelings of the world, such as observing one's words, watching and looking, are much better than ordinary people. This is probably the effect of ears and eyes. One flower basket has 100 baskets. The rich hold a money market, and those who don't have the money can join in the fun. In the end, I will see which distinguished guest gave the Zixia girl the most flower baskets. You can stay in Zixia's attic tonight. I don't know when. Tangxiang Pavilion's mother stood beside Zixia, talking loudly about today's rules. Zixia on the side showed a smile that met the expectations of the society, sitting quietly, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. Sending a flower basket to Miss Zixia. All of you here must have basically heard of me Cheng Chumo as a person. I have always been grudges and grudges. Whether you want to be my friend or enemy is up to your own choice. Cheng Chumo knew that his money bag was not strong enough, so he simply grabbed the lead to see if he could threaten and intimidate others to give up. There are so many flower baskets here. You only give one to Miss Zixia. It's too insincere, right? Why, is it possible that you, Cheng Chumo, want the overlord to bow hard? Chang Sun Chong looked at Cheng Chumo with disdain. After hearing Cheng Chumo's words, some guests would weigh whether it was necessary to compete with him. But Chang Sun Chong obviously would not bother. Chang Sun Chong, what do you mean? Relying on how much money you have at home? Cheng Chumo saw that as soon as his words fell, Chang Sun Chong came over and immediately quit. Why, Cheng Chumo, didn't you wear your ears? People Tangxiang Pavilion made it very clear. Today, Zixia girl is the one with the highest price. Don't think that people calling you the 4 evils of Chainan City can really harm all parties. Place, in front of many people, is not what you can do. If Zixia was redeemed, it would be very difficult for her to have another chance unless her eldest grandson rushed to grab the daughter of the people. Therefore, Chang Sun Chong is also inevitable today. and he has just begun to carry it with Cheng Chu silently. I'll give 3 flower baskets. Cheng Chu gritted his teeth silently, wanting to hold on. 5. Grandson Sun gave 5 flower baskets to girl Zixia. Cheng Sun Chong stretched out a palm. He didn't even bother to say anything, but he next to him eagerly shouted for help. 6. 7. Sitting in a corner of the corner, Li Qian found it very interesting to see Cheng Chumo's and Chang Sun Chong groups increasingly gunpowder-like conversation. Needless to say, Cheng Sun Chong, he and his Liang Tsai had already forged. It was Cheng Chumo and the others, who hadn't dealt with much before. Judging from the situation in the history books, these people are still worthy. Den Shan, you can send 2,000 guangxi to Cheng Chumo's side. So I said it was sponsored by this king. Li Qian didn't think it was too much of a lively event. At the same time, on Cheng Chumo's side, Fang Yi and Zhu Chuan persuaded, Big Brother Cheng, you can't add any more. You don't have that much money on your body. When that time comes, you will be ashamed and Sugiwago will never spare it. Your bucking Chumo had red eyes, and Cheng Sun Chong completely carried it on. For these young people, not losing face in front of their beloved girls is more important than anything else. As for whether you will be beaten when you go home, you can no longer control that much. Cheng Lang Jun, this is supported by our prince. Chu Siliang knew a few of them, and Cheng Chumo also knew Chu Siliang. His Royal Highness King Chu. Cheng Chumo was not polite. At the same time, he turned his head and looked around, and saw Li Qian in the corner. He clasped his fists and thanked him. The eldest son has already given 9 flower baskets. Can anyone give more? Is there any more? Next to Zixia, a charming mother shouted hoarse, hoping to stimulate the people off the court to raise the price. Speaking of it, 9 flower baskets, that is, 900 guan, is not low, but if it weren't for Chang Sun Chong, some of the wealthy businessmen present might give up more money. Just because the Bomai smiled. 20. Cheng Chumo stood up suddenly, and said a few words to the staff of the Tanxiang pavilion next to him, but he didn't sit down anymore, and went straight to the table towards Cheng Sun. When Cheng Chumo walked around, his eyes were all around him. 2,000 shots, really can't be beaten to death by the elders of the family. Cheng Chumo, don't be brave. Do you want to win by shamelessly like your grandfather? Chang Sun Chong looked at Cheng Chumo as he walked and said with a sneer. His Royal Highness Chu gave 20 flower baskets to Miss Zixia. When Cheng Chumo was approaching Cheng Sun Chong, such a sentence suddenly appeared in his mouth, which directly confused the people present again. Without waiting for everyone to relax, Cheng Chumo picked up a flower basket and rushed towards the grandson. Chapter 102. Chapter combining martial skills. Xungai children, fights and fights are all commonplace. As the eldest son of the eldest grandson family, Chang Sun Chong naturally accompanied him when he went out. In addition, next to him are the children of the important courtiers in Chainan City, each with its own guard. Seeing Cheng Chumo smash the flower basket at him, Chang Sun Chong quickly pulled Du He aside to block him. Chang Sun Chong is the grandson of the Sui dynasty Yuei General Chang Sun Sheng. Chang Sun Sheng is good at riding and shooting, and kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Although Chang Sun Wuji is now a civil minister, neither Chang Sun Wuji nor Chang Sun Chong is of that kind. Weak scholar. In fact, many literati in Datang were not the weak scholars of the Song and Ming dynasties, but the talents of both civil and martial arts who could fight on horses and put down horses to keep the people safe. Although Chang Sun Chong's combat effectiveness couldn't be compared to Cheng Chumo, a person who dealt with weapons all day long, he could still avoid it with just a basket of flowers. And Cheng Chumo turned his head away, and the guards of Cheng Sun Chong and his group naturally rushed up. But when Yu Chuan and Fang Yi saw Cheng Chumo being besieged, they naturally wouldn't stand by. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, it was just a few breaths, and the scene was completely out of control. Hit me. As long as you don't kill you, it's mine if you have a broken hand or a broken foot. The eldest grandson was so angry that Cheng Chumo used to have trouble with him and stopped telling him. Today he is going to ruin his own good deeds. but he still dared to take the initiative to beat him. That's okay. If I had to bear it. Everyone thought the grandson family was afraid of the Cheng family. Cheng Chumo, Yu Chuan, and Fang Yi are all very skilled young people. However, there are more people in the group, so naturally there will be more guards. The so-called two fists are hard to beat four hands. Gradually, he fell under the wind. He was hit several times on the face and the eye circles were black. When Chang Sun Chong and his party were fighting with Cheng Chumo, the surrounding customers all flashed to the side to watch the excitement, and no one dared to come forward and help either. The gods fight, the little ghost suffers. No matter who you help, you are destined to offend the other side. And the two waves of power on the field, no one can offend ordinary people. Junbui, Xuanwu, you just go over and don't kill people. Li Qian watched Cheng Chumo and several people fell in love, and Cheng Sun Chong was inexplicably unhappy in his heart, as he was crying from the side. Master, I'll just go over, let Xuanwu stay and protect you. Zai Junmai finished speaking and walked forward. Forget it, let's go together. Li Qian suddenly felt that this was actually a good opportunity to get acquainted with Cheng Chumo and the others. Anyway, there were two masters guarding him, and everyone did not use their swords. There was no danger, so they simply rolled up their sleeves. He picked up a stool and rushed forward. The former His Royal Highness the King of Chu hadn't fought without a fight. At this moment, carrying a stool, it seemed to have found a little feeling. What? Zixia on the second floor, originally looking at the fight below indifferently, suddenly her eyes lit up. His Royal Highness King Chu? Just now I heard Cheng Chumo say that His Royal Highness Chu gave 20 flower baskets, and he was very happy. He swept around, but didn't see Li Qian in the corner. Now the Lang Jun, who was thinking about his dreams, suddenly appeared in front of him. Although the image of gnashing his teeth and carrying a stool was very different from the past, Zixia didn't feel abrupt at all. Mom, let the guard in the pavilion go down and help separate the two groups. Don't cause trouble. Zixia was afraid that Li Qian would suffer, and she quickly talked to her impatient but still mother beside her. My daughter, it's not the first time you have seen this kind of scene. Is this thing that our Tanxiang pavilion can mix with? We can't afford to offend either side. But Zixia naturally knew that what she said made sense, but she couldn't help but worry. At this moment, due to the participation of Li Qian and others, the situation has changed drastically. Regardless of whether it was Wang Xuanwu or Zai Junbui, they were all figures who survived the dead. Their skills were also well known in the entire Datang, and naturally they could not be dealt with by ordinary guards. Li Qian was carrying the stool and rushed towards the grandson, but the guy was very thief, and once again pulled a guard in front of him, but it was inevitable that he was embarrassed. Fortunately, this kind of melee didn't last long, and a team of King wearing armor rushed in and quickly separated the two sides of the fight. The court, the representative of Jin Yui, although their combat effectiveness may not be as good as that of either side, no one dared to fight them. Everyone is not stupid. Xungwi's children fight and fight. As long as they don't kill people, nothing will happen. However, if you attack Jin Yui, the nature will be completely different, and you will definitely go away if you can't eat it. Several princes, you are offended. Please come with us. A Jin Yui team was Zheng, bitterly speaking. Li Qian and Cheng Sun stared at each other, and then patted the food on their clothes. Dear King Yui soldiers, we are just discussing martial arts, and seeing the results. You suddenly came in. What's the matter? What's the matter? Yes, His Royal Highness King Chu is right. We are just learning martial arts. Chang Sun Chong's mind also changed quickly, and he naturally knew how to deal with it at the moment is best for him. No matter what the reason, it would be a shame after all if you had to go to the Yemen to get yourself out of the troubled home. Big brother Cheng, I finally know why His Royal Highness Chu is the head of the four evils in Chainan City today. You can't match the ability to call white people black and black people white. Wai Kai Huan looked at Li Qian dumbfounded. Although the three of them wanted to say that we just wanted to beat the eldest grandson to punch them, and it had nothing to do with learning martial arts. However, considering that this conflict seemed to be caused by Cheng Chumo first, it became bigger and suffered a big loss in the end. It would definitely not be Li Qian and Chang Sun Chong, so they had to give up. What kind of food do those Jinhua eat? The people from Tangxian Pavilion rushed to ask for help just now. What are they talking about? So, the team really knows exactly what is happening right now. However, seeing Li Qian handing himself down the steps, he glanced at Li Qian gratefully and said, "You are actually learning martial arts, so forget it. But you still don't make the movement so big to avoid others." Misunderstanding. After speaking, without waiting for Li Qian and Cheng Sun Chong to say anything, the team hurriedly left this place of right and wrong with Jin Yu. Your Royal Highness, you are ruthless today. After Chang Sun Chong left a sentence, he also left Tangxian Pavilion with his gang. His Royal Highness, our girl invites you to speak upstairs. As soon as Cheng Sun Chong left, Yuna hurried over to ask Li Qian to see Zixia. 103 Li Qian, who had been in her soul for 30 years, knew what Zixia was thinking about. However, looking at this still developing body, Li Qian really couldn't think of anything different. This king will not go up. I heard that Miss Zixia has already redeemed herself. From now on, she will be a free body. If you encounter anything, you can bring this name to the Prince of Chu Mansion to find me. Li Qian took out a famous thorn from his arms and gave it to Yuna, ignoring the resentful eyes that floated from the second floor. Chu has silently thanked His Royal Highness King Chu. If it weren't for His Highness' help today, we would have almost capsized the boat in the gutter, and we were taught a lesson by the grandest son. Cheng Chumo naturally knew Li Qian, but everyone had hardly interacted with him before. Li Qian was willing to help, so naturally he would come up to thank him. Like Cheng Chumo and the others, the most obvious grievances, it can be said that one of Li Qian's feet has entered their circle of friends. This king has always been uncomfortable with the faces of Chang Sun Chong and Duhe's group of people. Today, there are more people bullying and fewer people, and it makes people even more angry. Brother Cheng shouldn't care too much, just do it. His Royal Highness, I don't know what the two strong men around you called. My Fang Yi always thinks that Kong Wu is powerful and there are few opponents under him, but today I saw the kung fu of the two strong men, and I knew that there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Fang Yi's rare brilliance. Li Qian stared at Fang Yi for a long time, from head to toe. From toe to head, Fang Yi's heart was straight. So this is the most famous Green Hat King in history? He was just a child now, but it seemed that his brain was lacking. No wonder that when Princess Gao Yang stole people, Fang Yi was able to help guard the door. I heard that the two sons of Fang Xiang's family are infinitely powerful, and they are born with supernatural power. They are talking about you, right? Li Qian doesn't have a special distaste for Fang Yi's. On the contrary, like this kind of person with a lack of brains, if you master the method, you will get along better. And you don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back by someone one day. That is simply not something that such a person can do. Ashamed. Fang Yi rarely touched the back of her head. Sora has a lot of strength, but compared with the two strong men, it is estimated that he will lose if he can support a few moves. As the Prime Minister of the dynasty and the son of Fang Xuanling, the head of civil servants, Fang Yi did not like the 4 books and the 5 classics. On the contrary, he was interested in dancing swords and guns. This can be regarded as a joke among the nobles of Chainan City. Although Fang Xuanling had nothing to do with Fang Yi, it was okay to prevent Fang Yi from worshipping some messy masters, and no one was as courageous. She taught Fang Yi without her consent martial arts. So Fang Yi really has no brute force, but only some very simple punches and kicks. This was figured out when secretly watching the guards training in the house. This is Xli next to me, and this is Zai Junbui. You have already seen your skills. If you have the opportunity, you can learn from each other again. If nothing else, if you just compare your strengths, I think you still have a lot of skills. Great odds. Master, would you like them to teach me martial arts? Fang Yi asked in surprise. Of course, what's not willing? Others are afraid of Fang Xuanling's blame, but Li Qian is not afraid, and he even has a way to let Fang Xuanling accept his love. Thank you, Your Majesty Chu. Brother Cheng, Brother Yuchi, you helped to be a testimony. From now on, King Chu's business will be our Fang's beloved affairs, but whenever I find me, I frown. I am not righteous. Li Qian was speechless when he saw that Fang Yi sold himself like this. No wonder he didn't end up beautifully in history. It is really lacking in his mind. However, Li Qian doesn't care about accepting a young man who lacks fruits. If you consider that the young man's grandfather is the current prime minister, this young man is worthy of your attention. Thanks to His Royal Highness Chu's righteous action today, otherwise I would lose my face in Yakuan. I don't know how my grandfather will take care of me when I go back. Lord, you friend, I have made an appointment with Yakuan. I found that Li Qian was not the same as the rumors. Today I actually went off to participate in a group fight for a few of my own. Naturally, I recognized Li Qian from the heart. The prince, a few princes, here is Tanxian Pavilion. It is estimated that we will have to clean up before opening again. How about we find a restaurant and have a few drinks together? Chu Siliang saw that Li Qian had the intention of making a few more drinks, immediately made a suggestion next to him. Well, Lord, Brother Cheng, Brother Yuchi, shall we go to Yu? The food and drinks there are very good. Fang Yi applauded after hearing Chu Siliang's suggestion. This guy, in the home of civil servants, does not like to deal with those literati, and the children of military commanders, except for Cheng Chumo and Yakuan, are basically reluctant to play with him. It is rare to make new friends today who are willing to let their subordinates teach themselves. The king of martial arts, Chu Wang, naturally wanted to further enhance his feelings. Soon, the group left Tanxian Pavilion, and the guys and girls hiding in the corner were finally relieved. Recently, a new landscape has been added to the Waishui River, allowing the residents of Chainan City to stop and watch. Sister Xuan, this water wheel was built here. I don't know what it is for, but it looks very beautiful. Cheng Jingwen and Li Xuan went out of the city for fun today, and saw a row of dozens of huge water wheels sitting on the Waishui River. Sighed. Sister Jingwen, do you guess who built this water wheel? Li Xuan looked at Cheng Jingwen with a strange smile on her face. Huh? Does Sister Xuan know? Cheng Jingwen seldom travels out of the city, and the brothers in the family are not very reliable, and they are really not very informed about the news in Chainan City. A toast to invite Minayu, and the shadows become 3 people. If I remember correctly, this should be your favorite poem, right? Cheng Jingwen didn't understand why Li Xuan suddenly said something like this. Yes, but what does it have to do with this water wheel? Of course it does matter. Li Xuan said with a smile. This piece of land belongs to the royal palace of Chu. Now there are more than a dozen huge water wheels, which are constantly rotating day and night. Whose hand do you think this is? Ah, you mean, these water wheels were made by His Highness King Chu? 8 or 9 are not far from 10. My cousin, who has made the limelight in the past year, is always able to do something beyond your imagination. As Li Xiaogong's prostitute, Li Xuan has a better relationship with Li Qian in the clan. After all, Li Xiaogong and Li Xian had a good relationship back then. Speaking ill of others secretly, this is not your style, Sister Xuan. An abrupt voice suddenly appeared behind him. 104 Li Qian originally boasted to Li Shimin that he wanted to make the price of books become a tenth of the current price. Although Li Shimin didn't take it seriously, Li Qian had to take it seriously. The story of the wolf is coming in the first grade text of elementary school fully told him that human credit is easily consumed. Once or twice, it may be nothing. The more often, no one will believe you even if you promise to say it again in the future. On the contrary, if you always do what you say, even if you suddenly exaggerate, others may believe it. Therefore, When the preliminary preparations for the paper-making workshop were almost done, Li Qian personally came over. Unexpectedly, I ran into Li Xuan and others on the road. Second brother, you are trying to scare people to death. They came out from behind them silently. Li Xuan turned around and found that Li Qian was behind, and immediately complained coquettishly that Li Qian had scared her. Cheng Jingwen on the side was also surprised to see the other side of Li Xuan. Unexpectedly, Sister Xuan had such a feminine side. It's you who peeped at our water wheel without any distractions. If better off, please give it a go. It's rare to meet a relative who can talk to him, and Li Qian is in a good mood. Who is the girl next to you? Suguo's prostitute, my good girlfriend, Cheng Jingwen, nickname. Before Li Xuan finished speaking, she was interrupted by Cheng Jingwen on the side. This girl's nickname, except for her relatives, can't be told to outsiders casually. This is like Li Xuan and Ma Daha, almost telling Cheng Jingwen's nickname. No wonder people want to stop it. Jingwen has seen His Royal Highness Chu Wang. Cheng Jingwen met with Li Qian. Seeing Cheng Jingwen's speech like beads, Li Qian's voice was crisp and soft, and it was very beautiful, so he couldn't help but glanced more. At this look, I was embarrassed to show Cheng Jingwen. I saw that her cheeks were reddish, her skin was snowy, her eyes were like a puddle of clear water, and her slender figure made people feel like a girl walking out of a painting. Second brother, Jingwen is the one who likes your poems the most. How about it as beautiful today? Do you have a good work to give away? Li Xuan looked mischievously at Li Qian, then looked at it again. Cheng Jingwen seemed to see something. The clear water comes out of the lotus, and naturally go to the sculpture. Li Qian couldn't help but say what was in his mind. Xian, I didn't expect you to make such an extraordinary friend like Jingwen, but I was impressed by the second brother. Li Qian, don't go too far. It's too much. I'm just telling the truth. HMPH, tell the truth. It seems like I am very kind. When Cheng Jingwen saw Li Qian and Li Xuan's two cousins bickering, smiles appeared on their faces, and she couldn't help but feel a little envious. This is like a pair of brothers and sisters, which are like my own brothers, who are bluffing as a whole, which is not reliable at all. Since you are interested in those water wheels, you might as well go in and take a look. Li Qian was surprised that Cheng Chumo had such a girl with a different style like a goddess, and couldn't help but feel a little different. According to the style of dating, the 15-year-old himself is considered to be the age of marriage. Even if he drags it by himself, it will not last for a few years. I don't care. See what Sister Jingwen means. I can do it all. Cheng Jingwen muttered in her heart. She didn't know where her calmness and wit had gone. The paper-making workshops in the palace of Chu dynasty cover a very wide area. There is a bank of nearly 1 mile beside the Wai River, which is the site of the paper-making workshops. The river has been paved with blue stone slabs, forming a road along the river. Next to the road is the Wai River, which is filled with various wood, bamboo and bark. To make paper, the raw materials must first be crushed. Now, there is no modern paper-making equipment and technology of later generations, and we can only use relatively primitive paper-making methods to respond. However, even with the local law, some concepts are very superior compared to this era. Why are the things attached to these water wheels? Li Xuan and Cheng Jingwen are most interested in water wheels, so they went to the water wheel first when they entered the paper mill. When I got closer, I realized that these water wheels seemed to be a little different. The water drawn out was constantly hitting a seesaw-like mechanism, while the other side was constantly beating something like a glutinous rice cake. These water wheels are used to help smash wood, bark and other materials that you just saw soaking in the water. When Li Qian traveled before, he saw some models demonstrating ancient paper-making techniques in the scenic spots. These institutions in front of him were also made by the craftsmen in the palace under his guidance. These trees are large, and paper-like delicate things, Are they really made from these things? Cheng Jingwen looked at the wood and bark that were constantly beating in the trough with a curious look, asked curiously, "Second brother, your paper-making workshop looks like it's done on a large scale, but I haven't heard of anyone in the Chu Prince's mansion who knows how to make paper. Don't you lose money by then?" Li Xuan looked at the rows of troughs, filled with materials. Some of them had been beating for a long time, and it was no longer possible to see whether they were wood or bamboo. There are more busy craftsmen in the distance, obviously not like a small workshop. Yes, paper is such a valuable thing. Your Majesty King Chu, you have done it on such a large scale. If you are not satisfied with the paper you make, you will lose a lot. Cheng Jingwen also felt that Li Qian was really big-hearted and never made it. Going through the paper, it is so scary as soon as it is shot. Don't worry, this king knows it. Just because paper is too expensive, it is necessary to expand the scale, increase production, improve paper-making technology, and reduce costs, so that all scholars in the world can afford paper and books. When Cheng Jingwen listened to Li Qian's words, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she admired her for a while. They all say that the king of Chu is not as well known as seeing each other. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. Second brother, I don't know when to say something. Li Xuan felt a little entangled when he heard Li Qian's words to reduce costs. When did your outspoken girl actually become such a mother-in-law? Second brother, do you know who owns the largest paper shop and bookshop in Chainan City? What? Is this paper the property of which family? When Li Qian heard Li Xuan's words, he knew what she meant to express. I am a royal family, I have offended the Kui family and Lu family, and the relationship with the grandson family is also very rigid. There is no fuel-saving lamp in it, and I really don't care to offend another family. As a traverser, if you are afraid of this and that, what's your life? Xinyan Zheng. Li Xuan looked at Li Qian solemnly. Paper and books are both the core industries of Xinyan Zheng. 105 There are too many lice. Not afraid of itching. The Zheng family of Xinyan began at the time of the Western Han Dynasty. Dac non Zheng. Zheng Xing and Zheng Zong's father and son were famous Confucian scholars in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Zheng Han successively served as Waijun, Shandong prefect, and Kaowai famous minister, Zheng Chong, Taifu of the Western Jin Dynasty, founding father in the Tang Dynasty. The Zheng clan in Xinyan had 10 prime ministers, and the rest of Jai Edu, generals, Sima, and the army could not be investigated in detail. Although such a big family was relatively low in the early years of Zhengwen, Li Qian never looked down upon it. Strategically despise the aristocratic family, and tactically value the aristocratic family. This is Li Qian's attitude towards the aristocratic family. Of course, I know about the Zheng family of Xinyan. I was in Liangzhu a while ago, and Zheng Wei, the governor of Liangzhu, is the contemporary head of the Zheng family of Xinyan. Li Qian looked at Li Xuan's anxious expression, and was slightly moved in his heart, but what he said was still calm and calm. Li Qian knew very well that Li Shimin had weakened the power of the aristocratic family throughout his life. The more rigid the relationship between him and the aristocratic family, the higher his tolerance for himself. However, many things I will do in the future are deviant and subvert the past. If you don't hold this thigh tightly, you really don't want to have a good life. So when Li Qian knew that Liangzhu governor Zheng Wing was the head of the Zheng family in Xinyan when he was in Liangzhu, he didn't even take the initiative to meet him. Second brother, you said you Li Xuan stomped. You don't know who the prince's brother is. The newly married Liang died this year. The prince, the Liangzhu governor Zheng Guang you mentioned just now, is the father of Prince Liangdai. If the Chu royal mansion enters the paper and book industry on a large scale, it will inevitably impact the interests of the Zheng family. Cheng Jingwen added, as long as I am loyal to your majesty, I am not afraid of anything. Li Qian didn't care. There are some semi-finished paper products in front. Are you interested in seeing it? If there are too many lice, Li Qian is not afraid of itching, and Li Qian vigorously improves his guarding level, which is not a whim. If you look at the fate of the presidents who moved the cheese of capitalists in American history, you will know what situation you might face. Don't say that the Kui family, Liu family, and Zheng family have joined forces. Any single family has raised a lot of dead men. Otherwise, how do you think the foundation of the 1,000-year-old family came from? Forget it. You can't listen to it, but you must bring more guards when you go out. Li Xuan was not in the mood to continue visiting the paper mill. Second brother, I will go back with Jingwen first. Although Cheng Jingwen wanted to stay for a while, Li Xuan said she was gone, and she was too embarrassed to stay alone. Taikai Palace. Li Zong, what is that wicked man doing these days? Li Shimin was speechless when he saw a pile of memorials about impeaching Li Qian on the table. As long as Li Qian was in Chainan City, he would get something done every 3 to 5. In the past year or so, the memorial for impeaching him would add up to several people. Your Majesty, His Majesty the King of Chu has rarely gone out recently, basically in the courtyard or workshop of the King of Chu mansion. Li Zong answered cautiously. Going out less often? He gets into trouble as soon as he goes out. At a young age, he is jealous in the brothel. The ordinary people basically don't know what happened to Li Qian and Chang Sun Chong in Tanxiang Pavilion, but few of the nobles of Chainan City have never heard of it. Li Zong, the Yashitai recently successively impeached the evildoer for extravagance, living the life of jewel and meat pond. What's the inside story? Hearing Li Shimin's question about something that he just knew clearly, Li Zong breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Chu should be wronged about this matter. Although the cost of clothing, food, housing and transportation in the Chu mansion is more expensive than ordinary people, it is far from talking about it. Above is the point of jewel and meat pond. Then why Yashi said that the price of livestock, meat and eggs in the West market has risen because of the evil man? It's just that the cost is slightly higher. As for that, Li Shimin was not very satisfied with Li Zong's answer. Your Majesty, this is because the King of Chu bought all those chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and so on, and raised them. I heard that they bought more than 100,000 chickens, ducks, and eggs. A prince dignified, doing this all day long. Can Yashi not impeach him? Li Shimin smashed a memorial on the table. Has he bought 100,000 eggs? Can he buy them and eat them? Can they hatch them? Your Majesty, this little minister also heard a little wind, but Li Zong, Your Majesty, I heard that Prince Chu's mansion has built several greenhouses and put eggs in the greenhouses. It is said that when the time comes, chicks will naturally hatch. Seeing Li Shimin's anger, Li Zong didn't care whether what he said was reliable or not, so he threw it out before saying it. How do you incubate the chicks without a hen? Isn't it all broken when you put it in the greenhouse? Li Shimin felt that as long as it was news about Li Qian, he could always refresh his 3 views. Li Zong was crying and didn't know how to answer. If you know, you don't have to worry about how to report. Yoshihiko refers to him, saying that he is extravagant and extravagant. I don't think he has been wronged. 100,000 eggs, just like this wasted by him, is it extravagant? Li Zong, how long have those eggs been in the greenhouse? Do you think they are broken? Li Shimin firmly didn't believe how to incubate eggs without a hen, so he wanted to see if they could be rescued. Otherwise, Chainan City will have a new joke at that time. Shame on the royal face. This wicked man, who had just made a great contribution in the Northwest, began to make a new moth for himself. Your Majesty, those eggs have been in the greenhouse for at least half a month. It's hard to say whether it's bad, but let His Royal Highness Chu take out the eggs. Li Zong has no confidence that he can let Li Qian hand over the eggs he bought with real money. Besides, these eggs were collected by the royal palace of Chu for more than 10 years. If they were taken out at once, they would not know how to deal with them. This wicked man, give me all the problems. You go and send him an oral message, telling him that people from the palace of Chu are not allowed to go to the West market to buy chickens, ducks and goose eggs. By now, Li Shimin felt that he could only take one step and see one step at a time. The courtyard of the palace of the king of Chu. Master, those eggs have been in the greenhouse for almost 20 days. If you don't take them out to eat, they will all be broken. It was almost time for the eggs to hatch the chicks. After Li Qian had breakfast, he went to the greenhouse to see the situation. Lai Fu followed with a sad expression on his face. He felt that his prince had been normal for a year, and he was starting to be abnormal again. Uncle Lai Fu, I have said that several times. The eggs in the greenhouse are used to incubate chicks. As an old man in the Chu palace, Li Qian still respected Lai Fu, so even if Lai Fu questioned the role of the heating house, he was not angry. However, the tone is also helpless. There is always great resistance to things that subvert cognition. These greenhouses, you have to stand up for yourself. 106 While waiting for the eggs to hatch, Li Qian was also thinking about his promises, especially the task of writing a book with the #1 sales volume in Datang, which the broken system did not know when, made himself a little big. The points of the system are very easy to use. I have seen it before, but the task module of the system is very cheating, and I have seen it too. If a task is not completed, there will be no new tasks. After completing a task, how can a new task be triggered? It's just possible. What rewards are available for each task is also a very random thing. However, there are tasks that must be completed as soon as possible. Li Qian has understood this truth. King Jia, what book are you talking about? Which is the most popular on the market? In the past few days, Li Qian is really worried about writing a book with the #1 sales volume in Datang. Although the sales of all kinds of books are not high due to the high prices of books, but the sales of textbooks like the Analects are still considerable. To surpass them, it is not enough to write a book casually. Besides, Li Qian before cannot be described as ignorant and skillless. Even if he has the soul of later generations, it is still a bit difficult to grasp the hobbies of Datang people. King Jia, Prince, if you want to say that you are popular, you have to tell the story well, and it's best for both men and women of all ages. The script for describing heroic deeds is also very popular. Wang Xuanwu added, the story is good, there are heroes, but I thought of an idea. Li Qian filtered through the classic masterpieces in his mind. The story of A Dream of Red Mansions is excellent, but the background of the story described in it is actually from the Qing dynasty. At this time, it is not easy to say whether the Tang people can accept it. Water margin is not to mention, it is obviously not suitable for it. As for Journey to the West, if it is a few decades later, it is too early to say that there is still a market. On the contrary, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms seems to have a unique advantage. First of all, hundreds of years have passed since the Three Kingdoms period, but it is not too far away. It is a dynasty that everyone is more familiar with. Secondly, Datang Shangwu. There are so many heroes in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, so many fighting scenes. At this time, it should be very popular with everyone. Furthermore, I have read this book many times in my previous life. Although I can't say that I'm going backwards, I still remember the plot of the story in general. Even if it's not written up to the level of the original, it still stays in Ziguai in the early Tang dynasty. The period of the novel is definitely refreshing. That's it. King Jia, you can ask Uncle Lai Fu to find a few copywriters. This king is very useful. The full text of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is almost 640,000 words, and any online novel of later generations can slap it. However, in the Tang dynasty, this is definitely a huge and magnificent masterpiece. At this time, neither the paper nor the printing technique supported the printing of too small texts. So it is estimated that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms should be scored as a dozen copies for printing. This means that there are so many things that need to be handwritten. Li Qian naturally did not want to sit there and write so many words in silence. Therefore, he planned to find a few copywriters to come over, read it by himself, and write it by others, and immediately took it to the printing workshop and began to make movable type. That's right. Li Qian is going to get movable type printing in advance. Some people may think that it is a little difficult to print movable type at this time, but it is not at all. The main reason why movable type printing became popular in the Song dynasty is actually the development of paper technology, which caused the society's demand for books to increase a lot. The same book may only sell 1,000 copies in the early years of the Tang dynasty, but it could sell tens of thousands of copies in the Great Song dynasty. At this time, the advantages of movable type printing are reflected, and the development is naturally fast. Since Li Qian's Romance of the Three Kingdoms is aimed at the top sales, and his own paper-making workshop is improving the paper production process, naturally it will not use engraving printing again. The location of the warm house in the courtyard of the Chu Palace was a place of great concern to the entire palace during this period. Whether you want to witness a miracle, or want to see Li Qian's prodigal family, anyway, the three greenhouses filled with chickens, ducks and goose eggs are places where many people like to come around when they are idle. Come to the butler, you have come so early. The eunuchs who had retired from the palace were responsible for guarding the conservatory. Although they were getting older, they worked very meticulously. These eggs have been in the greenhouse for almost 20 days. They are so warm inside. If the chicks cannot be hatched, the eggs will probably have become smelly. Lai Fu ignored the greetings from others, but looked at the greenhouse with a sad expression. In order to keep warm, the door of the greenhouse is closed, and it is not clear what is going on inside. Each room only has a few vents near the roof, which can only be reached by a ladder. Open the door and I will take an egg. Lai Fu felt that he could no longer condone Li Qian's mischief. He had heard some rumors from the outside and was waiting to see the jokes of the Chu Palace. Come to the butler. The prince has ordered, except to confirm the temperature and regularly confirm whether there are eggs hatched every day. Other times cannot go in. It is not time to confirm the temperature. The eunuch in front of Lai Fu is, although the small leader of the greenhouse maintenance team was afraid of coming to blame, he did not dare to ignore Li Qian's orders. Li Lian, the prince has entrusted me with the affairs of the palace. Is it possible that I have to report to the prince even when I take an egg? The prince has everything to do with his daily life. Where can I have so much time to pay attention to these trivial things? Lai Fu stared. Go in by pushing the door and take out an egg from the incubator. Although Li Lian wanted to stop him, he still didn't dare to pull the blessing and not let in. Come to the housekeeper. Don't make it difficult for us to lay people off. If this prince is to blame, Li Lian has been in the palace for more than 20 years. And he has seen too much of the temper of the nobles when they change. I'm afraid Li Qian is the same. From the prince, the old man will explain it. Lai Fu looked at the egg in front of him with a complicated expression. Li Lian, bring me a bowl. Lai Fu was going to break the egg to see what was going on inside. There were nearly 100,000 eggs in the three greenhouses, and he really couldn't worry about it. If there is an unformed chicken inside, I will go and apologize to the prince. If the insider stinks and become bad, I will immediately go to the prince to stop this fantasy attempt. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Lai Fu was expecting an unformed chicken to appear in front of him, but at the moment when the eggshell was just broken, an irritating smell came on her face, and Lai Fu's heart immediately went cold. Chapter 107. 3 views are used to refresh. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be difficult for many of the servants of the Chu Palace to believe that Lai Fu could run so fast. The prince, my prince. Early in the morning, Lai Fu found Li Qian, who had just woke up, out of breath. Uncle Lai Fu, has something happened? Li Qian was a little confused when he saw Lai Fu scaff. Oh. Lai Fu slapped his thigh vigorously. Those eggs have become smelly. Lord, this is a shame for the Prince of Chu Mansion. The eggs are smelling? Yeah, I just came over from the greenhouse. The eggs in it are broken, and it smells bad when you tap it. Is every greenhouse like this? Li Qian frowned upon hearing this, thinking that his method shouldn't be wrong. Could it be that the temperature setting is unreasonable? It stands to reason that it shouldn't be. The three greenhouses have set 3 temperatures. It's impossible that all of them are inappropriate, right? Master, I only looked at the greenhouse on the far left. The eggs there are smelly. Li Fu didn't understand. Li Qianfei had to wonder if the eggs in every greenhouse were smelly. Let's go. I'll take a look and take a few more eggs out to confirm. The eggs in the greenhouse were stinking. After coming to Fu and breaking an egg, this gossip spread quickly in the Chu Palace. It's not that everyone is really gossiping. It is actually the incubation of eggs in the greenhouse, which is beyond everyone's imagination. No wonder everyone is more concerned about the progress of this matter. Master. As soon as Li Qian came to the conservatory area, Li Lian was crying and standing aside, worried about becoming a scapegoat and punching bag. Which greenhouse is the egg from? The set temperatures of the three greenhouses are not the same. If the lowest temperature stinks, then the probability of the other two being normal is very low. It's this one. Li Lian hurriedly pointed to the first one on his left, and Li Qian followed his gesture and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the bad egg came from the greenhouse at 40 degrees, and the other two rooms at 39 degrees and 38 degrees were fine for the time being. Take 3 more eggs from each room. If an egg stinks, it can't tell you anything. It's possible that the egg itself is not fertilized, so if the hen hatches, the chicks cannot be hatched. Soon, someone moved to a table with several bowls on it, and Li Lian took the eggs and put them on the table. Snapped. The sound of a slight collision between the eggshell and the desktop made everyone present extremely nervous. Vomit. A stink came on coming, and Li Qian almost vomited without holding back. This egg from the 40-degree greenhouse, as confirmed by Li Fu, also stinks. Master, let me come. Qingja hurried forward, ready to help confirm the condition of the other eggs. Girl Qingja, let me do this kind of thing. Li Lian felt that at this moment, he should try his best to find all kinds of opportunities to make mistakes, so that Li Qian would not be angry with him for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Lian took the initiative to pick up another egg in the 40-degree greenhouse, and gently smashed the eggshell in the same way as Li Qian just now. However, the egg did not change because of a person. The stench emanating from the crack made Li Lian's face paler. Snapped. Like a reminder, Li Lian even knocked on 2 eggs in the 40-degree greenhouse, and they all smelled the same. The atmosphere of the scene has changed slightly. 1 egg can be said to be an accident, 2 can also be said to be an accident, 3 words. Now 4 eggs have been taken out of the 40-degree greenhouse, all of them smelly. What does that mean? Everyone present knows it in their hearts. Master, could it be that these eggs were already broken when they were purchased? Qingja looked at Li Qian's unhappy expression from the side, and found a reason why she didn't believe it. It's also possible that the temperature of the heating house is not well controlled. When I was in my hometown, many hens were unsuccessful in hatching eggs. It is probably due to the problem of eggs. Everyone was angry, saying things that they didn't believe it very much. No way. Everyone was afraid that Li Qian would become angry and angered everyone, destroy the prefect, and break the family magistrate. A prince got angry, and it's really hard to say whether Li Lian's group will survive. If according to the temper of Li Qian before, the possibility of a few wrongdoings is extremely high. Go on. What are you doing looking at me? Li Qian looked at Li Lian blankly. Lord, I control the temperature strictly in accordance with the requirements. There has never been any failure to meet the requirements. Li Lian shook his hands, explained, and picked up the egg. This egg comes from a greenhouse at 39 degrees Celsius, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Everyone could see the egg in Li Lian's hand at a glance, but they couldn't help but stand on their toes, as if they could see more clearly in this way. Snapped. Vomit. Finally, there was a maid who couldn't help but spit it up. Then I found that all the people present turned their gazes to themselves. The little maid looked at a bunch of ill-faced A's, vomited again, and fainted directly. The people next to her hurriedly helped her aside. Continue. Li Qian was also a little bit hopeless in his heart. The temperature of 40 degrees may be too high, but 13 degrees is also broken. Could it be that your own method missed any key points? Snapped. The familiar smell came again, and no one spoke. Snapped. When Li Lian's trembling hand took the egg and hit the tabletop, the eggshell was cracked, but it looked like it was not completely cracked. Li Lian thought he was too weak, so he applied a little bit of strength and beat the other side of the egg again. What? Li Lian couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. Let me see. Li Qian stepped forward and took the egg, and found that there was a film connected between two cracked eggshells. Li Qian gently peeled off the eggshell, tearing the film with a little bit of strength. Ah, this egg still seems to be a chicken? Kinga's eyes were sharp, and at a glance, there seemed to be something fluffy in the membrane. Have a chick really hatched? It's really a chicken. Li Qian peeled off the eggshell and membrane, and a wet chicken appeared in front of everyone. Call. Li took a sigh of relief, and finally there was a chicken in an egg. It seems that at least the hatching of chicks in the greenhouse can be successful. Li Qian, continue to open the remaining eggs. 108. The chick that has just hatched from the egg is wet, but it is already a basically fully developed chick. It's just that it might be because it didn't break out of the shell on her own, that she was a little uncomfortable at the beginning, but soon, the chicken struggled and stood up tremblingly. Perhaps this new little life gave Li Lian hope that in the next process, every egg actually had a chick. Master, it's done. It's done. Li Lian looked at the 4 weak little beings on the table, full of excitement. Finally, I don't have to be a scapegoat. This really doesn't require a hen to incubate eggs. Li Fu looked shocked. If the chicks that came out of the first egg were coincidences, it would be difficult to describe a few consecutive chickens by coincidence. In the same way, there are rotten eggs in the 40-degree greenhouse, which cannot be simply explained by coincidence. It seems that around 30 degrees Celsius should be a more appropriate temperature, and I will leave it to Li Lian to explore the details. Li Qian also had an idea in his mind. Lord, look at these chickens. They should be out of shells within a few days. There will be so many chickens at once, which is absolutely spectacular. At this time, Li Fu began to think about what happened after the chicks hatched. As for Chu Siliang, who had just rushed over from the side, after understanding the causes and consequences of the incident, the look in Li Qian's eyes became more awed. You can incubate eggs without using a hen. This is something that most people would not even dare to think about. Now it has succeeded. It seems that in the future what the prince said, no matter whether he feels strange or strange, he must be taken seriously. Li Lian, counting the time, it's been 2 days since the eggs hatched. Please pay attention. Also, these chickens should be taken care of separately. Li Qian is going to wait for the eggs to hatch, raise them for a while, and then consider the next wave of incubation. After all, there are so many chickens, ducks and geese rushed here. It takes a while for Li Lian to take care of them. As for the chickens that were prematurely born, they can be regarded as meritorious chickens, plus they were released artificially. If you don't pay attention to them alone, there is a high possibility of premature death. Master, don't worry, I have prepared the chicken coop and chicken food according to your requirements. Really? The evildoer really hatched a chick? Li Shimin received Li Zong's report as soon as possible. After all, Li Qian's incubation of eggs in the greenhouse was about to become a joke of Chainan City. Your Majesty, it is true that the eggs in the greenhouse have really hatched into chicks. Although some of the eggs have become stinky and failed, some of them have been successfully hatched. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Li Shimin walked back and forth in the temple, utterly chattering. Go and pass that wicked son over, and I will see him now. Li Shimin felt that something he couldn't understand happened under his nose, and he had to figure out what was going on. A word from the leader. The following is too busy. In less than an hour, Li Qian appeared in front of Li Shimin in the dust. Do you really hatch eggs without using a hen? Although Li Shimin did not believe that Li Zong would deceive himself, he still couldn't help but want to hear the result from Li Qian, the client. Your Majesty, It is true. Wai Jin has set up 3 greenhouses. One of the greenhouses basically did not hatch chickens, one hatched half of them, and the other hatched almost all chickens. Huh? Why does this happen? Because different greenhouses set different temperatures. Temperature? What is that, Your Majesty? If the freezing water is set to 0 degrees, the boiling water is set to 100 degrees, and the middle is divided into 100, then each one is 1 degree. You can simply understand that this is the temperature. According to you, did you hatch the eggs because you set a reasonable temperature? Li Shimin's mind turned quickly, and he understood what Li Qian was saying. Yes, Your Majesty, think about it, why the hen can hatch eggs. It didn't do anything, but kept the eggs under its feathers all the time. That is, it was warming the eggs with its own body temperature, and waited until the time was up. After that, the chicken came out of the egg. I used a greenhouse to replace the hen. The principle is actually exactly the same. Li Shimin was a little surprised and said, you make a good analysis like this, but ordinary people don't need it. How can there be so much food for chickens and ducks? Your Majesty, hatching eggs in the greenhouse is of little significance to ordinary farmers, but to Tang, it is of extraordinary significance. How do I say this? Wai Jin hatched tens of thousands of chickens, ducks and geese this time. Once a set of his own breeding experience is formed, there will soon be hundreds of thousands of chickens and ducks, or even millions. There are so many chickens and ducks. Basically, it can be guaranteed that there will be tens of thousands of meat sold as meat every month, which is considered to bring a new source of meat to the city of Cheng'an. If each state capital builds several such farms, the common people's meat-eating problem, a large part of it has been solved. I just said that farmers don't have so much food to feed a large number of chickens and ducks. As far as chicken farms are concerned, they have to face this problem. How do you solve it? Have Your Majesty seen an earthworm? Li Qian did not directly answer Li Shimin's question. Naturally, I have seen it before. Do you regard me as the famed monarch? Your Majesty joked. Li Qian smiled awkwardly. It seemed that his way of appetizing was not suitable for Li Shimin. In fact, earthworms are the best feed for chickens and ducks, and earthworms are very well cultivated artificially, so farms can solve part of the chicken food problem by cultivating earthworms. In addition, the court has some old grains that need to be processed every year, and even some spoiled grains. It needs to be dealt with, and Wai Jin can take it back and use it to feed chickens and ducks. The question Li Shimin asked was also considered by Li Qian before. In fact, the best way is to feed high-yield coarse grains such as corn. Unfortunately, every time I go to the system to exchange goods, I never see any grain seeds such as corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes that can be exchanged. It seems that this broken system is destined to be exchanged. I don't want to let myself go too far. As for sending people to the Americas to find seeds, it is still unreliable in a short period of time. If we do not do it in the future, we will talk about it later. Of course, you can buy the quartz Chen Liang, but not everyone can buy it. Your method is not popular. Li Shimin still felt a little regretful after hearing Li Qian's words. Your Majesty, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as large-scale farming of chickens and ducks is profitable, businessmen will naturally find a solution. Li Qian is obviously more optimistic than Li Shimin, thinking that a better solution can be found sooner or later. 109 The news of Li Qian's success in hatching eggs in the greenhouse caused a lot of controversy in Cheng'an City. The people who originally laughed at Li Qian felt depressed for a while. Grandpa, this Li Qian is like a lingering spirit. He will move every 3 to 5 times. The child thinks that Cheng'an City is him, so he can't stop it. Every once in a while, Chang Sun Wuji would sit and chat with Chang Chong, talk about the affairs of the court and let Chang Sun Chong analyze and analyze. To put it bluntly, this is a way for Chang Sun Wuji to train his children and grandchildren. However, as soon as he sat down today, Chang Sun Chong began to complain. Chonga, look at the problem. You have to prioritize it. Like Li Qian's hatching of eggs, It will not change any situation in the court, nor will it have a special impact on the lives of the people. You don't need to care so much. The honeycomb briquettes, woolen threads, glass mirrors, and the milk powder that began to appear some time ago in the royal palace of Chu have provided Li Qian with a steady stream of funds. In the long run, that Li Qian has become more and more difficult to deal with. Chang Sun Chong felt that he couldn't take his time to deal with Li Qian. He must be moved to a place far away from Chainan, and there is no way to make achievements, so that no one would mention him all day. After nearly 2 months of construction and operation, the paper-making workshops in the palace of Chu dynasty were busy. Master, this batch of paper is white and flawless and doesn't absorb ink well. You don't need to worry about ink diffusion. The most important thing is that it is no longer as tough as straw paper. Dai Quinn didn't have much in the hot air balloon camp. When things were to be done, Li Qian transferred him to the paper-making workshop to be responsible for the improvement of paper-making and printing techniques. To put it bluntly, Dai Quinn's current status is equivalent to that of the chief engineer of the Chu Palace. Yes, this paper is ready for use. Dai Quinn listened with a sigh of relief. Although such a good paper was only usable in his own prince's mouth, at least the hard work during this period of time was rewarded. Master, then I will arrange mass production of this kind of paper, and at the same time let the printing workshop begin to print the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. During this period, whether it was a paper-making workshop or a printing workshop, there was only input but no output. The money was spent rushing out, but there was no income at all. Dai Quinn also felt a lot of pressure. The more the prince trusts himself, the more he has to take responsibility. Yes, but the paper-making workshop can't just produce this kind of paper. You can train a few more students and set up a special laboratory to study all kinds of paper. Different occasions require different paper, such as paintings and the like have many special requirements for paper, and you can research and produce them in different categories. To reduce paper costs, Li Qian feels that he has completed a phase of work now. However, advancing the development of paper-making technology has just begun. A new bookstore has been opened in West Market. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. The shop called Xinhua Bookstore is located opposite the Sanwai Bookstore, the largest book and paper shop in Chainan City. Treasurer Zheng, I have basically found out that this Xinhua Bookstore is estimated to be the property of the Royal Palace of Chu. It will officially open in 3 days. Sanwai Bookstore can become the largest book and paper shop in Chainan City. Naturally, it is not an ordinary shop. It has its own source of information. As a matter of fact, as the core industry of the Zheng family in Xinyan, Sanwai Bookstore can easily use Zheng's protégés to inquire and hear a lot of news even if it does not rely on its own strength. Asan, some time ago, there were rumors that the royal mansion of Chu had built a huge paper-making workshop by the Waishui River. Have you inquired about this workshop? Shopkeeper Zheng looked at the problem more than a Sanqian, and immediately grasped the source of the problem. He is very clear about the situation of Datang's paper industry, printing industry, and book and paper retail industry. If Xinhua Bookstore simply buys paper from other places and sells it in Chainan City, Sanwai Bookstore is not afraid of them at all. I'm afraid that every time this Prince of Chu does things unexpectedly, some earth-shaking things come out. There are many lessons from the predecessors, and the Treasurer Zheng is not careful. I arranged for several people to stare at it every day. In the paper workshop, I bought a lot of wood and bamboo, but not much bark. I think the quality of the paper is not much better. It looks like our Zheng family. The paper produced in the paper-making workshop is made of fine mulberry and burlap through 7 or 4 tiny crafts. Asania's expression of contempt was completely disinterested in the paper-making workshop of the Chu Palace. I heard that the workshop is also equipped with a dozen water wheels to assist in smashing paper materials. Shopkeeper Zheng did not let go of the worries in his heart because of what Asan said. The water wheel is a scene of Chainan City. Although the cruise ship cannot be driven directly under the water wheel, it can be seen from a distance. The water wheel is connected to a bunch of mechanisms, pushing the mallet to hit the material in the trough. This is difficult to keep secret. The shopkeeper, it did happen. In my opinion, it was mainly because the paper workshops of King Chu Mansion cut corners and used a lot of wood and bamboo, which made it difficult to mash the materials. Asan still has a few brushes to become a direct relative of Zeng's shopkeeper, and his analysis cannot be said to be completely unreasonable. It's just that he met Li Qian, who came from later generations with the system, and there was nothing he could do. I hope it's like you said. You have to pay more attention to the situation in the opposite Xinhua bookstore these days. I always feel that something is going to happen. Chainan City should have the most scholars in Datang, and the most concentrated place for scholars is the Imperial College. Xinhua bookstore will open tomorrow. In order to complete the system task, Li Qian personally took the shot this time, helping to build the reputation of the bookstore and increase the sales of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Inu Shang-kun, go to visit His Royal Highness Chu Wang this morning. Do you think I succeeded? Kujo happily came to Inu Shang Yamada. Kun Chu Xiao is so happy. Did you see His Royal Highness Chu Wang today? The Japanese people have been in Chainan for more than a year. They have seen the energy of the Chu Kingdom in Chainan. So every once in a while, Dogs or Chu Xiao will come to give some gifts. Seeing Li Qian, they just don't usually see them. Yes, not only did I see it, but His Royal Highness also gave me a book. Chu Xiao said as he took out a book from his arms. Look, this is it. Did Chu give you a book? Jutia or Kun, you are a man who pays off. Dogs Hang happily accepted the book in Juto's hand. In the past, let alone receiving a gift, giving a bunch of things to the palace of the Chu prince would often not even be seen in Lifu. Chapter 110. Chapter different promotion. The river is long and tempestuous. It was like a hero. Success or failure turned around empty. Aoyama is still the, how many sons? White-haired fisherman, Kyeojiang River, used to watch the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of muddy wine rejoiced. Many things, ancient and modern, are in the middle of a joke. Dog Shank just opened the book in his hand, and was stunned by the opening phrase. Inu Shang-jun. Inu Shang-jun. Kujo was itchy when he saw the look of Ken Shang in a daze. Is the book too good or too bad? When I knew that I had got the book, I should have opened it and looked at it first. What kind of acting and deputy envoy, in the country? His status is not worse than that of him. The #1 talented man in Chainan City really deserves his reputation. The book that His Royal Highness King Chu gave you should have been written by him himself. Dog Shank continued to read the opening phrase with a fascinated expression. 9. Curiously nervous, regardless of so much etiquette, I looked over my head to see what was written in the book. Yu. As the top restaurant in Chainan City, Yu has its own dedicated storyteller. In this era of no TV, no mobile phone, and no newspaper, storytellers are almost indispensable for a restaurant. The level of the storyteller often has a great impact on the business of a restaurant. In a top restaurant like Yu, the level of storytellers is naturally second to none in Chainan. Speaking of the general trend of the world, we must unite for a long time, and we must divide for a long time. How about, do the guest officials feel that there is a majestic aura at the beginning? Today, the little old man, I want to bring you a brand new story, absolutely wonderful. Godiz's eye circles were dark today, but he started the first storytelling with confidence. As the main storyteller of New Yu, Godizi is a small celebrity in the city of Chainan. Li Qian intends to make Xinhua bookstore a hit, and the advance promotion will naturally not miss such an important storyteller. It is like that before the new cars of later generations are launched, the media will invite various media to test drive at tourist attractions, provide delicious food, air tickets and accommodations, and there will be a lot of money for the car and horse before leaving. What for? It's not to promote their products. These media have a lot of potential user resources. As long as they get their approval, users will naturally be positive when they see the news and reports of the new car, and then sales will be directly affected. And the storytellers at this moment, in the process of promoting the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, played the same role as those of the media in later generations. Therefore, Go Dizzy got The Romance of the Three Kingdoms specially presented by Xinhua Bookstore early the day before yesterday. Speaking of it, this is the first time that Go Dizzy has received a book from a bookstore. The previous bookstore has never done any promotion. Anyway, those who can afford it will buy it if they don't promote it. Those who can't afford it will also promote it. Cannot afford. As a storyteller, Go Dizzy loves books naturally. As soon as he got The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Go Dizzy felt the excellent paper and the extraordinary texture of the book. The book printing workshop seems to have lost money. If you don't sell it for more than a dozen pennies, it is estimated that you will not be able to get back the copy. In the next 2 days, my life was completely disrupted by this book, and even the storyteller of Yu didn't go there for 2 consecutive days, and the shopkeeper almost turned his face on him. However, Go Dizzy felt that it was all worthwhile. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was so good. He couldn't help but watch it all in one go, then immediately thought of how to convert it into storytelling material. Go Dizzy is a wise man. He can guess that other storytellers in other restaurants have also obtained this divine book. In order to transform himself from the top storyteller in Chainan City to the well-deserved #1 storyteller in Chainan City, he went back and forth again overnight. I read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms once, and then I began to turn it into my own storytelling material. The 7 kingdoms were divided into the Qin on the weekend. After Qin was destroyed, the Chu and the Han were divided and merged into the Han. This story must be familiar to everyone, right? Go Dizzy is very good at interacting with the guests in the restaurant, and he will not stand alone studying there. The Han dynasty rebelled since the emperor cut the white snake and ruled the world. Later Guangwu Zongxing, passed to Emperor Xian, was divided into 3 kingdoms. Our story today is called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Lao Go, I have heard The Romance of the Three Kingdoms you talked about how many times. Those who can come to Yu for dinner are not ordinary people. They have no awe of Go Dizzy, a storyteller, so they can express their opinions directly. Yeah. What's so good about Three Kingdoms? Let's change it. Tell me about the story of the girls in Tangxiang Pavilion is more exciting than this. Three Kingdoms was written in the Western Jin dynasty, and many scholars have read it. Go Dizzy has also adapted a few of the stories in it before, and the response was good at first, but the guests felt bored after listening to it too much. Guests, the little old man dare to pack tickets today. The next story I want to tell is definitely different from the previous Three Kingdoms. If you find it unpleasant, from now on, my little old man will no longer be on stage to tell the story. Up. Go Dizzy didn't pay much attention to the response of the guests, but rather stiffly went back. This was something he had never done before. In the first year of Guang, the female rooster turned into a male. In June, the black air was more than 10 feet away, and it flew into the Wencheng Hall. In autumn and July, a rainbow appeared in Yutang, the Yuan mountain bank. Everything collapsed. All kinds of ominous, more than one end experts will know if there is any. Go Dizzy just talked about the kung fu of a cup of tea, and the guests of Yu felt that today's story seemed a little different, but where the difference was, I couldn't tell it for a while. In short, I heard it very comfortably, very refreshing. I really want to continue listening. The next day, in Taoyuan, the Uniu and White Horse sacrifices were prepared. The 3 people burned incense and worshipped and vowed. Liu, Guan Yu, and Jiangf. Although they have different surnames, they are brothers, but they work together to help the poor. Danger. Report to the country and go to an Li Shun. Do not seek to be born in the same year and the same month and the same day, but only wish to die the same year and the same month and the same day. Next, Jiangf is the younger brother. Go Dizzy picked up the tea bowl in his hand and took a sip of water. Guests, today's story ends here. It's the first story of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's called Taoyuan Sanji. Foresee what will happen and see you in the afternoon. Ah, is that done? Keep talking. Yes. Don't just stop talking. It's so uncomfortable. This official rewards you for your consistent money, so so quickly continue to tell the next story. Chapter 111. Eat. After reading this chapter, the opening of Xinhua bookstore did not cause any disturbances in Chainan City. People in the industry such as Treasurer Zheng paid a little attention. The shopkeeper, I just went in and read it. This Xinhua bookstore doesn't have anything new at all. It just puts a few copies of the Analects and Spring and Autumn in it for sale, and the prices are almost the same as ours. Except for a few fresh scholars who went in and went around, there were no guests throughout the morning, let alone how many books were sold. San rushed to the treasurer Zheng and reported to him the news he had personally inquired about today. Really nothing special? The treasurer Zheng heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what San said, but the confusion was even greater. This is not like the style of the Chu Palace. Open a bookstore like this in a good way, and you won't make much money at all. Prince Chu's mansion is not bad for the books selling money, right? Don't get it. I don't understand. It's true that the Xinhua bookstore can let outsiders see the place. I wandered inside and out. There really is no special place. I have to say that it is special. That is, the decoration of their shop is too simple, making people feel empty. It's such a big shop and there are not many customers. It's weird if you don't feel empty. The shopkeeper Zheng felt that maybe he was too suspicious. After all, Li Qian was just a teenager and his poetry level was superb. It's impossible to even sell books better than yourself, right? Hey, I'm curious. How long can this Xinhua bookstore support? Sugagong Mansion. Good. Great. Cheng Yojin, who has always been a fan of reading, was holding a book rare and sitting there with gusto. Grandpa, what books are so good looking, so fascinated by anyone who never reads them? Even my daughter walked to you and stood by your side for so long and haven't found it. Cheng Jingwen pouted her small mouth and shook Cheng biting Jin's arm. Jingwen is here. Cheng Yojin glanced at Cheng Jingwen, then immediately shifted his eyes to the book. Would you like to sit by and read this book with Grandpa? The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Cheng Jingwen poked her head under the book and saw 4 characters written on the title page. Grandpa, the story of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is your favorite, but you haven't seen it countless times. Well, I can go to you to tell stories soon. It's not the same, it's different this time. Look at the writing, Taoyan 3 knots, and the 3 British battles with Lubu. It's wonderful, it's really wonderful. Cheng Nojin said in his mouth, but didn't lift his head. He got up. I don't know who wrote this book, or where I can buy it. Grandpa still went to Yu for dinner yesterday and listened to the storytelling. He just spent $12 silver from someone. I bought it back. Books are readily available, and there is always a place to sell them. What do you snatch from the tellers? Be careful of those censors and impeach you, Cheng Jingwen said with a look of concern, and at the same time she leaned her face over and read the book. What exactly was written? Hey, really not. Do you think your grandfather likes to snatch books from other people? I asked my servants to go around the Dongxai and Dongxai markets, but didn't find the book, so I bought it from the storyteller. I'm so embarrassed to say bye. You are robbing it. There are not 1,000 storytellers in Chainan City, but there are also hundreds. As long as the eyes are not blind, after reading The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, you know that this is a good book. After seeing Godaz's fast-moving storytellers move The Romance of the Three Kingdoms to a restaurant storyteller, it caused an enthusiastic response, and a group of people immediately followed up. With such a large group of free publicity big speakers, the popularity of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms among the people of Chainan City has risen sharply. Father, you have had a hard day. Would you like to take a break? Lizzie has a gift for you. Lizzie came to Li Shimin with a mysterious face, put his hands behind his back, not knowing what was hidden. Lizzie is here. Li Shimin showed a rare kind of smile. What gift do you have for father? As an emperor, Li Shimin was often harsh on his sons, but he was very conniving and doting on his daughters. Behind the house, the beloved will be so miserable by the green, which has something to do with Li Shimin's doting on his daughter. Dang dang dang. Father, look, What is this? Li Lizzie took out a book from behind. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Li Shimin was taken aback when he saw the title of the book. Aren't you the one who hates reading history books the most? Why do you think of buying a history book for your father? Li Shimin is considered to be familiar with the history books of the past dynasties, and when he saw the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he was not too surprised. Father, this is not a history book. You can read it in a few pages. It will definitely make you love it. My daughter got this book by accident. Now in Chainan City, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is hard to find. Li Lizzie saw that Li Shimin was not happy because of her gift, so she raised her head a little arrogantly. All right. The book recommended by Lizzie. My father believes it must be a good book, so I will read it right away. Knowing daughter Mo Yuofu, Li Shimin knew what to do when he looked at Li Liz's expression. If the emperor is not satisfied with this book, I will go and Sister Xuan to find out all the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in Chainan City and burn it. Li Shimin smiled and turned to the first page. The river is long and tempestuous. It was like a hero. Success or failure turned around empty. Aoyama is still the, how many sons? Li Shimin shivered, immediately sat up straight, and began to read the book seriously. Later generations of online novels have a theory of 3 golden chapters, that is, whether the first 3 chapters are good or not, which basically determines the fate of this book. This truth may not be all right, but a good book is often very exciting at the beginning. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is obviously in line with this logic. The beginning is the story of Tao Yuan's 3 knots, and it is a familiar story, and the reader cannot be fascinated by it. Father, it's time to eat. Li Shimin doesn't like it. Li Lizzie will be upset. However, Li Shimin liked the book he gave him very much. After reading it attentively for more than an hour, he sat alone for a long time. It doesn't seem to be a happy thing either. Finally, it was time for dinner. Li Lizzie hurriedly reminded Li Shimin to put down his books. I'm not hungry. Let's eat later. No, the Queen Mother said. Father, you must eat regularly every day. Seeing that she couldn't say to Li Shimin, Li immediately carried the Empress Chingsun out. I know. I will eat it after reading this chapter. Chapter 112. Piracy is a price. The merchant's sense of smell is the most sensitive. When the storytellers in various restaurants in Chainan City were talking about the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the businessman keenly felt that the business opportunities were coming. Why are books so expensive? The high cost of paper printing is the main reason, but the small amount of paper sold is also a very important reason. If a book can sell well, the profits it brings are very substantial. If a book sells for 10 pennies, then the bookstore alone will have to make at least 2 or 3 pennies. Once this amount comes up, it is simply not necessary. Treasurer Zheng, I have communicated with several storytellers, but they don't even know which bookstore is selling this book. I also asked people to go to almost all bookstores in Chainan City to ask, and there is no one at present. The shop sells the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and no one has ever sold it. Asani was depressed and reported to the shopkeeper Zheng the confirmation situation of the past 2 days. I thought that the opportunity to make big money came, but I didn't expect it to come back empty-handed. Impossible. At least hundreds of storytellers in Chainan City have received this book, indicating that this book must have been printed, and I have personally seen the book. The printing is very beautiful, the fonts are very clear, and the paper used is also. It's rare to see the first-class goods. Such a book, it is impossible to jump out of a crack in the stone. Shopkeeper Zheng was not very satisfied with the results of Asan's investigation, and wondered if this guy was a little erratic because of the good business in the shop recently. I also find it strange. For this reason, I have communicated with the guys in several other bookstores, but no one knows the source of this book, and they are all looking for this book. Asan felt wronged, obviously exhausted. But the shopkeeper still doubts himself. Should we let the printing workshop at home print the Romance of the Three Kingdoms by ourselves? Datang doesn't have any patents, but more than one printing shop is printing all the good books that are sold. The authors of these books are not only not angry, but also grateful for their books being printed without permission. Who is asking for a name? In such an era, as long as you have fame, everything will come naturally. What do you know? This book is clearly printed, but if you don't sell it, there must be a mystery behind it. Besides, do you think it's easy to print a book like this? It's so thick, it's not just the engraving template. Knowing it will take a few months, when our own book comes out, the daylily will be cold. Shopkeeper Zheng felt a little uneasy in his heart. The appearance of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the popularity and the promotion method must be controlled by an invisible hand behind it. This book is so popular, it should be very popular in other prefectures. Even if we print it slower, it's okay. The big deal will not be sold in Chainan City. Ashan felt that this was a very rare opportunity, and worked hard to convince the treasurer Zheng to print a new book. The initial investment is very large. Paper, engraving, ink. Even if it is as powerful as Sanwai Bookstore, printing a new book by yourself requires careful consideration. After all, in many cases, the new books printed by Sanwai Bookstore are only 1 or 2 a year, and they are still booklets of that kind. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is obviously a long-format book, and it has only been printed for several years. What you said makes sense, so let the printing workshop begin to prepare. The shopkeeper Zheng thought for a long time, but finally felt that he really couldn't give up this opportunity. Since we want to do it, we must do it as quickly as possible, otherwise it will make sense. It's not that big anymore. San, you ask the printing workshop to recruit more engraving craftsmen, and then see if you can make 2 more copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Confirm the printing content of each engraving plate in advance, and start all together. Treasurer, if there are sufficient manpower, according to your method, we may be able to launch our own Romance of the Three Kingdoms at the earliest without even a month. 1 month? The shopkeeper Zheng sneered. Either don't do it, or do it to the best. Now we are looking for this book everywhere. Even if we sell 20 pens for a copy, there are a lot of people who buy it. Slowly, if it is launched, maybe there are other bookstores that have also started it themselves. 1 copy of 20? The shopkeeper, if that were the case, our Sanwai bookstore would have made a fortune. The owner must be very happy. Asan, do it hard. There are more rich people in Chainan than you think. This time we will do a good job. My lord, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is completely popular in Chainan City. When will we start selling it in the new bookstore? Wang Xuans has been in a particularly good mood these days, and he goes to different restaurants every day to hear that the scholar talks about the Three Kingdoms. And the popularity of this book, he felt most intuitively. Although originally he was worried that giving the book to the storyteller would make many people who have heard the story give up buying it. But judging from the recent inquiries about the Romance of the Three Kingdoms by customers of various bookstores, it hasn't been affected at all. On the contrary, because of the propaganda of the storyteller, from the honorable royal family to the traffickers, everyone knows that there is such a good-looking book. The feelings of the folks at Xinhua Bookstore are the most obvious. Every day, many people of all kinds come into the store to ask if the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is available. Wait a minute. I heard that several bookstores in Chainan City are already contacting printing workshops to prepare large-scale printing of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This king has to give them some time. Li Qian was planning to start selling the Three Kingdoms at Xinhua Bookstore these days, but after hearing that others were preparing to pirate his own book, he immediately changed his mind. Ah, Lord, shouldn't it be better to sell it earlier? By then, every bookstore will have its own Three Kingdoms, and it will be difficult for Xinhua Bookstore to attract customers. Wang Xuans was only partially involved in the papermaking and printing workshops, and he didn't know much about the changes in paper costs and printing costs. No wonder he was worried that Xinhua Bookstore could not compete with other stores. Xuans, don't worry. When did this king miscalculate? Xinhua Bookstore wants to gain a firm foothold in Datang, and must teach other bookstores a vicious lesson. After saving, there are still people who want to make trouble. When Wang Xuan saw Li Qian so confident, he couldn't say much. Master, Then I will investigate and investigate again to see when other bookstores can release their own Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Let Xuan Wu take care of this matter. I specially dispatched dozens of people from the guard to follow him to do some things with agility. Li Qian knew the importance of information better than anyone. In order to prevent his eyes from being darkened, Li Qian had just returned to Chainan and asked Wang Xuanwu to set up an investigation bureau that only he knew. After that, the Intelligence and Investigation Bureau of the Chu Palace, which caused countless people to frighten, began to operate in such a low manner. Chapter 113 Where is it for sale? The long drought meets the rain. The scholars in Chainan City have been looking forward to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms for a long time, and finally heard good news. Sanwai Bookstore will start selling the Three Kingdoms tomorrow. Shall we get up early tomorrow to buy it? Really? I knew I wouldn't copy by hand. I'm almost half copying, and my hands are sore. Copy it yourself. You can buy a book for the money you buy paper. Yes, that Sanwai Bookstore sells the first part of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Right? Where can I sell the second part? I will go to Sanwai Bookstore tomorrow and ask. They were the first to sell this book, right? I should know who the author is and when the second book will come out. That's right. It seems that you still have to go to Sanwai Bookstore to buy books in the future. No other home has them complete. Master, it's not good. Master, it's not good. Dai Quane ran up to Li Qian in a panic. Dai Quane, has something happened to the paper workshop? No, everything is fine in the paper mill. That's what happened to the printing workshop. Seeing a lot of things, Li Qian has slowly developed the ability to overwhelm the mountain without changing his face and heartbeat. The printing workshop is fine. The second Romance of the Three Kingdoms is being printed in an orderly manner. What happens to that? The things that Dai Quane has been in charge of recently are basically related to the paper-making workshop and the printing workshop. There is nothing wrong with these two places. Li Qian can't think of anything bad. My lord, the Sanwai Bookstore sells our Romance of the Three Kingdoms and it will start selling tomorrow. Isn't this bullying? We haven't started selling it yet. As soon as Dai Quane heard that Sanwai Shiwu would start selling the Three Kingdoms tomorrow, he immediately became anxious. In his opinion, the princes have already opened a bookstore, so the Three Kingdoms must give priority to their own bookstores. Now Sanwai Bookstore has jumped out. Isn't it picking peaches? I know that Xinhua Bookstore will also start selling Three Kingdoms tomorrow. Li Qian didn't know how much Sanwai Bookstore was going to sell the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, so he simply waited until they started selling it before setting the price. Since the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is meant to hit the sales champion of Datang, and let other bookstores sell it, Li Qian is not a disadvantage. As for using this opportunity to lower the price of paper and books, that is another purpose. My lord, 10,000 copies of the first Three Kingdoms have been printed. How about we just sell it before Sanwai Bookstore? Dai Quane was not reconciled to Sanwai Bookstore and robbed the branch of Xinhua Bookstore, hoping to save it. No, don't worry. Let them taste the sweetness. We will start selling tomorrow afternoon. As the largest cargo distribution center in Datang and even the world, the West Market has always been crowded with people coming and going. However, in the past, relatively few scholars would appear in the West Market, and most of the roads were traffickers and merchants from various places. Today, the situation seems a bit different. Early in the morning, a group of students from the Imperial College came to the West Market in twos and threes. Students from other colleges in Chainan City also appeared on the streets of Xishi. The purpose of these people was very clear. When they arrived in the West Market, they went straight to the Sanwai Bookstore. The shopkeeper, there are already more than 100 people lined up outside, and the line is still constantly on the side. It seems that almost all of them are going for our Romance of the Three Kingdoms. San looked at the crowd outside the shop excitedly, feeling that he was finally persuading the shopkeeper to make an extremely correct decision. These three countries are becoming more and more popular in Chainan City. I don't know who helped to promote it. Hey, we are disrespectful of this victory. When the shopkeeper Zheng saw the crowds outside, his anxiety was finally let go. In order to print this book, more than 2,000 pennies were spent on engraving alone, plus the input of paper and 1,000 pre-printed books, and the money spent directly went to 5,000 pennies. This is not a small amount of money. Originally, I was worried that a 10 consecutive copy would be too expensive and no one would buy it, but now I think I don't need to worry about it. The first batch of 1,000 copies, I think Chainan City is not enough to sell. Or should I immediately notify the printing workshop to print another 3,000 no, 5,000 copies? Ashan felt that a quarter of an hour could not be wasted when making money like this. 5,000 copies? If you want to do it, just do a big one. Print 10,000 copies directly, and then prepare to send them to Luoyang, Taiyuan and other places for sale. I want Sanwai Bookstore to become the largest bookstore in Datang. Upstairs of Xinhua Bookstore, Master, according to incomplete statistics from his subordinates, Sanwai Shiwu sold more than 300 copies of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms this morning. The sales are very scary. Should we start selling them too? Wang Xuanwu is now Li Qian's personal guard and intelligence chief, and is responsible for Li Qian's safety with Zai Junmai. As for those guards, they were basically thrown into other courtyards for special training and became Xlis test items. Don't worry, there are more people who come to buy in the afternoon, and we will start selling when we are about to close the stall. Isn't the business done by Sanwai Bookstore? Lord, although this book is good, but if it is worth a 10, many people like it, but can't afford it. If there are thousands of people who go to Sanwai Bookstore to buy it, in a short time, there may not be many people coming to buy it again, unless we directly sell the second one. Those who engage in intelligence must be able to analyze information. This is what Li Qian has always reminded Wang Xuanwu of. One copy of 10 money, naturally not many people can afford it. But what if it is one copy of money all the time? Li Qian looked at the lively scene opposite without anxiousness at all. The more we sell now, the more trouble Sanwai Bookstore will have. My lord, the price of Sanwai Shiwu has increased. A copy of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was sold for 12 pennies. It was a looting for money. Shall we start selling it too? Before Wang Xuanwu was shocked by Li Qian's words, Wang Fugi hurried upstairs. When Liang Zumazi watched, everything was on the right track, and Wang Fugi didn't need to stay there anymore. So Li Qian called him back to him. Many times, he was used to solving problems by commercial means, and it was really inconvenient to not have a caring subordinate around him. The price has been raised. You previously speculated that the printing cost of Sanwai Bookstore was about 4 to 5 quins. Right? 110 quins is already more than double the profit. Li Qian really didn't expect Sanwai Shiwu to be so greedy. Wang Yi, it is true. Wang Fugi said solemnly. Speaking of which, the treasurer of the Sanwai Bookstore, Zheng, is still famous in the Chainan City business district and has a talent for business. Oh, you think highly of him? His level is worthy of this evaluation. With this Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the price increase from 10 guangxi to the 12 guangxi actually sells even better. Is there such a thing? 114 Sanwai Bookstore is famous. Before closing that day, the 1,000 copies of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms were almost sold out, setting a new sales record for new books. The second part of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Do you want to know what the story is about? The new store opens. The price is favorable. The top 100 Romance of the Three Kingdoms buyers will receive a pound of first-class white paper. Passing by, don't miss it. Xinhua Bookstore had been silent for more than a month in Chainan City, and finally showed sharp teeth. These are all Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In the Xinhua Bookstore, 2 hill-like books are directly placed in the most conspicuous position, and there is a huge sign next to it that reads The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which is always in large characters. Really, it's always the money. The first person to enter the Xinhua Bookstore was a student who looked a little disappointed, named Dong Fengping. This person stayed at Sanwai Bookstore for a day today, but he was obviously shy in his pocket. I had to take a book and stood and read it for a day in Sanwai bookstore, until Xiao snatched from him the first half of the Three Kingdoms I had just watched. Dong Funping went out of the bookstore in despair, but he didn't expect to see the Xinhua bookstore on the opposite side that were also sold. The rules of this shop have always been childlike. Give me a copy. Dong Funping picked up a copy of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms with excitement. As a poor man, Dong Funping's family had better living conditions than ordinary people, but he couldn't hold back his love for books. The houses and fields left by his ancestors were basically sold by him. What he got was just a copy. The books for dinner can only be rented in 1 yard now. Guest, if you buy the first and second copies together, you can get a 20% discount, only the first 100 customers. The second one is also available. Is it 20% off? Dong Funping's face turned flushed. You wait a while, he'll go home and get the money right away. 212 copies. After speaking, Dong Funping rushed out of Xinhua bookstore without waiting for Xiao's reply. For the same book, the paper at Xinhua bookstore is better and the handwriting is clearer. The price is only a net one-fifth of the price of Sanwai bookstore. Dong Funping is the most clear about the price of books. If you don't buy this book today, you will definitely regret it. Although the closing time is approaching, Xinhua bookstore's Romance of the Three Kingdoms always has one copy. And there is the latest news of the second book, which immediately spread among the scholars at the fastest speed. However, it is not these scholars who reflect the fastest, but the businessmen who do business in the West market all the year round, especially those who come to Chainan from other places and have to go back soon after purchasing the goods. Brother Chen, can you borrow 100 pennies of money from the little brother urgently and return it to you tomorrow? Near the Xinhua bookstore, a businessman named Liu Wenfei suddenly borrowed money from a friend who had known him for many years. Huh? Brother Liu Xian, isn't the business in your shop very good? The inkstones in Lingnan are still selling very well in Chainan City. Could something happen at home? It was the shopkeeper of a silk shop called Chen Jin who had been in the West market for more than 10 years, and his size was a bit wealthy. No, it's okay at home and business, but it just happens to be a bit urgent. Okay, wait a minute. He'll call the cashier to get it to you. 100 pennies is not too much. Given Chen Jin's understanding of Liu Wenfei, he is not worried about the money being lost. In business, it is normal to find someone to turn around from time to time. If you don't borrow, you will have a bad reputation. Soon, Liu Wenfei, who had borrowed the money, ran into the Xinhua bookstore. The shopkeeper, bring me 100 Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In the backyard of Sanwai bookstore, shopkeeper Zheng was calculating today's sales situation with a smile on his face. However, this good mood did not last long, and was destroyed by Asan, who rushed in without knocking the door. The shopkeeper, it's not good. It's not good. Asan's face turned pale, and he ran to the treasurer Zheng in a panic. Asan, because you have been with me for many years, I will give you a chance to explain. If you do this again next time, don't blame me. Shopkeeper Zheng was flipping through the ledger with one hand, while the other hand was still walking around with his concubine, but Asan broke in so recklessly. It's strange if he wasn't angry. Treasurer Zheng, something big has happened. At this time, Asan no longer cared about Treasurer Zheng's unkind expression. What the hell happened? The Xinhua bookstore, they also sell the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Shopkeeper Zheng's heart that had just been raised by Asan finally fell again. After taking a sigh of relief, Asan, our Sanwai bookstore was the first to sell the Three Kingdoms. Even if Xinhua bookstore followed to buy it, it was nothing more than picking up people's teeth. If you want to be famous and have no foundation, what's to be afraid of? No, the shopkeeper, it's not like that. Sanwai bookstore, they not only sell the first part of the Three Kingdoms, but also the second part. Asan said with a sad face. The second part? The treasurer Zheng gave a sigh in his heart. He has always felt a little uneasy about Xinhua bookstore. Anyone who has no problems with their brains would not spread their books across from Sanwai bookstore, But Xinhua Bookstore is not only on the opposite side. The bookstore covers an area even larger than Sanwai Bookstore. This is difficult to understand. After working in business for so many years, the shopkeeper Zheng found that whenever he encounters something he can't understand, there are often stories behind it. From the opening of the Xinhua Bookstore to the present, the shopkeeper Zheng has been paying attention to it. Seeing that there is really no problem, the worry is let go. But I didn't expect. How can they have the second part of the Three Kingdoms? I don't know. The treasurer, the most troublesome thing is not this. The most troublesome thing is Arsan's sad tears were about to come out. Such a mother-in-law. I'm really angry. Even if Sanwai Bookstore really has the second part of the Three Kingdoms, that's nothing. We only rely on this first part. We made thousands of dollars today, and we will see you in the future. The trick is enough. San, I'm not talking about you. When you come out to learn to do business, you must have a long-term perspective. You can't be blinded by the little things in front of you, and you can't mess up your own sense of scale just because of a little thing. It's a big deal. Shopkeeper Zheng was relieved when he heard that Xinhua Bookstore had the second edition of the Three Kingdoms on sale. In its view, this is probably the trump card of Xinhua Bookstore. Although it was very powerful and lethal, it was not to the extent that he could not accept it. No, the shopkeeper, the Xinhua Bookstore, their Three Kingdoms only sells one copy for the usual money. Kang dang. The shopkeeper Zheng suddenly stood up from the stool. His legs knocked over the table and ignored him. What? Always one copy? Chapter 115. Leakage in the house meets even night rain. The heart of Treasurer Zheng seems to have fallen from a cliff of 10,000 feet. The romance of the Three Kingdoms, which has always been one copy of the money, does not talk about the quality. As long as it can be sold, it will have an infinite impact on your business. I sell a copy of 12 pennies in the afternoon. The shopkeeper is not just a copy of the usual money. The first 100 people who buy the first and second copies of the Three Kingdoms at the same time can also get a 20% discount, which is equivalent to a copy of 800 yuan. San feels like he's going to finish it. Sanwai Bookstore just added thousands of copies of Three Kingdoms today. How can you sell it? As a senior fellow, San is also relatively clear about the cost of books. 800 texts. Looking at Datang, it is impossible for anyone to do it. However, Xinhua Bookstore dared to sell like this. The key is that the quality of the books seems to be better than that of their own. This is dying. If Xinhua Bookstore only sells 100 copies, then it says it's out of stock and no longer sells. As long as I think about this idea, Shan feels cold all over. This is going to kill Sanwai Bookstore. Then Xinhua Bookstore is definitely the property of Prince Chu's mansion, right? The things that San can think of, the Treasurer Zheng can naturally also think of. At this moment, he felt that the most important thing he needed to do was to confirm whether his family had any feasts with Prince Chu's mansion. Definitely. You pay close attention to the situation at Xinhua Bookstore. I will go to see the owner immediately to see if there are other reasons behind it. Taikai Palace. This romance of the Three Kingdoms really only sells for 800 cents. Li Shimin was holding the second Three Kingdoms in his hand, and over again felt unable to believe what Li Zong said. Your Majesty, it is true. My subordinates have arranged personnel to stare at the Xinhua Bookstore. Today they bought 2 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms as soon as they started selling it. What is the difference between the paper-making workshop and the printing workshop of the King of Chu's mansion and other homes? Although Li Yuan and Li Shimin promised to reduce the price of books by a large margin, when this day really came, he still didn't believe it. For a book to be reduced in price, the most important thing is paper and printing. It is the Chu royal mansion who did these 2 pieces. If there is any achievement, it can only come from these 2 places. The peripheral defense of the paper mill is not tight. Some people in Bakey division have watched the water wheel smashing wood at close range. The efficiency is much higher than that of other companies. As for some core links, because it involves the addition of various drugs, it's hard to tell where the gap is just by looking at it. Li Zong is a big head, and he is not an expert in this field. How can he make it so clear? Besides, Prince Chu's mansion has trained so many guards. Do you really think they are eating dry food? In other words, in addition to the difference in the use of water wheels in the paper mills, do you think their medicines are also special? Li Shimin actually had the answer in his mind, but he still wanted to confirm it. This is what Hyakuchi guessed. What about the printing workshop? Each artisan has different skills in engraving, printing, and there may be some differences, but no matter how big the difference is, there is no big difference. Your Majesty, a member of the Baki division once reported a situation. Originally, his subordinates did not pay special attention to it, but today, thinking about it, there may be different information hidden behind it. Li Zong thought about it for a while, and finally thought of the strange point of a printing workshop. What's the specific situation? Li Shimin straightened his body and felt that the answer seemed to be uncovered. Normal printing requires the use of engraving, and the wood used in these engravings is generally customary to find. The printing shops in Chainan basically buy them from a few wood shops and transfer them to them. The wood for engraving is made, but the printing workshops of the royal palace of Chu have never been to these places to buy it. Li Zong felt that this was a questionable point, but he also felt that it was possible that the royal mansion of Chu had bought it elsewhere, or where he obtained the wood for engraving, so he did not report it to Li Shimin before and did not pay much attention to the news. You mean this book may not be printed with engraving? Li Shimin frowned and couldn't believe his judgment. Your Majesty, should your subordinates summon His Royal Highness King Chu into the palace, and ask for details? Li Zong felt that he was too difficult. Rather than guessing there, it is better to let the Lord answer it himself. The left and right are just a bet between their father and son. Forget it. I'll talk about it in 2 days. I want to see how long Xinhua bookstore can sell books so cheaply. If it's just selling for a few days and earning some gimmicks, then it doesn't make much sense. Xinhua Bookstore also started selling the first romance of the Three Kingdoms. Xinhua Bookstore is now selling the second romance of the Three Kingdoms. The romance of the Three Kingdoms from Xinhua Bookstore only needs 800 yuan. These news spread throughout Chainan City in the shortest possible time. Many people who were planning to borrow books to copy them immediately ran to the Xinhua Bookstore for fear that they would not be able to buy them if they were too late. People who bought the Three Kingdoms in 3 bookstores before, especially those who bought the Three Kingdoms at a high price for 12 quinces, stopped doing it right away. The quality of the book is better than your own, but the price is only a fraction of your own. Who can accept this? Even if some people are not bad for the $10,000, but they can't swallow it. In particular, the appearance of these 2 books is not the same, and you know where you bought them as soon as you take them out. When you read the books by yourself in the future, will others be able to tell at a glance that you are being taken advantage of? No, return the goods. In Guozijian, the group of supervised students who bought the book yesterday was the first to act. They are also the least afraid of Sanwai Bookstore not to refund their money. Either you return the book and all the money is returned. If it doesn't work, you have to return the excess money to yourself at the price of Xinhua Bookstore. Is this request reasonable? From a commercial point of view, of course it is unreasonable. They were bought out, and no one forced them to buy. However, this is like buying a house for later generations. If after buying a house, the developer will sell other houses at a significant price cut over time, then the people who bought the house before will immediately go to the sales office to make noise. Let people either check out or refund the difference. The crying child has milk to drink. Such apparently unreasonable actions often result in unexpected results. The shopkeeper, it's not good. It's not good. Asani ran to the shopkeeper Zheng with a panic expression. Many people came outside. A lot of people have come. Of course, Treasurer Zheng wouldn't be naive to think that people outside came to Sanwai Bookstore to buy books. Otherwise San wouldn't have to panic and ran in. What are you here for? Return books. They are all here. San was crying, feeling that Sanwai Shiwu was going to be out of luck this time. Return the book. Why? 116 guest officials. The section I want to tell you today, little old man, is Cao Cao cooks wine on heroes. Guangong earns the city and cuts the car. In the center of the Wu, Godezi stood in a conspicuous place full of spring breeze, facing the full house of guests, and started today's storytelling. Since Yu was the first to talk about the three kingdoms in the city of Chainan, the business of the restaurant has become more prosperous, and regular patrons often come here in order to hear Godezi talk about the three kingdoms. There is a difference between reading a book by yourself and listening to a group of people. Those who come to listen to books, especially those who can spend the money to listen to books in Yu, many of them bought the Romance of the Three Kingdoms from their own homes and read them by themselves. But they still like to listen to Godezi. Again, follow the profound virtues of your fingers, and then refer to yourself, the heroes of the world, only the king and the ears. When Godezi talked about being happy, he was spitting wildly. People who were close to him didn't take it seriously, but applauded. Watch. Okay. One more paragraph. Riding on the hot sails of the three kingdoms, Li Qian also launched the third Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It is said that it is the third volume. In fact, one volume is 50,000 to 60,000 characters. With the length of the full text of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it is impossible to write this book without a dozen or so parts. However, this has suffered other bookstores in Chainan City. During this period of time, people who buy books in Chainan City are the first to consider buying Three Kingdoms. Even if they don't buy Three Kingdoms, they will go to Xinhua bookstore. Unless there is no book they want here, they will go to other books shop. Since the beginning of the sale of Three Kingdoms, Xinhua bookstore has also launched several traditional books such as the Analects of Confucius. Although the sales volume is not comparable to that of the Three Kingdoms, they sell well because of the favorable prices. Shopkeeper Zheng, the printing workshop, sent someone to ask, "Are our Three Kingdoms still printed?" Asan stood cautiously next to shopkeeper Zheng, 3 or 4 steps away from him, for fear that he would be slapped accidentally and inexplicably. Is the printing workshop still printing? How many copies have been printed? The shopkeeper Zheng felt a sigh of relief in his chest. The book only sells 800 texts. Who do you sell it to? Do you sell it to you? You didn't say to stop, and they didn't dare to stop printing, Asan said in a voice like a mosquito, feeling aggrieved in his heart. Bang! Shopkeeper Zheng picked up the teacup on the table and fell to the ground. Don't you know if I didn't say stop? Why do you want to eat before I let you eat? Faced with the anger of Treasurer Zheng, Asan did not dare to refute. I asked you to inquire about the printing workshop of the Prince Chu Palace, and ask you to confirm the difference between the paper workshop at the Prince Chu Palace. Are you sure? The price of a pound of white paper at Xinhua bookstore is only 10% of ours. What do you ask our bookstore to do? Live. Shopkeeper Zheng slobbered a cup of tea and spared Asan. The beautiful bearded male rides thousands of miles away and rides Han Shu 5 passes and 6 generals. This Romance of the Three Kingdoms is really a strange book. It was originally a simple story, but it was written vividly and made people watch. I can't stop it. At the palace of Sugo, Cheng Yojin, holding a rare book, sat in the courtyard while enjoying the cool and watching. Grandpa, you have read this chapter how many times? Yesterday you told your daughter the story of riding 1,000 miles alone. Cheng Jingwen looked at her father a little speechlessly. For the Three Kingdoms, Cheng Jingwen likes it. However, it was far from reaching the level of Cheng Yojin's confusion. When he just got the third Three Kingdoms, Cheng Yojin didn't even go on duty, so he watched it all in one go at home. Xinhua bookstore has successively released the first, second, and third Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which can be regarded as a complete establishment of its leading position among the Chainan City bookstores. Sanwai Wu, the outdated leader, is already a good one. Jingwen, Grandpa, remember you said that you had been to a paper-making workshop by the Waishui River? Yes, I went with Sister Xueyin. It is the property of the Chu Palace. There is also a printing workshop next to it, also from Prince Chu's mansion. Grandpa, how did you know? Cheng Yojin has always appeared in front of everyone in the image of Ma Daha, But when you look through history, you will find that he is a rare start and end in the Tang dynasty, and a top military commander who has never lost power. Is this what Madaha King do? The low-priced paper and books recently sold by Xinhua bookstore have aroused great repercussions in the city of Chang'an. Except for the Zheng family, the nobles did not respond, but Cheng Yojin seemed to see something. So, this romance of the three kingdoms should have been written by someone in the Chu palace. Cheng Yojin did not answer her daughter's rhetorical question, but continued to talk to herself. My daughter thinks it's probably written by His Royal Highness King Chu. After saying this, Cheng Jingwen's face was inexplicably reddish, which made Cheng Yojin a little confused. Li Qian wrote it, right? Why are you blushing? The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is good, but it is too uncomfortable to not put all the books on sale together and update one at a time. In this way, doesn't your brother also know King Chu? Wait, he will return home. You call him over. Grandpa has a task to arrange for him. In the palace of the King of Chu, Li Qian was idle and okay. He was about to go shopping, but he heard the report from the next person that Cheng Chu was looking for him silently. Brother Cheng, you are a rare visitor. During this period of time, Li Qian and Cheng Chumo had seen them together several times, but it was either in the Yaihong Tower, or in the Tanxian Pavilion, the Prince of Chu mansion. It was really the first time for Cheng Chumo to come. His Royal Highness Chu laughed. I came here uninvited, and I will go to the Three Treasures Palace for everything. Cheng Chumo was not polite to Li Qian, and sat down to himself, took a piece of cake on the table and ate it. Oh, why did Brother Cheng look for this king? Although Cheng Chumo was eating, his eyes kept staring at him, which made Li Qian feel a little hairy. This guy, haven't heard that he is almost male? The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is a masterpiece of the prince. Cheng Chumo suddenly said something surprising. During this period of time, many people in Chang'an were actually guessing who the author of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was. After all, no one had heard of Liu Guan's Hong on the title page. But this book is obviously from the Xinhua bookstore, and this shop is the property of the Royal Palace of Chu. It's still hard to believe that a book like The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was written by Li Qian as the #1 talented man in Chang'an City, but it is more reliable than Liu Guan's Hong, who has never heard of it. What is it? Not so. Li Qian thought for a moment, then smiled and looked at Cheng Chumo. Hey, you said so, that's it. Hurry up and give me one copy of each of the remaining ones. My grandfather has spoken. If you don't bring back the new Romance of the Three Kingdoms today, I will break my leg! Chapter 117 Unexpected Invitation. The outcome of price wars is often cruel. The bookstores in Chang'an City, not to mention those small ones, can't be smaller, but there are hundreds of them on the scale alone. During this time, these bookstores were almost in a state of no harvest. Although these bookstores are generally self-owned properties, they will not be unable to pay rent like later generations. But there is no money to make. These shopkeepers are all anxious. If you don't cut prices, you can't sell. Price cut, blood loss. The point is that there is no future in sight. Treasurer Wen, the Royal Palace of Chu just sent an invitation. Xishi Weng bookstore was once second only to Sanwai bookstore, but now it hasn't sold a single book for 3 consecutive days. Wen Kaiming, the shopkeeper, was thinking about the way out with a sad look, but he didn't expect the guy in the shop to suddenly hand over an invitation. Invitation from Prince Chu's mansion? Wen Kaiming was stunned for a moment. Although he was able to gain a foothold in Chang'an City with his honor, his status was quite different from that of the King of Chu. In the leisure time, it is impossible for me to receive an invitation from the Prince of Chu mansion. Yes, that person said, tomorrow noon, in Wu Juia room, waiting for you, the shopkeeper, to attend the meeting. Our Wenk bookstore has never had any intersection with Prince Chu's mansion before. This time I was invited to the appointment. Is it true that the rumors are true? Wen Kaiming took the invitation, thinking about the reason behind it. Treasurer Wen, There are rumors that Xinhua Bookstore is the property of the royal palace of Chu. The books and papers in it are produced by the newly built paper and printing workshops on the side of the Wai River. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is even written by His Royal Highness Chu. It seems that this news is true in all likelihood. Well, only in this way can it be explained clearly why Prince Chu's mansion invited me to the appointment. Anyway, the situation cannot be worse than it is now. I will go and see what His Royal Highness Chu wants. Like Wenk Bookstore, there are many people who have received invitations, almost covering the major bookstores in Chenan City. In other words, the gathering of these books basically monopolized the paper-making and printing market in Chenan City. Treasurer Wen, you are here. Shopkeeper Chen, you are here too. Brother Zhu, it's been a long time since I saw you. Before noon, the shopkeepers of various bookstores came to Yu one after another, and today's Yu has been booked by the Royal Palace of Chu. Wang Xuans greeted the shopkeepers there in advance, and the atmosphere couldn't be said to be so cheerful, but everyone was still full of expectations for today's banquet. Of course, some people worry that today will be a grand feast, and there is no way to avoid it. Brother Wen, have you heard anything about it? The Chu prince's mansion suddenly came out like this. I can't understand it at all. I don't know more news than you, and my eyes are black. I take a step to look at it. Anyway, I can't maintain the current situation in the shop. I only have to go out every day and not go in. Who can stand it? I thought that the low prices that Xinhua Bookstore had just started were a gimmick, but I didn't expect that after so long there was still no price increase. If it weren't for the low cost, even if it was a big business in the Prince of Chu's family, it would not be able to sustain it. Yes, the most important thing is that such reluctance is meaningless. Xinhua Bookstore has already established its name. In this way, it is that the paper and printing workshops under the Royal Palace of Chu have used craftsmanship that we don't understand at all. Otherwise, the cost cannot be reduced so quickly. A group of bookstore shopkeepers gathered in twos and threes, waiting for Li Qian's arrival. His Royal Highness Chu is here. Li Qian only brought Wang Zhu and Wu and Zai Junmai, Chu Siliang and Wang Fugi to Yu in a low manner. Due to the huge difference in status, none of the businessmen at the scene took the initiative to greet Li Qian, and stood there quietly. Everyone sit down. Don't be too formal. Li Qian waved his hand and motioned everyone to sit down. Rest assured, today is not a Hongman banquet. Sit down, eat and say, His Royal Highness Chu has come to see you with sincerity today. Wang Fugi saw that the merchants were still acting like no other, and he hurriedly stood up and spoke. Although the industry is different, many people have heard of Wang Fugi's name, and even some businessmen have known him and have dealt with him. They dare to sit down after seeing him stand up and greet everyone. Li Qian looked at this scene and knew that there was no point in playing tricks like Corporal Lixian. It seems that I don't make clear the purpose of today, and everyone is not in the mood to eat. Then the king will say a few words first. Li Qian simply stood there and immediately became the center of the audience. Everyone must be clear about the Xinhua Bookstore. Many people also have various speculations. Today, I will tell you that this is my business. The paper and books are all produced in the new workshop of the Chu mansion. It's true. Sure enough, as soon as Li Qian finished speaking, a slight surprise sounded at the scene. Speaking of this, many people may have a question. Xinhua Bookstore sells books and paper so cheaply? Is it to suppress everyone, or is it really so low? Li Qian glanced around. Today I want to say the thing is, the Royal Palace of Chu has never been in a loss-making business. Even if these books and papers are sold so cheaply, they are still rich. Impossible. It's over. My shop is hopeless. Real or fake? How did you do it? After Li Qian said this, the reaction on the scene was even greater. Although some people have guessed this result before, no one believes it. Now, everyone be quiet. Wang Fugi stood up displeased and said loudly when he saw the noisy appearance at the scene. When the prince is finished, everyone will have time to discuss. Li Qian showed a smile that met the expectations of the society. and said indifferently, "Rich, don't mind, everyone hears this news. It always takes a little time to digest." Most of the businessmen present were small and wealthy, and even an agent like the treasurer Zheng was also very wealthy. No one wanted to lose face in front of colleagues, and soon the scene became quiet again. "Recently, I think everyone's business is not good, right, Master? It's not just that it's not easy to do. In the past 3 days, none of the books in my shop have been sold." Wen Kaiming took it boldly. "His Royal Highness Chu doesn't look as terrible as in the legend." "That's right. Those who buy books are not stupid. Obviously there are better and cheaper ones. Why should you buy yours?" Li Qian's words seemed to pierce the hearts of the merchants with a sharp sword. And then he had to sprinkle salt. "What should we do about this situation? This king has a suggestion." Chapter 118. I didn't expect it at all. As soon as Li Qian's voice fell, everyone straightened up and held their breath. The hungry wolf stared at Li Qian like a lamb, for fear of missing a word. No one is a fool. Everyone knows that today's drama is coming. The books and paper sold at Xinhua bookstore are so cheap because the paper-making workshop and printing workshop use very special craftsmanship. This king can teach these craftsmanship to everyone present. As soon as Li Qian had finished speaking, the businessmen off the court were all dumbfounded, as if they thought they had misheard their ears. Comparing your heart to your heart, if your workshop has such a powerful technology, you will not tell others if you die. Master, do you really mean this? Wen Kaiming asked what everyone was saying. Really? Then how much do we need to pay? Teach for free, no money. After hearing Li Qian's words, Wen Kaiming was not only unhappy, but more cautiously asked, "Then are there any other requirements?" Naturally, Li Qian smiled and looked at Wen Kaiming. "In the future, the books and papers sold in the shops, as long as they use the special craftsmanship of the Chu Palace, need to pay half of the price to the Xinhua bookstore every month." Wen Kaiming immediately measured it in his heart. Under normal circumstances, the profit of books and paper is more than 20%, and it is not harsh to pay half of the Xinhua bookstore. The most important thing is that if you don't agree, then your bookstore will not survive at all. The prince, if there is only this requirement, then I will support the prince's proposal on behalf of our Wenk bookstore. Wen Kaiming made a quick decision. Master, I also agreed to pay half of the amount to Xinhua bookstore. I agree. Seeing that Wen Kaiming had taken the lead, the businessmen were unwilling to lag behind. Even the treasurer Zheng of Sanwai bookstore is no exception. A person who knows the current affairs is a Junji. Congratulations to everyone for making the right choice. After a while, Wang Xuans will sign the relevant contract with you, and then you can send people to the paper and printing workshops of the Prince of Chu Mansion to visit and learn until you learn! Li Qian has achieved his goal and feels very good. Although both Wang Xuans and Chu Siliang felt that it was better to put the technology in their own hands, but Li Qian stood at a different angle and naturally made different choices. Earning money is necessary, but Li Qian lives not purely to earn money. Moreover, by charging half of the fee to achieve technology transfer, it is actually equivalent to a Datang version of the patent fee. Slowly let all businesses get used to this approach. The meaning is very different. Your Majesty, this is the record of what happened in Yu today. Li Zong slipped to Li Shimin like a cat and passed over a copy of the latest information. Oh, there will be news so soon. I'm curious about what tricks that evil man is going to play. These days, the Xinhua bookstore has made such a big noise. Li Shimin naturally understands some things, but yesterday Li Qian suddenly invited so many merchants to a banquet. It was unexpected to him. Therefore, Bakisi specially arranged for someone to inquire about the situation at the banquet today. Huh? This wicked man has so much courage. Obviously, the free teaching of new paper-making and printing techniques is beyond everyone's expectations. Li Zong, what do you think? The palace of the King of Chu often acted in an unconstrained manner, but often the results were very good. and his subordinates tend to think that there will be a very good result this time. It is worthwhile to make the book and paper prices drop significantly, even if the interests of the Prince of Chu's mansion suffer some damage. This evildoer is still a bit of a big picture. The autumn was high and fresh, and the courtyard of the Chu palace was full of excitement. The palace guards who had been training for more than half a year were already a bit decent. Ding dong. Li Qian was about to go to the school grounds to observe today's confrontation exercises, but he did not expect that the system that had been sleeping for a long time was moving. The mission is completed. Please receive the reward and going. What's the situation? Li Qian hurriedly went in and took a look, only to find that the task of completing a book with the highest sales volume arranged by the system had actually been completed. Only halfway through. Is The Romance of the Three Kingdoms already the best book sold by Tang? After reading the sales volume of each department, it should be superimposable. Otherwise, the task should not be completed so quickly, right? Forget it. No matter what, it's finally done. Let's see if there are any rewards. System, receive rewards. Just finished speaking. There is an extra book on the panel Elementary Shipbuilding Technology. Writing a best-selling book, in exchange for just a book Elementary Shipbuilding Techniques. Is this too ridiculous? However, seeing that the points are 200 points more rare, Li Qian doesn't think so much. As for shipbuilding technology, last year there was an arrangement for craftsmen in the palace to make ships, but it was barely enough. In front of nature, human power is very weak. Every autumn, from Lingnan to Shandong, the coast of Datang is often hit by hurricanes, and this year is no exception. Li Shimin was still fortunate a few days ago that the hurricane damage in coastal states and counties this year was not as severe as in previous years. A 500-mile expedited letter from Dengzu destroyed his good mood. Your Majesty, these seaside states and counties are often barren with barren land and strong people. From the perspective of the ministers, it is better to let them move inward to completely solve the problem of hurricane damage. If you move inward, you will spend more money in food, and so many states and counties rely on the sea. All of them move inward. Where should they be moved? Yes, it's moved inward, and sometimes the hurricane can cause great damage. Just like Dengzu, there are few records of hurricanes there in previous years, but this year it was a catastrophe. In the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin summoned Fang Xuanling, Qingsun Wuji, Wai Zheng, Daizu and other ministers to discuss the disaster in Dengzu. However, everyone's views are different, and Li Shimin has difficulty making a decision. Your Majesty, in fact, the problem with Dengzu lies in the fact that the local products are too poor and the people's ability to withstand disasters is very low. The problem of Dengzu must be solved fundamentally. Unless the income of the local people can be increased, every year the court must consider disaster relief. Fang Xuanling's words were a point, and no one denied it. The reason is such a reason. But how to increase the income of the people in Dengzu? Li Shimin also nodded. But Qingsun Wuji on the side suddenly had an idea. Your Majesty, Chainan City said who would make the most money. It is estimated that His Royal Highness must be on the list. The Waijin heard that Liangzhou City is now a prosperous scene. It is the contribution of His Royal Highness King Chu. Can you consider letting His Royal Highness Chu also visit Dengzu Mansion? Maybe he can find a good solution. Chapter 119. Take the initiative to ask. Li Qian was called into the palace by Li Shimin. Although Li Shimin didn't agree with Qingsun Yuji's suggestion yesterday, when he went to bed at night, he turned over and over again and felt that this suggestion did not seem to be completely unreasonable. That wicked man can toss, and always come up with something that ordinary people can't think of. His thoughts are very wild and unconstrained. I just asked him what he thinks. It doesn't matter. Qiana, I heard that the prices of books and papers in Chainan City have fallen drastically during this period, but the sales volume has more than doubled compared to previous years. I didn't expect this to be done for you. Li Shimin still remembers that Li Qian talked to himself about the monopoly of social resources by the family. At that time, Li Qian felt that the first thing he could do was to lower the price of books and paper, lower the threshold for reading, and let more people read books. He didn't expect this to happen. It will be done soon. If this can be done, the craftsmen of the paper-making workshop and printing workshop are indispensable. If your Majesty wants to reward, the minister dared to ask your Majesty to reward those craftsmen. The status of the craftsmen in Datang was higher than that in the Ming and Qing dynasties, but overall there was still no social status. Li Qian wanted to take this opportunity to change a little bit. All right, but the opposition from the DPRK and China is estimated to be very large, and you shouldn't expect much reward. Li Shimin simply thought that Li Qian was gathering the hearts of the workshop craftsmen, and agreed unconsciously. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Qian didn't expect to greatly improve the status of craftsmen at once, so let's do it step by step. I am looking for you today because I want to hear your opinion. Have you heard about the disaster in Dengzi Prefecture? No, Li Shimin, the lines are not like this. Your Majesty, has something happened to Dengzi? It's nothing. It's just that a hurricane damaged many houses some time ago, and some fishermen's fishing boats were also damaged. I am thinking about whether there is any way to completely solve the problem of Dengzi Prefecture. Otherwise, it is not this disaster every year. It is the disaster that requires continuous disaster relief by the Ministry of Households, which is not a solution. Li Shimin took a deep breath and felt that he should go directly to the subject according to his own ideas. Dengzi faces the sea, and the entire Bohai Bay is like its back garden. Shouldn't it be richer? Li Qian didn't know much about the situation in many states and capitals of Datang. Like Dengzi, in his opinion, backing on the sea is like a treasure house next to it. In this era, the fishery resources have not been overexploited and should be very rich. However, it is clear that he has a deep misunderstanding about the fishing industry in this era. Should we be richer when facing the sea? Datang has many state capitals facing the sea. I have not seen a few of them that are relatively rich. Basically those counties are Xiaxia County, and every year they need court relief. Li Shimin looked at Li Qian in surprise. This wicked man, wouldn't it be that level? Did I overestimate him? Huh? They can go fishing. Fishing? Ha ha. It is possible to catch, but catching a day's fish is often not enough for the family to eat by themselves. Occasionally catch more than one fish. There is no way to store it, but to waste. What's the point of fishing? Hearing what Li Shimin said, Li Qian probably guessed that he might not have enough understanding of Datang's fishing level. Otherwise, these coastal states and counties would not have such a hard life. Your Majesty, fishing is actually quite promising. Forget it, you go back first, I have other things to deal with. Li Shimin was a little disappointed. The gap between Li Qian's performance today and his expectations is a bit big. After listening to Li Qian, he had no choice but to prepare to leave the palace, but at this time, the system made another ding-dong sound. You have a new mission. Please turn Dengzi into a prosperous city where everyone has food and clothes in 1 year. Will it be completed in 1 year? What kind of broken task? This system is too bad, right? What if I can't finish it? Li Qian couldn't help asking. If you cannot complete the task, you cannot redeem the task items on the system within 1 year after that, and no new tasks will be released. Li Qian was speechless for a while. This is a horse pressing its head without eating grass. However, Li Qian can be considered to have seen the cheating attributes of the system, and his tolerance is much higher. Your Majesty, hand over Dengzi to the welfare minister, and return you a prosperous Dengzi city in a year. Li Qian, who had already turned and walked to the entrance of the main hall, suddenly turned round and said something that stunned Li Shimin. Qian, after the disaster in Dengzi, it is a problem for the people to fill their stomachs. Guangzhongdao has barely been in good weather in the past 2 years, but there have been some droughts in Shandong, and the imperial court can support Dengzi with very limited food. You said, 1 year later, I will return a prosperous Dengzi. Li Shimin's meaning is very clear, and even in his opinion, it is a very rare thing to keep the people of Dengzi from being hungry. Your Majesty, The difference between people is sometimes even worse than the difference between people and dogs. The minister said that all the officials in Dengzhou Prefecture now have nothing to do with them. They have no level at all. They enter Boshan empty-handed. Back, him talking about people like them. Although Li Qian hasn't fully figured out how to make Dengzhou prosperous within a year, there are some general ideas. As for Li Shimin's hope to solve the food problem of the people of Dengzhou, it is not even a matter. The royal palace of Chu had its own shipbuilding workshop and took a fleet to Dengzhou. What it had was a way to ask for food from the sea. Qianna, if you take back what you said now, I can still assume that you have not said anything. Once you are appointed as the governor of Dengzhou and take over the affairs of Dengzhou, if you do not do well, then I will let you go. The censors in China will not spare you either. Li Shimin stared at Li Qian with a serious face. Although he hoped that someone could solve the problem of Dengzhou, he didn't want to see Li Qian fall into the pit. When a gentleman says it's hard to chase horses. We will dare to say this before your majesty. Naturally, there is a way. Besides, the worst is that the royal palace of Chu has so many industries. Buying food and transporting it by yourself will not let Dengzhou appear. The situation of people starving to death on a large scale. No matter what concerns Li Shimin had, Li Qian had to persuade him to let him go to Dengzhou. Otherwise, the items cannot be exchanged in the system within a year, which would be too inconvenient. Whether it is a wool workshop or a paper workshop in Liangzhou, some of the chemicals are regularly exchanged from the system. If it fails to complete the task, Li Qian can't afford to lose. If you say that, then I will really send you to Dengzhou. Seeing Li Qian's insistence, Li Shimin embraced the idea of a dead horse as a living horse doctor and prepared to let Li Qian have a try. Please wait and see. Chapter 120 Thoughts on Getting Rid of Poverty. An inch of time and an inch of gold. Li Qian only has 1 year, so when Li Shimin's imperial decree came, he set off directly. Master, according to your instructions, the 500 guards we brought this time are all with superb swimming skills. But according to the statistics just now, 40% of people are still seasick. Li came to Li Qian a little embarrassed. This time Li Qian went to Dengzhou directly by water. The speed was faster, and the guards could adapt to the boat in advance. After all, Li Qian was ready to let them go to sea. It's okay. With the seasickness, you won't be dizzy when you are dizzy. Now you are only walking on the river. If you get to the sea, the wind and waves will be even more unusual. My lord, the departure was too rushed this time, and many things were not ready. Qingja is quite adaptable. Although the boat shakes from time to time, it does not affect her to pour Li Qian a cup of chrysanthemum tea. We didn't go to Dengzhou for fun. What are you doing with so many messy things? When she first said that she was going to Dengzhou, Qingja immediately let people pack up a few large boxes of clothes, all kinds of food supplies, and even the recliner that Li Qian often uses, making Li Qian speechless for a while. In the end, the most loaded craftsmen on board were the temporary recruitment of craftsmen and their salutes. Dengzhou is close to the sea, and based on the idea of relying on mountains to eat mountains and water to draw water, Li Qian thought of 2 ways to lead Dengzhou out of poverty and become rich. Master, this is the distribution of datang table salt and the price changes over the years, as well as the sea salt you specifically mentioned. With dark circles under his eyes, Chu Siliang took out a small notebook from his arms and reported the situation to Li Qian. Since he was going to Dengzhou for a big fight this time, Li Qian naturally took Chu Siliang, Wang Xuans, Wang Xuanwu, Xli, Zai Junmai, Lin Ran, Wang Fugi, Qingja, Dai Quan and others with him, leaving Lai Fu to lead the affairs of the Chu Palace in Chainan City. Anyway, the various businesses of Chainan City are on the right track, and it is at the feet of the emperor, and there will be no major problems in a short time. As for Liangzhou, Ma Zhu is watching, and Li Qian is also very relieved. Hey, there are quite a few places where datang produces salt. As a result, Li Qian quickly scanned the notebook handed over by Chu Siliang. In the feudal history of China for thousands of years, salt, iron and tea are three particularly important things, and they are also closely related to the main fiscal revenue of the central government. However, in the early Tang dynasty, the role of tea had not been fully utilized, and salt iron was not included in the imperial franchise in the early years of Zhengwen. As Dengzhou was close to the sea, Li Qian naturally wanted to use salt. Yes, there are 5 ponds in Anyanji County in Pozhou, Huaqi, Biki, Waki, and Xixiangqi in Yanzhou Yuan, Hot Spring, Liangjing, Chengwai, Yuquanchai and other salt ponds in Lingzhou. Salt is also produced in Qing, Chu, Hai, Kang, Di, Hangzhou, Suzhou and other prefectures. So although Datang's salt is still relatively expensive, the people can barely afford it, but it's basically coarse salt. It tastes bitter. Chu Siliang felt that he was now an expert in the salt industry, and he was naturally very good at speaking. Is the output of sea salt so low? Li Qian discovered that most of the salt ponds in Datang were mineral salt, and sea salt had little influence. My lord, the cost of sea salt is too high. Except for the people in some states and counties along the coast who cook salt for their own use, most of the Guanzhong area uses well salt. The cost of sea salt is high? Li Qian was taken aback for a moment. Shouldn't the cost of sea salt be the lowest? Yes, the most important thing is that the people who cook sea salt are poor people, and there is no organization. While the salt mines everywhere are entangled in the various forces of the family and the family, even if the salt cooked by the bitter haha is cheaper, it is can't sell it from Guanzhong. Chu Siliang gave a very important message. Li Qian frowned when he heard it. Isn't the court not engaged in the monopoly of salt? Why can't sea salt be sold in Guanzhong? The cost of boiled salt is certainly higher, but with Chainan City compared to the price of 20 or 30 yuan a catty of table salt, it is still profitable, right? Master, are you planning to cook salt on a large scale in Dengzhou? Chu Siliang suddenly asked cautiously. No, this king doesn't plan to boil salt. Chu Siliang exhaled. That's good. Lord, this salt is different from briquettes, mirrors or wool, so you can touch it casually. Why can't you just touch it casually? Li Qian looked at Chu Siliang a little puzzled. My lord, salt has been indispensable to people's lives for thousands of years. Salt mines across the country have been mined for many years, and the interests behind it are simply too complicated. Let's just say that for my subordinates, if we dared to sell salt on a large scale in Cheng'an City in the royal palace of Chu, there would be various impeachment against the prince in the middle of the court, and various businesses would encounter many obstacles inexplicably. 5 surnames and 7 surnames, even the Long Li family belonging to the royal family, were involved in it, and even His Majesty did not dare to act rashly. After listening to Chu Siliang's words, Li Qian fell into silence. As a stable profit without loss, the profit is still high, and the key is something that is indispensable to the common people. The interests behind the salt are complicated. Li Qian was psychologically prepared, but he did not expect that Chu Siliang said it was more serious than himself. Could this be the reason why Your Majesty has not implemented a salt store? This subordinate doesn't dare to speculate. Chu Siliang said so, but his expression was obviously saying that it should be like this. Complicated interests. In order to provide the Datang family with cheap salt to eat, and in order to lift the people of Dengzhou out of poverty and become rich, the king is not afraid of complicated relationships. Lord, didn't you say not to boil salt? When Chu Siliang heard Li Qian's words, he was taken aback. Fighting against the major families with your own strength is a matter of hitting the stone with the pebbles, and there is no chance of winning. My king doesn't boil salt, but he can dry salt. Li Qian smiled and looked at Chu Siliang. Chu Siliang, my lord, the subordinates have also heard about salt drying, but it is said that it takes a long time and the quality of the salt produced is also very poor. No one buys this kind of salt except for the poor. Wang Xuan said softly from the side. To be honest, he came from a poor family. Naturally it was not pleasing to those families, but Li Qian wanted to move the salt cake on the table of the family, and he did not support it. Too difficult? Don't worry, this king has his own opinion. My lord, whether it is boiled or sun-dried, the subordinates feel that the top priority is to solve the food problem of the people in Dengzhou. In the past 2 years, Henan province and Hebei province are close to Shandong, and the food harvest in Chengdu is not satisfactory. I heard that many people it's all hungry and full. Wang Fugi felt that the first priority was to solve the problem of eating. As a businessman who once wandered around, he was too aware of the consequences of not having enough food for the people. 121 Food is the top priority for the people. This is not a casual comment. No matter which dynasty it was eventually overthrown, and the direct cause was basically that the people couldn't get enough to eat. In Wang Fugi's opinion, Dengzhou Mansion is now a stove, and everyone used to be grilled on it, which is uncomfortable. Because there is a fixed amount of food, there are tens of thousands of households in Dengzhou, and the surrounding areas do not have enough food for themselves. It is difficult to buy enough food to help Dengzhou if there is money. But without solving the problem of eating, there is no point in what Li Qian wants to do in Dengzhou. Wealth and honor are right. The problem of eating is the first problem to be solved. Otherwise, it is meaningless to talk about other things. This king promised to His Majesty that within 1 year, Dengzhou will become a prosperous state city. Naturally, there is a perfect solution. The prince promised to His Majesty that Dengzhou will become prosperous within 1 year. Without waiting for Li Qian to finish speaking, Chu Siliang interjected a word very rudely. Wang Xuans, Wang Fugi and others also looked at Li Qian with eyes wide open. Haven't heard of such things before? How can it be possible to turn a hungry and cold state capital into a prosperous city within a year? Dengzhou is not much more populous than military towns like Liangzhou City. Yes, so this king only has 1 year. Master, this while it's still too late. Or quickly admit a mistake with your majesty. Chu Siliang looked at Li Qian with a tangled expression on his face. My prince is too unreliable, cheating. Yes, prince, or send someone back to Beijing now and tell your majesty that you are joking. Wang Xuans also felt that this was an impossible task. My topic was taken away every minute. But Wang Fugi didn't have time to complain. It is already very good to prevent the people of Dengzhou Prefecture from starving to death on a large scale within 1 year. Although Li Qian felt that the task of making Dengzhou wealthy within a year was a bit pitted, the broken system already required so, and the consequences of failure to do so would be very serious, and he had to bite the bullet. So no matter how Chu Siliang persuaded them, he did not let go. In the tangled atmosphere, the group arrived at Dengzhou Mansion. Although the official documents of the court were sent to Dengzhou Mansion in advance, the governor of Dengzhou did not know when Li Qian arrived. So when Li Qian and his entourage waited for the Norwegian fleet to enter Dengzhou, there was no team to greet them. You in Chainan City. Brother Zheng, this time Li Qian's Hong volunteered to go to Dengzhou to rescue the disaster like a brain disease. We will sit and wait for the day when he hits his head and broke his blood. Come, let's have a drink. Qin Sun Chong had learned about Li Qian's trip to Dengzhou from Qin Sun Wuji early. Today, he had a drink with Zheng Hai and couldn't help but celebrate. His Royal Highness of Chu is always fighting for profit with the people, and it is a good thing for him to run into a wall. The Zheng family in Xinjiang suffered heavy losses this year in papermaking, printing and book sales. Some time ago, he was forced to deal with the books printed by the shopkeeper Zheng at a low price. It can be described as a blood loss of tens of thousands of dollars. In the end, Li Qian avoided all the bankruptcies of other businesses through the disclosure of new papermaking and printing methods, and did not give birth to a mentality of revenge. But Zheng Hai was still very aggrieved. This thing feels like being slapped and sending the other side of the face to be beaten. The grain merchants in Chainan City are basically inextricably linked with various families. Dengzhou Prefecture first suffered continuous droughts, and now it has encountered hurricane disasters. Let us take control together and do not let those grains be shipped to Dengzhou. I want to see what Li Qian can play in Dengzhou. Brother Chengsun's proposal is very good. Our ice shop under the Kui family will never let a grain of corn flow to Dengzhou. My Fan Yangless rice shop will not allow any grain to go to Dengzhou. Everyone said, well, it's better to let those merchants stop selling supplies to Dengzhou recently. Datang is so big, you don't have to go to Dengzhou. Wendong County is the seat of the state capital of Dengzhou Prefecture. However, Li Qian did not live in the Sisi Prefecture, but instead lived in Wendong County's county government. As for the county magistrate, he was naturally driven to live elsewhere. My lord, the subordinate feels like the old slicker that was so difficult just now. Chu Siliang stood in front of Li Qian with a serious face. Li Shimin's appointment of Li Qian as the governor of Dengzhou can basically be regarded as the top leader of Dengzhou. Although the governor was strictly regarded as a military post, Li Qian took it as a prince, and Li Shimin directly granted him full authority to take charge of the military and administrative affairs of the Dengzhou government, which was considered to have increased trust. As the governor of Dengzhou, Chen Yunan heard that Li Qian was here. No matter whether he was happy or not, he would definitely come to visit him. The Chuniu family is a local snake in the Dengzhou mansion. Originally, it was impossible for Chuniu to decide all the affairs. Now there is one more person in charge. It is inevitable to be unwilling, and a local warlord like him who emerged from the turmoil of the late Sui dynasty. How can you live to this day if you don't slippery? Since Li Qian chose to come to Dengzhou, he naturally wanted to know something about the situation in Dengzhou. As a local leader, the governor of Dengzhou is a key subject that Li Qian needs to understand. After all matters need people to do. And for a local snake like Chen Yunan, if he comes to you with a sway, it will undoubtedly bring unnecessary trouble to Li Qian's mission. The main places in Dengzhou are Wendong County and Huang County. Chen Yunan is a native of Huang County, and Wendong County is the seat of the state capital. It can be said that in these two counties, Chen Yunan is simply covering the sky. Wang Xuans also looked worried. What are you afraid of? After all, Chuni's family is only a local family, and there is not much influence in the court. If he knows the current affairs, the king doesn't mind taking him to make a fortune. If he doesn't know the current affairs, hey, Ben, the king has 100 ways to make them unlucky. Hearing what Li Qian said, Chu Siliang couldn't help but shudder. Don't think my prince is only in his teens, but the various methods are not as good as shooting a horse by himself. Prince, in my opinion, what Chuniu is hard to say is not unreasonable. It is estimated that it will be difficult for him to summon 200 fishermen to go to sea. Lin Ran stopped talking, and finally couldn't help but uttered, when I was a child, I grew up on the Jiangnan Sea. The fishermen in the village basically only fished within a few hundred steps along the coast. Few people dare to go. Li Qian, don't these fishermen just rely on the sea to eat? What kind of fish can be caught by only a few hundred steps on the seashore? Lin Ran, it is impossible to catch any fish, but if you are far away, not only will you not catch more fish, but your life will be in danger. After all, these fishermen only have simple sampans, unlike us driving big ship. Why don't they combine several families and use larger boats to fish? Li Qian asked a question that Lin Ran seemed ignorant. 122 In ancient times, there was a saying that was popular. This meat is finely sliced fish. There is also a saying that you can't have both fish and bear's paws. This fish is placed in the same position as the bear's paw, which fully illustrates the rareness and deliciousness of fish. Is Datang lacking fish? There is no shortage of nature, whether it is marine fish or freshwater fish. However, there is a lack of suitable fishing tools and techniques, and a lack of fresh keeping technology, so the fish becomes precious and rare. The water network in the south of the Yangtze River is densely covered, and the common people still can often eat freshwater fish, while the north is different. My lord, even if a few companies drove a big boat together to go a little farther away, The fish caught in a day is often not enough for a few family members to eat by themselves. It is better to drive a sampan to catch some fish in the offshore. Lin Ran looked at Li Qian with surprise. It was hard to believe that such ignorant words came from Li Qian. Seeing Lin Ran's reaction, Li Qian also guessed that he had some misunderstandings about the fishing industry of this era. It doesn't matter that much. Actually, he was really too good to cooperate with the recruitment of fishermen, so we recruited ourselves. There is a lot of water in the guards. As long as 100 or 200 fishermen can help, it should be no problem to drive these 5 or 6 boats out to fish big. Yesterday, Li Qian used a lot of points to redeem several fishing nets from the system, and arranged personnel to refer to these fishing nets and use hemp rope to weave more fishing nets. Naturally, he would not give up his fishing plan because of minor difficulties. Lord, let the recruitment of fishermen be entrusted to his subordinates. As long as the wages are sufficient, I am not afraid that we will not be able to recruit fishermen. Seeing that Li Qian was determined, Wang Xuans began to think about how to complete the task. Well, make arrangements as soon as possible. If it doesn't work, go to a remote place outside the city to recruit. The poorer the place, the more courage people will be. Dengzi Governor's Mansion. Shijian Shuniu, His Royal Highness Chu King will organize fishermen to go out to sea. He doesn't understand anything. This will cause panic. Chuniubo, the elder of Chunyanan's side, is an old man in the family. He speaks more directly, and Chunyanan does not shy away from him in many things. His Royal Highness Chu is eager to solve the food problem in the Dengzi mansion. His starting point is good, but his eyesight is low and his hands are low, and it is difficult to make a big deal. The hurricane has only just passed, and the average fisherman dare not even go into the sea, let alone I have to go fishing in the deep sea a few miles away. Yeah. Even if everyone spares their lives to go to sea with him, how many fish can they catch? It is so naive to be able to solve the stomach problems of several people. Chanuba has never left Dengzi in his entire life, and he has a better understanding of the situation of the fishermen in Dengzi. It is precisely because he has a better understanding of the current situation, and he does not think Li Qian's ideas have any meaning. Dengzi is facing such a difficult situation, but His Majesty only sent a teenage child, without any materials. What problem can he solve? It seems that Dengzi is inevitable. Uncle Bo, you inform the family, store all the food, and it may happen that those untouchables who have been hungry for a long time will do something. Wendeng Wharf has a long history, but its scale is not large. The fleet of the Chu Palace was parked on the pier, but anyone passing by the pier was impossible to see. Kiwa. If we still don't go, the grain shop in the town is willing to give us 2 buckets of corn on credit. I specifically asked about it yesterday. 2 young men in ragged clothes, but barely sturdy, carrying a package, were about to go to the registration point near the pier. In the past few days, Wang Xuans has sent several groups of people to nearby villages to promote the recruitment of sailors and fishermen in the East China Sea fisheries. Some children from poor families have also come to sign up one after another. According to Li Qian's vision, the fleet can rely mainly on escorts at the beginning, with a small number of fishermen to guide it, but in the long run, it is still necessary to recruit fishermen and sailors from the local area. Training your own guards is not for fishing. Sia, you still don't know what the food store is about. But if we borrow 2 buckets of rice from him today, and we won't get it until next year, the only few acres of land in the family belong to them. Although we borrow 2 buckets of rice from him today, the annual output of these lands is very small. But when the weather is smooth, they can barely prevent the family from starving to death. Besides, how long can 2 buckets of rice last? The taller one is Yang Qiwa, who is in the same village as Chen Xia, and has a very good relationship since childhood. Even this time I signed up by appointment. Right to say that we can get 200 yuan of relocation fee as long as we sign up, so let's try. Although Chen Xia was a little timid on the spot, after taking a deep breath, he immediately thought about the situation he was facing. Give it a try, there is still hope for my family to survive. If you wait, let's go. The number of recruits this time is limited, so don't hire too much. Master, I don't agree with you going out to sea with the fleet. Inside Wendon County office, Xlia looked at Li Qian with a serious face. Yes, Prince, the sea is ruthless, you just need to wait at the county office, and you will be back in just a day or two. Qingja was also anxious when she heard that Li Qian was also following the fleet. The son of a daughter can't sit down. Lord, you are the Dinghai Shenzhen of Dengzu Mansion. No one can do without you without Dengzu. If you are really worried about the safety of the fleet, let them not leave the coast too far away. Naturally, Chu Siliang did not agree with Li Qian's going to sea. These days, as long as they can survive, no one will go into the sea casually. After being in contact with local fishermen for a few days, Chu Siliang was even more aware of the risks of going to sea. In the past 2 days, the fleet has practiced fishing with nets several times in the offshore waters. Although there have been some gains, there is still a big gap from what the king imagined. The king has a special fishing method that needs to be tested. It took a while to know the effect. Whether a large amount of fishing can come back is related to the plan of Deng's dining table. Besides, Li Qian is not as afraid of the sea as they are. Whether it is a hurricane or a tsunami, there are certain signs. I am just going to a place 10 miles offshore, and the risk is still manageable. Master Chu Siliang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Qian. You are on the wharf in time to prepare your hands to welcome the return of the fleet. Don't catch too much fish. It's a pity if you don't have time to deal with it, Li Qian said with a smile. At that time, this king will let you see the delicious sea fish. Seeing that Li Qian is so persistent, everyone has no choice. Master Chu is thin, Wang is in charge. Qingja girl, don't worry, my water is very good. I will escort the prince back safely. Zai bought not much today, but his tone was very firm. Over the years, he has seen more officials and landlords who are not benevolent, and now he sees Li Qian Tangdong, a prince, risking his life to fish in order to prevent the people of Dengzi from being hungry, and his heart is full of emotion. Chapter 123 is the Lord the Sea God. The morning sun slowly rises from the east, and the broad sea is gleaming gold. Numerous seagulls fly continuously on the water, sometimes rushing into the water, and then return to the air with a small fish in its mouth. Wendong Wharf is quite lively today. Many fishermen and sailors from the East China Sea fisheries arrived early in the morning, and some friends and relatives were seeing off from time to time. Li Qian ate early and brought Zai Junmai, Xli and others to the dock. As the governor of Dengzu, Chen Yunnan also came to the dock. The prince is dedicated to the people, and the lower officials are here to wait for the prince to return with a good harvest. Chen Yunnan said without politeness that he would also go with Li Qian. In case he was polite, Li Qian directly agreed. It would be embarrassing. Let's board the ship. Li Qian was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chen and directly ordered the boarding. Facing the waves, 5 sea ships rushed to the sea with the help of sails. Li Qian stood on the deck, estimating the distance of the ship from the coast. Master, do you want to go offline? The person who spoke was called Tuesday Fu, a captain recruited by the East China Sea Fisheries. It is said that he had spent 7 or 8 years in the Da Sui Navy in the early years, and he also went to Goryeo. Don't worry, wait for a while, let the watchman see the fish before starting to prepare. My lord, the speed of fish schools is often very fast. If you wait until you find out before you get off the net, it will definitely be too late. On Tuesday, Fu was one of the few people in Dengzi Prefecture who had experience in offshore fishing. Although he knew that offshore fish stocks were abundant, fishing was extremely difficult, otherwise there would not be so few fishermen to catch. Don't worry, this king has a clever plan. On Tuesday, Fu stopped talking, but considering that the fleet went to sea on the first day, he couldn't say much now. In fact, on Tuesday, Fu has another concern. That is, even if he is in charge of the whole process, he is casting a net now, and he has no confidence in how many fish he can catch. After all, the sea is the home ground of fish. The forward ships of the fleet look very large, but in the vast ocean, that is a drop in the ocean. According to his understanding, with so many people going out to fish, it is estimated that the fish caught are barely enough for the people on the boat to eat by themselves. Where can sea fish be so easy to catch? It's too common for a net to go down, empty up, or just a few small fishes and shrimps. It's not that if there are more fish in the sea, you will catch more. Had it not been for the fishing nets of the East China Sea fisheries that seemed very special, on Tuesday Fu would not even agree to join. Prince, there is a situation. Yankee Wa stood on the mast, holding the mast in one hand and the monoculars in the other. During the training these few days, he fell madly in love with this baby who could see far away, so he needed to be the most dangerous watchman on the ship. There are schools of fish about 3 miles ahead. Although the mast was relatively high, Yankee Wa's shouts still clearly reached the ears of everyone on the deck. "Master, do we turn to the direction of the fish at full speed?" On Tuesday, Fu looked at Li Qian and prepared to tell the ships to turn. "No, tell the ships to slow down, form a big circle in the same way as the previous 2 days of exercises, and then prepare to get off the net." What? Lucky on Tuesday is a bit deceptive. If the person in front of him was under the Navy's subordinate before, he would probably start cursing. "Xli, you are responsible for bringing the guards and hitting the bamboo poles on the bow." On Tuesday, "Fu, you are responsible for coordinating the fleet to adjust the formation. Zai-jun buys you to let people put the net." Although Li Qian was also a little worried, he didn't know if this method was really feasible, but his face was calm. Puff, puff, puff. Soon, the sound of bamboo poles beating against each other sounded from the bows of each ship. At the same time, several special fishing nets were slowly lowered to the boat. Although the scene cannot be said to be orderly, it is not too chaotic. After all, it was drilled, and it was just fishing, not naval battle. After coming a few more times, everyone should be familiar with it. Puff, puff, puff. On Tuesday, Fu quickly directed the boat to adjust its position, but listening to the sound of the bamboo poles in his ears, he still couldn't help but said, "Master, these fish schools are only a few miles away from us. Even if they swim slowly." It was only half an hour before they all left. "We rush in now, and we can catch some more." "Don't worry, wait a while. The school of fish will come by themselves." Li Qian was not angry with Tuesday. How could he say he was also thinking about the fleet? "My lord, fish usually don't change direction easily when they are traveling. The best way to catch them is to predict their path in advance and wait in front." Fu was excitedly controversial on Tuesday. Fu, don't worry, these fish will come by themselves." Li Qian showed a mysterious smile. Tuesday blessing, probably after another cup of tea, Yankee Wa's excited shout came from the mast again. "The school of fish seems to be swimming in our direction." On Tuesday, Fu was taken aback when he heard it, and quickly raised the telescope in his hand. "Ah, oh, did these fish schools change their direction?" Yankee Wa's voice was so loud, the people in the bow of the ship naturally heard it too. "Although I don't know if the fish swimming over has anything to do with my work, everyone is hitting the bamboo poles harder. The oceans of this age have hardly been polluted by humans, and there are many kinds of fish." It didn't take long for the fish to be seen on the deck with the naked eye. There is a golden light, and from time to time there are schools of fierce fish jumping out of the sea, flocking to the fleet in dense crowds. On Tuesday Fu felt as if he was dreaming. Why did the school of fish change direction on its own? Why does the school of fish seem to be stupidly running directly toward the fishing nets laid by the fleet? Why did the prince just say that these fish will come? They really come. Countless reasons are filled with the brain of Tuesday Fu. Could it be that the prince is the reincarnation of the sea god? It must be like this. On Tuesday Fu was suddenly full of confidence in the prospects of the East China Sea fishery. "Everyone, bring up your spirits, and you will be in touch with the fish soon." On Tuesday, Fu couldn't stand there calmly like Li Qian. and began to rush from the bow and the stern, commanding the fleet to drag the fishing nets forward slowly. "Lord, many fishes, many fishes." Xli was a little gagged and yelled with excitement. The forward of the school of fish has reached the surface of the sea a few hundred steps away from the fleet, and the dense figure makes the heart numb to those with intensive phobia. Take a good command of the bamboo pole. The fish will be caught in the net immediately. Be careful not to fall into the sea. Li Qian breathed a sigh of relief, and watched the fleet and the fish go towards each other, with a happy smile on his face. Unexpectedly, this method of fishing, which was banned in later generations, would be so effective when used in Datang. It seems that the people of Dengzi don't have to go hungry anymore. Chapter 124. Chapter Countless. In the sea, there is a kind of fish with otoliths on their bodies. The sound of the beating of bamboo poles can resonate with the otoliths of these fishes. On the one hand, this sound will attract these fishes to approach. On the other hand, resonance will make these fishes fall into a semi-comatose state and become unresponsive. Obviously, the East China Sea fishery encountered this type of fish today. In fact, this type is mainly large yellow croaker, small yellow croaker, and plum croaker, especially large yellow croaker, which can be said to be everywhere from the Yellow Sea to the East China Sea and to the South China Sea. Master, here it is. Here it is. School of fish is here. On Tuesday, Fu jumped up on the boat with excitement like a child. On each ship, the crew also looked at the scene in front of them excitedly. Get the net. Li Qian saw that there were already countless fish swimming around among the 5 boats, and quickly ordered to close the nets. Get the net. Get the net. Soon, a shout spread throughout the bow and stern of each ship. The pulley set slowly turned, pulling the fishing net in the water a little hard. As the fishing nets continued to rise, the surface of the water became hotter and noisy. Countless big golden fish jumped out of the water and then fell into the water again. Lord, it's a big yellow croaker. It's a big yellow croaker. On Tuesday Fu shouted excitedly again, all these are big yellow croaker. These fish are usually very difficult to catch. I haven't caught much in my life. Today, so many came all at once. It's simply hard to get it. People believe it. The guards of the Chu Palace on the boat were a little excited to see so many fish. But those fishermen who are recruited cannot simply be described as excited. Some exaggerated sailors knelt directly on the deck and bowed. I have never seen such a scene in my life. In the entire Dengzi mansion, there are probably not as many fish caught in 1 year, right? Otherwise, the life of the fisherman would not be so sad. Fu, command the ships well. Don't collide with each other. Li Qian saw that the fishing nets were slowly coming out of the water and several boats were getting close, and he quickly reminded the captain of Fu on Tuesday to do his job. Master, how can fishing become so easy? In order to treat possible diseases and injuries on board in time, Lin Ran also went to sea. Lin Ran, who grew up in the south of the Yangtze River, also knew something about fishing. Everything today can be regarded as completely subverting his cognition. Lin Ran, as long as you master the correct method in everything, it won't be that difficult. This is true for fishing, and the same is true for treating diseases and saving people. Lin Langzhong, someone slipped and hurt over there. Go and see. The fishing nets have been pulled out of the water, and some anxious crew members have begun to fish some fish on the deck. But those big yellow croakers are only 1 arm long, but their strength is not small. In addition, the water on the deck is slippery. The crew member fell to the ground quite a bit, but fortunately, the situation was not very serious. Everyone, be careful and move the fish into the cabin. At this time, naturally, there was no time to go and deal with the fish, so I threw it into the cabin first. Don't look at this process is very simple. In fact, a live fish is slippery, and people who have no habit of catching are really unsteady. After a while, there were big yellow croaker jumping everywhere on the deck. Is the fried yellow croaker delicious? Is steaming more authentic? Or red stew? After coming to Datang for so long, Li Qian really hadn't eaten sea fish once, and he was finally able to enjoy it. Master, you can eat something first. I guess there are so many fish. it will take some time to clean up. Zai Junmai looked at the sun in the sky, and then at the pile of fish on the deck, and the fish jumping in the fishing nets. It is estimated that it will take at least half an hour before he can barely clean up. It's okay, he'll eat with everyone. Naturally, Li Qian would not miss such rare opportunity to buy people's hearts. Wang Xuans was still able to accept it for the first time going to sea today, but it would be difficult for them to go to sea in the future. It's all for your own good, and you can't make people feel that you are a stubborn person, or it's not conducive to gathering people's hearts. Perhaps a few ships stayed here for a long time, and many seagulls hovered around the mast. Yankee Wa had already stepped down to the deck and helped lift the fish catch. The slimy fish scales covered her clothes, but Yankee Wa didn't mind at all. Instead, she was filled with joy. If the harvest every time you go to sea is so great, there will be no more famine in Dengzhou. Right? My family can survive. My lord, it seems that I don't need to spend the night at sea today. I rush back now, and I can return to the pier before sunset. On Tuesday, Fu Xiao's eyes were almost missing. Then go back. Dengzhou governor's mansion. Come on, Ambassador Chuniu, let's make a toast. After seeing off Li Qian farewell, Chun Yunan didn't stay on the dock for a quarter of an hour, and immediately returned to his house. Then it was time to eat and drink at noon, and a few wealthy businessmen in Dengzhou Prefecture had a big meal and drank small wine in the restaurant. As for many people in the city who are hungry, what does it matter to him? This wine is good, Treasurer Lu. It seems that you are still good. You can get this kind of daughter Red who has been in the Jiangnan cellar for many years. Chuni Unan picked up the wine glass, placed it in front of his nose, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Hey, it's all thanks to the envoy. If you like it, I will send you a few altars back. Shopkeeper Lu smiled flatly. Although the Lu family is considered to be one of the people in Dengzhou Mansion, compared with Chuni's family, that is nothing short of a witch. Moreover, the Lu family is a merchant family, and its status is even more incomparable with the Chuniu family. The Lord Chu came to Dengzhou. Do you all know? For the wine shopkeeper Lu, Chuniu didn't say whether it was good or bad. In fact, it meant a good thing. Naturally, I know. What instructions does the prince have? I just met with a few merchants in the state capital yesterday. In the eyes of shopkeeper Lu, even if Li Qian is a prince, no matter how high his title is, he will eventually return to Chainan City. On the contrary, a local snake like Chun Yunan is absolutely not to be offended. So it is not difficult for him to make this decision. Instructions? No instructions. I am also the Imperial Order officer. Naturally, the Imperial Court asks me to do what I do. It's just that sometimes, some people like to toss around, and the officer can't bear to see the people of Dengzhou being tossed. I heard that King Chu recruited a group of fishermen to go to sea. Yeah. This isn't a nonsense. If going out to sea to fish can solve the famine problem, this officer would have done it a long time ago. Shajun, His Royal Highness Chu takes people out to sea with a slap on his head. This is actually a joke about human lives. Should I contact the court officials and ask them to impeach him? Chuniu thought hard for a moment. This kind of thing, it's better for you to make your own decisions. It's hard for the official to say anything. 125 The sunset is infinitely good, just near dusk. Wendeng Pier looks a little run down under the sunset. Usually at this time, there are basically no people on the pier except for the fishermen who come ashore in twos and threes. However, today is a bit different. The prince hasn't come back yet? King Jia asked anxiously from the side. I haven't seen any ships on the sea. Wang Xuans raised his glasses and looked at the sea meticulously. I've been out to sea for a day. Didn't you say you can come back today? The prince only said that he would go out to sea for a day or two, and he didn't say that he would definitely be back today. Although Wang Xuans was also a little worried, his tone was still very calm. King just stomped. The prince is so dangerous. The sea is so dangerous. Why do you want to go by yourself? Let the fishermen go for fishing. Whether Wang Xuans or Chu Siliang stood by, they didn't answer King Jia. These complaints. King Jia, a close-knit maid, said nothing. and they were not suitable to interrupt. Guardian Wang, show me your telescope too. Seeing that everyone ignored her, Qingja looked at the quiet waiting crowd around her, and wanted to take advantage of the darkness, and ask Wang Xuans to give herself the binoculars to see if she could see the ship returning. Girl Qingja, here. Qingja unceremoniously took the telescope from Wang Xuans. The number of these binoculars exchanged from the system is still relatively limited, and Li Qian himself, the ship's watchman and the captain of the captain, on Tuesday, Fayu, Wang Xuans still borrowed this from Xli, and said that he would pay it back when he came back. Huh? Manager Wang, can you see if there is a ship coming back from there? It didn't take long for Qingja to look at it, and she realized the situation in her sight. Let me see. Wang Xuans grabbed the binoculars quickly and stood on tiptoe to look. Good. Great. The fleet is back, and the prince is back. The originally quiet dock immediately became lively. Several figures staring at a distance immediately ran away quickly. Brother, prince, wake up quickly, wake up quickly. At the governor's mansion, Chuni Yubo was shaking Chuni Udi anxiously. What's wrong? What happened? Chun Yu hardened his head and squinted half his eyes. The East China Sea fishery ships are back, and they will be docked soon. Go over and meet them. Although I don't know if the East China Sea fishery has caught any fish, if Li Qian came back, if his owner did not welcome him, the conflict between the two parties might break out in advance. Chuni's family is a local snake in Dengzi Prefecture, and I just want to be a local snake. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. The meaning of the family is naturally clear to Chuni Yubo, otherwise he would not wake Chuni Yuden from his sleep. Huh? Back? Didn't Li Qian say that he wouldn't come back if he didn't fill the whole boat? How could he come back so soon? Chuni Unan drank with shopkeeper from noon to afternoon, and fell asleep when he came back. Could it be that I slept all day and night? My lord, number. The fleet set off this morning and returned this evening. Let's go and see what's going on. Okay, then go take a look. Lord, the prince is back. After the ship docked, Li Qian was naturally the first to get down. He couldn't get off, and no one dared to get off first. Hurry up and find someone to help carry the fish, and then dispose of the fish, otherwise they will soon be broken. Li Qian is now a little worried about what to do. The salt farm has just bought land and it is impossible to produce salt so quickly, but there is no salt. These things can't be preserved at all. At this moment, he has a new understanding of why the life of fishermen is so bitter. If you don't catch fish, you will be hungry. If you catch a lot of fish, you will not necessarily get any money. Master, did you really catch the fish? Now Wang Xuans has a very clear understanding of the current situation of Dengzi fishermen's fishing. He was a little surprised to hear that Li Qian asked his own staff to carry the fish. Of course, if the fish is not full, will the prince come back? Xli interjected. Wow, what a big yellow croaker. While talking, the people on the ship had already begun to move the fish, and the people on the dock immediately recognized that these were large yellow croakers. Congratulations to the prince for returning home with a full load. At this moment, Chun Yunan finally arrived at the dock and hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. Chuni U made it happen. The king caught a lot of fish this time, and he didn't make adequate storage preparations for the time. You asked the staff of the Sishi mansion to help lead the team, and each family gave them 2 fish. I think that if today's fish is left untreated, it will stinks tomorrow. Instead of this, it's better to use it to buy people's hearts, which can be regarded as a disguised advertisement. Starting tomorrow, there should be people waiting to buy fish on the dock every day. 2 for each family? Chuni U asked in surprise. These yellow croakers, Chuni Uha does not always have the opportunity to eat, mainly because of the previous fishing technology. Very few people go to the open sea, and the yellow croaker, if it is fished from the shore, there are very few opportunities. What can be caught, after all? There is no place for their activities. Yes, the people in the city will give 2 to each family, and those outside the city will depend on the situation. Seeing that it was getting dark soon, Li Qian felt it was too late to send the fish to other counties. In Wendon County, there are less than 10,000 families in total, and each family will give 2 days to less than 20,000. Roughly calculating today's harvest, after giving away 20,000, there shouldn't be much, and it should almost be able to handle it. Is it free? Chuniu asked hard, swallowing hard. Since it is said that it is a gift, it is naturally free. Li Qian glanced at Chuniu difficultly. However, it is only for today. Starting tomorrow, you can only buy what you want to eat. If you sell it, how can you sell it? Well, what do you think about a penny and a catty? A penny and a catty? Chuniu couldn't open his eyes wide, looking at Li Qian incredulously. This year, the price of any grain in Dengzi Prefecture was more than a penny per catty, and even the worst old grain was more than this price. Now, Li Qian only sells fresh large yellow croaker for a penny and a catty. The people of Dengzi, who still buy food. How can the grain in the granaries of the Chuniu family and several other families be sold at a high price? My lord, this big yellow croaker is very difficult to buy even if it is 100 cents per catty in normal times. Wouldn't it be too cheap for a cent per catty? Although Chuniu thinks that the East China Sea fisheries can catch so many fish every day, he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. If meat is really cheaper than corn, who else would go to the grain store? For a penny and a catty, the people of Dengzi Prefecture can still afford it. How to do? So anxious. 126. There is not much light in Dengzi City at night. The city was not big, and under the leadership of more than a dozen subordinates, 20,000 fish were quickly distributed to the people in various workshops. Although all cities have curfews at night, the main roads are forbidden. Walking around in the square is not illegal. Smoky smoke continuously emerged from the chimneys of every house, accompanied by the barking of dogs and the crying of children. Many people heard long-lost laughter. My father, come, you eat first. Seeing the steaming yellow croaker steaming in the ceramic bowl, everyone at the table was drooling. Let the children eat first. No. You are the strong man in our family. Only when you are full can our family have hope. Today, His Royal Highness King Chu sent us 2 large yellow croakers, enough for our family to eat 2 meals. Let's eat together. Yesterday, everyone was worried about whether a prince came, whether he would mess around. I didn't expect to be a good prince who would consider our poor people. My father, you will have nothing to do tomorrow anyway. Or go to the doctor, see if you can help. Why are you busy? It can be considered as grateful to the prince for his reward. Okay, I meant it a long time ago. Come on, everyone move your chopsticks. Didn't you see that the 2 little guys are all on the table? Similar scenes continue to occur in the city of Dengzi, and Li Qian himself returned to Wendon County after a busy day. Master, this big yellow croaker is really delicious on earth. King Ju touched her belly very unkindly, feeling that she was a little struggling. The deliciousness of sea fish is naturally not comparable to ordinary food, plus you haven't eaten it before, so it feels particularly delicious. If you eat it every day, you probably won't think so. Li Qian also took a sip of the wine, and added a piece of braised yellow croaker. My lord, my subordinates haven't figured it out until now. Why are those big yellow croakers stupidly digging into our fishing nets? I don't think we are fishing today, but we are going to carry the fish. Xli held back the question for a day, and now he finally has a chance to ask it out. Hey, everything in the world has its laws of operation. Anything you can't figure out must have logic behind it that you don't know. This big yellow croaker has otoliths on its head, and the sound of ripping off will produce some special otoliths influence. So these fish will take the initiative to leaning. Isn't it possible to catch so many large yellow croaker every day in the future? Wang Xuan asked excitedly. Not necessarily. Large yellow croaker also swims. This season there are more off the coast of Dengzi Prefecture. When the weather is cold, it may not be so common. But in addition to large yellow croaker, there are some other fish that have similar reflections. Besides, the East China Sea fishery has gone out to sea several times and can always find some other fishing methods. This king is not worried about future output. It's good to catch a lot, but like today, if most of them are sent out, it's not a long-term solution. Chu Siliang thinks that these large yellow croakers are delicious, but they are too difficult to preserve. Problem: yes, so this king bought hundreds of acres of land by the sea. Master, if your subordinates are not mistaken, these grounds are used for drying salt, right? Chu Siliang's expression became even more worried. With the 20,000 large yellow croaker donated today, it should be easier for the East China Sea fisheries to recruit personnel. Starting tomorrow, we can speed up the construction of the salt pond evaporation pond, and strive to produce the first batch of salt this month. Table salt is an essential daily necessity and the most basic industrial material. For Li Qian to do something in Datang, the importance of salt is beyond doubt. It can even be said that the work of drying salt is more important than fishing in the East China Sea in the long run. Master, my subordinates feel that if salt must be dried, then salt cannot be sold directly, otherwise the rebound will be very huge. Chu Siliang emphasized again with a serious face. Den Shan, don't worry, this king will not go head-to-head stupidly. Li Qian showed a mysterious smile. The governor's mansion, Chun Yunan called up several major businessmen in the city, and asked with a serious expression, everyone should know what happened yesterday. Today, the East China Sea fishery will go out to sea again early in the morning. If it still returns as much as yesterday, then the price of grain in Dengzi Prefecture will definitely fall sharply, and it is possible that it will fall even lower than the price during the harvest period in previous years. My lord, if this is the case, wouldn't we have to lose a lot? Many of these grains are recovered from nearby at high prices. If we can sell them at a good price, yes. A large yellow croaker worth hundreds of cents per catty is sold for 1 cent per catty, and who else would be stupid to buy food? This King Chu, let's hold on when full, and specialize in thankless things. A gang of businessmen talked a lot, and there was no good way. Actually I have a way. As soon as the shopkeeper Lu, who was sitting at the head of Chuni Unan's head, said this, everyone turned their eyes. Any solution? Stop selling it off. Just say it. Shopkeeper Lu gave a fascinating and confident smile. His Royal Highness just catches more marine fish. What will happen? At most, it will affect the food situation in Zhaoqing. As long as these fish are not processed in time, they will be kept overnight. It's almost broken, and everyone knows that to keep these fish for a longer time, salting is the only way. And the salt of Dengzu is in your hands, I see. Isn't it enough not to sell salt to Donghai fishery? This is a good idea. We don't need to confront His Royal Highness directly, but we can achieve our goal. As expected to be the treasurer of Lu, there are so many tactics. In the next few days, the East China Sea fishery was the same as the first day, returning with full load each time. Although the price of a penny and a catty is very low, the fishing cost is lower if it can't hold it. Even if these fish catches can only be sold in Zhaoqing for the time being, nearly $1,000 are credited to the account every day, and Li Qian directly distributes half of the proceeds to the people who go to sea. In a sense, these are all the money they got in exchange for their lives. Master, Donghai Fishery has recruited more than 500 helpers in the past few days. And new people are coming to sign up every day. Isn't the recruitment temporarily suspended? We don't need that many people now. Wang Xuans was happy and annoyed to report to Li Qian about the situation in the last few days. Slowly replace the guards on the ship with newly recruited personnel, and then assign a group of people to help in the Yanshan, and build the Yanshan as quickly as possible. Hanks in generals. The more the better. In a short period of time, Li Qian didn't worry about recruiting too many people. Anyway, for these people, you only need to take care of the food, and it doesn't matter how much you pay, or even whether you send them. Chapter 127 is this refined salt. The salt field of the East China Sea fishery is located on the beach 4 or 5 miles away from the city of Lizhu. In order to speed up the construction of the salt works, Wang Xuans asked people to build temporary shelters nearby for the helpers to live in. As for the food, Basically all kinds of marine fish are the mainstay. This kind of food makes the helpers very satisfied, and they work very hard. However, even so, these people not only did not become thinner, but ruddy complexion, and their bodies slowly became stronger. Master, the first phase of the Yanshan project has been completed, and the salt is being dried. The salt will begin to be produced in the next 2 days. Dai Quan followed Li Qian and walked on the beach, reporting on the construction of the salt fields under Donghai fishery. Yes, the progress is very fast, but you have to pay special attention to the workshop where the coarse salt is refined next to it. It must be kept confidential. The method of drying salt in seawater is difficult to keep secret. As long as you just look at it, you can generally see the process of drying salt. However, the salt that is directly exposed to the sun is coarse salt, with many impurities, and basically cannot be eaten directly, so it needs to be refined into refined salt. In the era of Datang, without the golden finger of Li Qian, it would be very difficult to purify the coarse salt from the seawater, and the cost would be very expensive. Otherwise, the seawater sun-dried salt method would not have been progressing slowly. But Li Qian can exchange some chemical raw materials such as barium chloride from the system, and if it is used to refine salt, the effect is absolutely incomparable by any method now. After all, the later generations of table salt are basically sea salt, and the key to refining is to remove the magnesium and other ingredients in the seawater. Master, please rest assured, those materials are managed by the guards, and the helpers and craftsmen in the workshop are not accessible. The subordinates have also tried it. If the materials given by the prince are not added, even if the other crafts are the same, the salt finally refined is still very bitter. That's good. After the salt was released, I immediately sent it to the warehouse at Wendeng Wharf. The East China Sea fisheries now catches a lot of large yellow croaker every day, and it urgently needs a lot of salt. Subordinates understand that after the construction of the workshop here, the shipbuilding workshop you mentioned is ready to start, but Dengzi lacks skilled shipbuilders. This may require recruiting a group from Jiangnan or Chainan. No problem. After a while, the king will arrange a ship to return to Beijing and deal with it together at that time. Some warehouses and shacks have been successively built around Wendeng Wharf. The East China Sea fisheries also simply circled here and built a salted fish processing workshop to remove the lin, open the intestines to break the belly, remove the internal organs, salt, and every relevant manpower has been recruited for each process. But the operating rate of this newly built workshop is still very low. The root cause is insufficient salt. A catty of salt sells for 30 cents, which is 10 cents more expensive than the city of Chainan. This is the price of salt purchased by Donghai fisheries in Dengzi Prefecture. Wang Xuans is not stupid. Now the big yellow croaker only sells for 1 penny per catty. How can it be possible to buy 30 penny per catty of salt to pickle it? Wang Guanshai, the first batch of table salt has been delivered from the salt factory. Please go over and take a look. Ah? Has the salt finally come? Wang Xuans smiled and hurried to the door. At the gate of the salted fish workshop, a dozen helpers stood there carrying a load of white salt each. Wang Xuans stepped forward to a person, stretched out his index finger and dipped some salt in his mouth. Huh? Is this salt sun-dried from the sea? Wang is in charge. Like fake replacement, all these salt are produced in the salt workshop. At last the salt was officially produced in the workshop, and there was no need for Dai Quan to watch it every day, so he simply escorted a batch of salt to the salted fish workshop, and then prepared to stay in the shipbuilding workshop for a while. Impossible. Sea salt should be very bitter. All of these salts are refined salt. Even the mineral salt from Chizu, the quality is not so good. Wang Xuans felt that what happened before him had subverted his imagination. The king is in charge. With the prince here, nothing is impossible. Wendeng Wharf. Early this morning, Li Qian went to see him off in person. The shipbuilding workshops in Dengzi lacked artisans. The yellow croaker caught by the East China Sea fishery had been made into salted fish in large quantities and needed to find sales, So Li Qian arranged for Wang Fugi to go back to Chainan City. My lord, don't worry, after returning to Chainan, I immediately opened a salted fish shop in West Market, specializing in the sale of salted fish from Dengzi fisheries, and then sent someone to Luoyang to open a shop. Looking at the lumps of salt on the salted fish, Wang Fugi was not worried that the salted fish on the boat would not be sold. Selling salted fish is one aspect. You can also chat with those merchants in West Market to see if they are interested in developing in Dengzi. East China Sea Fisheries is not opposed to other ships fishing at sea, and we can even give some guidance. The boats follow us to fish together. Datang's fishery resources are much richer than later generations, and Li Qian is not worried about someone robbing him of business. On the contrary, he hopes that the more fleets that come to Dengzi, the better. Even if those families want to pick up the cheapest, he doesn't object. Li Qian welcomes everything that is conducive to the prosperity of Dengzi. My lord, businessmen are all chasing profits. As long as they see that the fishing industry in Dengzi makes such money, someone will definitely be tempted to come over. Wang Fugi has been in business all his life, and naturally he knows the business people's thinking very well, and he has also thought about how to complete the characters explained by Li Qian. Envoy, it's not good. Shopkeeper Lu came to Chun Yunan with a flustered expression. Treasurer Lu, what happened? Li Qian didn't come to the governor's office during this period, and Chu Liu did not visit Wendon County's government office. The two sides spent a few days in peace. That salt drying farm by the sea, I heard that a lot of salt is produced, and many small businesses are asking if they can sell it. I heard about this news a few days ago, but didn't King Chu say that all the salt from his salt farm is supplied to the salted fish workshop? Won't it be sold? That's how it is said. But what if they secretly sell it? Shopkeeper Lu compares his heart to heart and feels that Li Qian's promise cannot be trusted. HMPH. Don't worry, this official also has acquaintances in Yashitai. If the king of Chu dares to sell salt, there will be countless Yashi to join him by then. After receiving a few waves of to the guests a few days ago, Chun Yunan felt more confident about dealing with Li Qian. Even now he is eager for Li Qian to sell salt everywhere by himself, so that the nobles of Chainan City can help themselves to clean up him, so that he can quickly roll back to Chainan City. However, he naturally wouldn't tell the shopkeeper these news. No matter how good the relationship is, the businessman is just a pawn at the critical moment. Chapter 128. What I sell is really salted fish. As the world's largest commodity distribution center in the West Market, some shops are newly opened every day and some shops close down. Today, a shop with a huge floor space is newly opened. What is surprising is that this shop, called Seafood House, currently only sells one type of item, that is salted fish. Treasurer Hu, have you visited the newly opened shop opposite? Opposite the Seafood House is one of the largest salt shops in the West Market. Green salt, refined salt, and coarse salt produced in various places in the Tang dynasty can be found here, and the business is very prosperous. You mean the one called the Seafood House, right? Yes. This is the shop. I used to think that the whole shop only sells salted fish. It's not called a seafood house. It's funny. Hee. Salted fish has always been a tasteless item in the West Market. It sells cheaply, and there is no profit at all, and it is expensive, but no one buys it. As the shopkeeper of this salt shop, shopkeeper who is quite familiar with the situation in the West Market. Yes. Noble people don't eat salted fish very much. Ordinary people can't afford salted fish. I'm wondering how long this shop can last. Dong Fengping wandered around the West Market with a sad look. There is no food at home, so I came out to buy some. Fortunately, the price of Chainan City millet is not high, and I can still afford it. Originally wanted to buy some more salt, but after seeing a few shops, there was no one whose refined salt was less than 30 cents per kati. He was not used to eating coarse salt of poor quality. A scholar like him has no money in his pocket, but he is a little persistent in his heart. and often lives in poverty. Sell salted fish. Sell salted fish. Freshly marinated large yellow croaker is the only one in Chainan City. There is no semicolon. The big yellow croaker in the East China Sea. Pass by, don't miss it. Suddenly, Dong Fengping heard a cry. Can't afford refined salt. If there are salted fish and rice, it seems to be okay. You don't even need to put the salt, right? Dong Fengping soon discovered that there was a shop called Seafood House a few dozen steps ahead, and there were already many people in twos and threes. He quickened his pace, put aside the stand of a scholar. Dong Fengping squeezed into the crowd. Huh? Is this really salted fish? In Dong Fengping's eyes, the salted fishes that could no longer tell whether they were large yellow croaker were placed on the table. Those snow-white crystal grains reflected bursts of flashes under the sunlight. Hiss. Dong Fengping couldn't help taking a breath. This is the finest refined salt. Dong Fengping, who has just walked out of several salt shops, has reached the pinnacle of life in his understanding of salt. At a glance, it can be seen that the salt on the salted fish in front of him is not the coarse salt that is common in ordinary salted fish shops. Also, the amount of this salt is too much, right? Is there such a salted fish? The store has to die, right? The shopkeeper, is this salted fish really worth 10 cents a catty? Before Dong Fengping could speak, a man next to him trembled, asking a little expectantly and a little nervously. The young man is not deceived, and the price is clearly marked. Wang Fugi showed a smile that meets the expectations of the society. Here is written 10 cents per catty, so only 10 cents will be sold. I have a salted fish. Dong Fengping touched a handful of copper coins in his arms and made a decisive choice. These salted fish, the smaller one is estimated to be 3 or 4 catties, but the refined salt in it is estimated to account for half. In other words, the refined salt on this salted fish alone is worth 60 cents, and the salted fish itself is equivalent to 1 cent. Such good things, if it weren't for being shy in your pocket, why would you buy more of them? No, buy it quickly. After you buy it back, ask the landlord to borrow some money, and then come over and buy a big one. This kind of salted fish marinated with large yellow croaker, even if it is not included in the refined salt, is worth more than 10 cents per catty. If you missed it today, it may not be there in the future. Dong Fengping's reaction was quick, and the other people were not slow. Everyone is not a fool, they have a reputation in their hearts. What is cost-effective, and what is expensive, you can figure it out. After a little weighing, give me one. Give me one too. Can you sell half of it? I want half first. Soon, the salted fish outside the shop were robbed by you one by one. Don't worry, everyone, line up, come one by one, we still have a lot of salted fish. Wang Fugi expected that the salted fish in the shop would sell well. When he saw the thick layer of salt on the salted fish, he immediately understood what his king's idea was. However, he didn't expect it to sell so well. It seems that the salted fish industry in Dengzhou has a lot to do. Taikai Palace, you said that after going to Dengzhou, the evildoer went out to sea to fish, and these fish are now salted into salted fish. Li Shimin hasn't heard about Li Qian for a while, and he didn't expect to hear it's this kind of weird content. Yes, Your Majesty. A shop selling salted fish opened in the royal palace of Chu in the West Market this morning. The crowds almost made Qin Yu think something happened. Li Zong has now completely expressed his admiration for Li Qian's ability to do things. No matter what happened to him, he was a little numb. What is the head of the 4 evils in Chainan City? Why do I think he is here to harm me specifically? Do many people buy salted fish? Why, in my impression, it seems that I haven't eaten it much. Li Shimin is one of the emperors of the past dynasties who understands people's livelihood better. On the one hand, he pays attention to it. On the other hand, he fought all over the world in his early years. Your Majesty, under normal circumstances, salted fish is a very small item. The rich cannot afford to buy it, and those who have no money can't afford it. Only some people will buy some when they try it. But this time His Royal Highness made the salty fish. Fish are different. Li Zong thought of the salted fish bought by his subordinates, but he didn't know what to say. Is it salted fish or refined salt? When is Tang's refined salt so worthless? What's the difference? Li Shimin looked at Li Zong a little confused. Your Majesty, wait a moment, and your subordinates will bring the salted fish over immediately. Li Zong was delighted in his heart, but fortunately he was fully prepared. Not long after, a salted fish surrounded by snow-white salt appeared in front of Li Shimin. This salted fish? Your Majesty, this is the salted fish that His Royal Highness Chu arranged for people to transport from Dengzi to Chainan City. Only 10 cents per catty. One catty only costs 10 cents. Regardless of the taste of salted fish, Li Shimin stretched out his hand and pulled a few times on it. Under the thick layer of refined salt, a fish appeared. There is no need for Li Zong to explain anything. Li Shimin already understands what is different about this salted fish. That evil man, where is the salted fish sold? Wait a minute, where did these refined salt come from? Chapter 129. Is there a sea monster? Every emperor knew how important salt is. This is why many dynasties have a salt monopoly system. Even more than 1,000 years later, Li Shimin naturally knows who owns the current salt industry in Tang. I haven't found the right opportunity to break this situation, but the salted fish in front of me seems to have brought me new inspiration. Li Zong, you said that the villain started fishing at Dengzi Mansion? Li Shimin looked at Li Zong shiningly in his eyes, causing Li Zong to wonder for a while. Yes, Your Majesty. Has Baekhyzi no longer found out that he did anything else? Li Zong thought for a while. I heard that His Royal Highness Chu arranged for manpower to buy a large piece of land on the seashore to build a salt bath. In addition, the merchant named Wang Fugi next to His Royal Highness Chu recently recruited craftsmen in Chainan City. That's all for now. Why didn't you tell me such important news in advance? Immediately arrange manpower to go to Dengzi to find out about the salt drying plant. Treasurer Hu, there is a situation I think I might need to pay attention to. In the past few days, the salt shop opposite the seafood house has obviously been deserted, but the shopkeeper who didn't take it seriously. It's not normal to do business. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good. Who? What should I pay attention to? The salted fish sold by a seafood house on the other side is very good these days. Yesterday I squeezed in and looked at it. After thinking about it, I felt something was wrong. What's wrong? The salted fish sold in that seafood house has more salt than barbecue on it. Ah? What are you talking about? How can anyone sell salted fish like this? Then what money do they make? I also find it strange, but the fact is that they sell it like this. I think the salted fish is full of fine salt, but the seafood house only sells for 10 cents a catty. After hearing Hu's words, shopkeeper who gradually realized the seriousness of the problem. No wonder there seems to be a decrease in the number of people who come to buy salt in the past 2 days. Although this trend is not very obvious, if the seafood house has been selling salted fish like this, then who would come to buy salt stupidly? Go, let's buy a salted fish back. I'll go to the owner in a while. The business of the seafood house was in a mess. Naturally, Wang Fugi immediately arranged personnel to go to Dengzi quickly, so that Wang Xuan's arranged to send more salted fish. At the same time, Wang Fugi was also purchasing ships from various places in Chainan City. Whether it was a big ship or a small boat, if you could buy it, you should buy it first. It is best to hire a boatman together. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of other nobles. Chu Mo, Grandpa heard that you have a good relationship with His Royal Highness King Chu. Cheng Yojin rarely called his son to talk to him today. Cheng Chumo thought if someone complained about him outside, but he didn't expect to just ask about his relationship with King Chu. Grandpa, that King of Chu, the child was not familiar with him before, but since we met this year, everyone has been doing pretty well. What's the matter? Cheng Chumo was a little strange. Why did Cheng Yojin suddenly ask about himself and Li Qiuan? In this way, you take those boats in your family, and some craftsmen in the workshop, and go to Dengzi Mansion. You say you want to do a career with His Royal Highness Chu. Grandpa, what career you are doing? You didn't say anything. and I don't know what I am going to do." Cheng Yojin looked at this well-developed, simple-minded son, and was a little speechless. "I am acting stupid, but this son is really stupid." "You just go, tell His Royal Highness that Grandpa asked you to go, and you can do whatever he arranges for you. That's it." When there is a chance to look outside, Cheng Chumo is very happy. "Grandpa, I want to take Yakuan and Fang Yi with you." "Okay, it's up to you." Their family agrees to do it. The property of the Chu Palace in Dengzi Prefecture is getting bigger and bigger. There are more than 500 people going to see in the East China Sea fishery, more than 500 people in the salted fish workshop, and even more people in the salt drying workshop, and the number has exceeded 800. Coupled with the shipbuilding workshop under construction, there are more than 2,000 people in Dengzi Prefecture directly relying on Li Qian to eat. Behind these 2,000 people are 2,000 families. In addition, the fleet sent 2 fish to the people in the city the first time it went to sea, and the fish sold for a penny in Ducati later completely solved the people's food problem. In Wendon County today, the faces of pedestrians have begun to smile, which is a smile full of hope for the future. "Girl, this is Wendon County, and it's not as shabby as the rumors. Didn't it mean that you just suffered a natural disaster?" 2 pretty young figures eased down from the carriage. "With the presence of His Royal Highness the King of Chu, the situation in Wendon County is definitely getting better." Yuna couldn't help rolling his eyes, but when it comes to His Royal Highness, the girl has always had a fascinating confidence in him. "Should we find someone to ask where His Royal Highness King Chu lives, or stay at the inn?" "If you go directly to His Royal Highness Chu King, will it bother him too much?" Zixia's face was a little tangled. "Forget it, I get it." Yuna was speechless for a while. "Uncle Guan, you can ask where His Royal Highness King Chu lives. Let's go and look for him directly." "Girl, wait a minute. I will ask the little old man right away." Off the coast of Dengzu, the 5 ships of the East China Sea fisheries are searching for fish on the sea as usual. Yankee Hua stood on the mast of the largest ship, chewing dried fish in her mouth, holding a telescope in her hand, looking at the surrounding seaside conditions. Suddenly, Yankee Hua put down the telescope, closed her eyes vigorously, opened it again, and then continued to pick up the telescope. Inside the lens, a few miles away, on the calm sea, suddenly a fountain rushed straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge monster appeared on the water's back. According to the experience accumulated by Yankee Hua these days, this sea monster is at least 7 or 8 feet long, and it can catch up with the length of the ship she is riding in. Yankee Hua shuddered, and the telescope almost fell off. Fortunately, it was tied with a rope and hung around his neck, otherwise it would fall off the mast and it would definitely be useless. Woo! A piercing sound of conch sounded from the conch beside Yankee Hua's mouth, and the crew of several nearby ships suddenly became vigilant. Although the crews of the East China Sea fisheries are not very skilled in running in, some basic things are still completed. Like the sound of the conch just now, once it rang, it indicated that there was a particularly serious abnormal situation around the fleet, and the fleet was in danger. Either there are pirates, or hurricanes, or other important things. Yankee Hua, what happened? On Tuesday first loud voice rang. But Yankee Hua quickly slid down from the mast with a pale face. "Captain, there is a monster in front. There is a monster in front." As soon as Yankee Hua's words fell, Fa's face changed on Tuesday, and she quickly climbed up the mast with both hands and feet to confirm the situation in person. Chapter 130. Chapter empty. Back on Tuesday, Fu's sailing experience is the richest on board. Over the years, he has also heard many sea legends, including some sea monster stories, but he has never seen it with his own eyes. Originally, he didn't believe that there would be any sea monsters in the sea, but when the sea monsters in the telescope came towards the fleet at a speed visible to the naked eye, it was not a question of whether he believed it or not. Everyone find a place to help them, hurry, and help them quickly. At this moment, Tuesday Fu had no intention of fighting the sea monster. All the boats carried were fishing nets, and the weapons were at most swords, not even bows and arrows. Fight sea monsters? How to spell? Does it really depend on courage? Ah, it's really a sea monster. What a big sea monster. Swims so fast. There was a little panic on each ship, and no one had seen such a scene. The sea monster spraying water came towards his ship, the pouring mouth, the ship-like body. I can't sleep even if I just look at it at night. Some timid people just pee their pants. No one is commanding the sailors manipulating the ships, and the ships are now completely drifting on the surface. Fortunately, there are no storms today, otherwise the ship may capsize in minutes. Don't be afraid, the sea monster can't get on the ship. After all, Tuesday Fu was a person who had seen the world and had been on the battlefield. Although the sea monster in front of him was huge, it was dozens of steps away from the ship. But it seemed that the sea monster was mild-tempered and didn't mean to attack the ship. But because of the proximity, everyone on the ship saw the sea monster with their own eyes. It's hard to say how many crew members are willing to go to sea next time. Fu's face went dark on Tuesday. Can't find a way for a while. The people in several boats watched the sea monsters circle around the fleet, spraying a lot of water in the air, and it was about a quarter of an hour before they wagged their tails and flopped slowly away. Captain, do you still fish? Yankee Wah was standing beside Tuesday Fu with a pale face. Return to the voyage. On Tuesday, Fu thought for a moment, and felt that today everyone probably has no intention of fishing, so they should go back and think of a way to talk. In Wendon County, Li Qian laid a rare afternoon leisurely under a big ginkgo tree. Master, someone is looking for you outside. The girl Qingji came to Li Qian with a weird expression. Someone is looking for me? Li Qian raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun is almost down. Who is looking for me at this time and wants to eat a meal? Then the slave and the maidservant will reply to her, just say that the prince is not available. Forget it. There are really not many people looking for this king in Wendon County. Just see what the situation is. Oh, then he'll bring it in. The reluctant look on Kinga's face made Li Qian feel a little strange. However, when I saw Qingja again, Li Qian understood. Miss Zixia, why are you here? Li Qian found that what Qingja brought in turned out to be the top card of the Stanxian pavilion, and the girl Zixia and her close maid quickly got up from the deck chair. His Royal Highness, our girl Zixia has seen the prince. Before Yuna finished speaking, Zixia interrupted. Come on. No need to ask anything. Li Qian wasn't really the kind of second stunner who didn't understand anything. At this moment, it is meaningless to say polite. It will only make people sad. Just arrived today? Have you eaten yet? Seeing the appearance of their servants, Li Qian guessed that they came to him as soon as they arrived in Wendon. In any case, people came from Chainan all the way to surrender to themselves. If you say that you are not touched at all, it is also false. It's kind of conscience. Yuna muttered quietly from the side. Zixia looked at Li Qian with a smile. Master, Zixia has just arrived, and I ate some dry food on the way. Qingja, you should prepare more food in the kitchen. Eat a little earlier today. After Li Qian ordered Qingja, he turned around and looked at Zixia. Let's sit in the house for a while. At Wendon Wharf, the staff of the salted fish workshop waited on the wharf as usual, preparing to transport the fish unloaded from the ship to the workshop nearby for processing. However, when the ship docked today, it was quiet. Everyone bowed their heads and got off the ship silently. Master Chu, something has happened. On Tuesday, Fu walked up to Chu Siliang with a solemn expression. In fact, without having to say anything on Tuesday, Chu Siliang already felt that something was wrong with the fleet today. The fleet has encountered a sea monster. Sea monster? Yes, it's really a sea monster. It's 7 or 8 feet tall and 2 feet tall, and it can spray water. On Tuesday, Fuxing was afraid that Chu Siliang would not believe it, and quickly said and gestured, "Did you see it with your own eyes?" Chu Siliang didn't suspect that Tuesday Fu was lying, but found it a little hard to believe. Yes, everyone on the ship saw it. The sea monster went around the fleet for a quarter of an hour before leaving. Fortunately, the sea monster didn't mean to hurt people. but Chu Siliang looked at the sailors disembarking silently on the pier, knowing that it was not appropriate to talk too much at this time. Go to see the prince with me. Wow, this fish is delicious, tender and delicious. And this shrimp meat, it's so elastic. This fish soup is also delicious. Wendon County Office. Yuna looked like eating goods, hurriedly stuffing things into his mouth one after another. Yuna, you are a starving ghost reborn. Zixia patted Yuna's arm strangely with her hand. These are really delicious, girl. You should eat more. I haven't eaten a good meal on the way. I feel you have lost weight. If it tastes delicious, eat more. Li Qian didn't pay much attention to table etiquette. Even King Jia often sat with him for dinner. Seeing Yuna like this, he didn't bother. Yuna, well, he'll have another shrimp ball. Just when a group of people were eating zhengwen, Chu Siliang came outside the hall with Tuesday Fu. Master, Xu Guan is back. There seems to be something important. Xli came to Li Qian and said in a low voice, His Royal Highness, if you have anything to do, do it first. Don't worry about us. Zixu also found someone outside the hall waiting to see Li Qian. Den Shan, come in and talk. Zixia and the others actually came to Dengzhou, and sooner or later they had to get to know Chu Siliang, and Li Qian didn't feel the need to avoid anything in particular. I have seen the prince. Disturb the prince to eat. Chu Siliang saw the scene in front of him, a little embarrassed. He was born in a family, he is still a bit unaccustomed to Li Qian's casual style, especially there are women in the court. Master, something big happened. As soon as Fu's loud voice came out on Tuesday, all eyes on the scene were directed to him. Don't worry, speak slowly, what's the matter? Li Qian's chopsticks paused for a while, and then casually continued to sandwich a piece of fried yellow croquet and put it in his mouth. The fleet ran into a sea monster and returned empty-handed today. Sea monster? Chapter 131. Chapter with the king accepted. There is a fish in Beiming. Its name is Kun. Li Qian was slightly surprised when he heard Tuesday that Fu said there were sea monsters. But as soon as he described what the sea monster looked like, he immediately laughed. You said the sea monster you saw sprays water on its nose? It's huge. Yes, Lord. This is what my subordinates have seen with their own eyes. I swear it is true. Everyone on board has seen it. On Tuesday, Fu thought Li Qian didn't believe what he said, and was a little anxious. I know what you said is true. Li Qian suddenly felt that he could find a new industry for Dengzhou Prefecture. Whales are full of treasures. Whale baleen is an important material for umbrellas, women's underwear, fishing rods and other products. Whale oil can be used for lighting and lubricating various machines, and it is a very good pure natural lubricant. And sperm whale vomit, it is also an important source of precious spice ambergris. Li Qian had been fed up with the appearance of darkness everywhere every day. Even in a mansion like the palace of the king of Chu, butter candles are very precious, and they are only lit in the room where Li Qian is. A whale weighs at least tens of tons and weighs more than 100 tons. The skin of the whale is covered with thick fat. Basically, a whale can extract hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of catties of whale oil. It is really the best choice for lighting in this era. You know, even for later generations, whale oil was once the most important lighting material for the American people. It was not until the large-scale exploitation of oil that kerosene took its place. My lord, what should I do from now on? Seeing that Li Qian hadn't spoken for a long time, Fu was a little nervous on Tuesday. Although I am brave enough, I don't know what to do when I encounter a Shanghai monster. What do you do? Naturally, you will kill the gods when you meet the gods, kill the ghosts when you meet the ghosts, and kill the sea monsters when you meet the sea monster. Ah? Kill the sea monster? On Tuesday, Fu's face turned pale and blue. Don't worry, it's not a sea monster. It's just a relatively large animal in the sea. This king named him a whale. Whale? When Chu Siliang heard Li Qian say that the thing is not a monster, he sighed in relief, but still asked in confusion, Master, his subordinates think they are also reading books, but they don't seem to have heard of such things as whales. If you ask those maritime merchants in Jiangnan, many people have probably seen it before, and this king would have heard someone say it by accident. Lord, this sea monster, no, this whale is so big, how can we kill it? I think it is so powerful that it can't be caught with a fishing net. On Tuesday, Fu thought of the whale as huge as a ship, and thought in his heart, a burst of weakness. If the prince lets himself deal with whales, he doesn't know what to do at all. Of course, you can't use fishing nets to deal with whales. If it really gets into the fishing nets, it will be troublesome and the boat may be overturned. Hearing what Li Qian said, Fu breathed a sigh of relief on Tuesday. Fortunately, his prince did not mess around. Then what should we do? Don't worry. There is a way. Tomorrow, the king arranges for Daquan to prepare some equipment. The fleet will take a break in the past few days. Then, the king will personally take you to catch the whale. Huh? Lord, are you going to see again? Kinga's face turned pale when she was next to her. My lord, the whale is huge in size and must be infinitely powerful. It is too dangerous to go to sea. Or I can tell you the method and let your subordinates lead a team to fish. Zai Junmai said from the side. Master, it is too dangerous this time, you should stay in the county office. Everyone persuaded Li Qian to dispel the idea of going out to sea to kill whales. But Li Qian would naturally not compromise easily. Of course, Li Qian is not the kind of stunt guy who really doesn't care about his own safety. To kill whales, as long as the equipment is complete, there is actually not much risk. In the 17th and 8th centuries, Americans dared to go out to sea to hunt whaling with a single ship. They brought 5 ships with them. There was no reason to fail. Daquan is very busy these days, staying in a temporary iron workshop, and he is making whaling equipment based on sketches drawn by Li Qian. Master, these ballistas, although they are very different from those used in the army, they built them privately. Chu Siliang stood beside Li Qian a little worried. After watching for a few days, he basically understood Li Qian's thoughts. The bow of each ship is equipped with 2 ballistas, and the bed is equipped with a special towing mechanism. And the most important thing should be the ballista, the barbed crossbow gun, and the cable connection on the crossbow gun. Only the ballista, according to the law of the Tang dynasty, can only be produced by the military equipment supervisor, who said I am a ballista. This is a harpoon gun, specially used to kill whales. Li Qian naturally knows what Chu Siliang is worried about, but for this kind of thing, as long as all his ballistas are installed in on board, and insisted that it was a harpoon gun, it should be acceptable to Li Shimin. As for the impeachment, Li Qian is safe as long as the Sacred Heart is not lost. Harpoon gun? The name Wang Yi is well named. It was a harpoon shot out. This thing is naturally a harpoon gun. Zai Junmai didn't have much respect for the court. Only Li Qian was in his eyes. Chu Siliang. Just as the fleet re-exercised the method of hunting whaling, several fast horses rushed into Wendon County. Even when they reached the busy street, this group of people didn't mean to slow down. When the pedestrians on the road saw the group of young men in fresh clothes and angry horses, they knew that these must not be ordinary people, so they dared not speak. Even in the chaos, the tables and chairs of a few stalls were overturned, and they had no choice but to admit that they were unlucky. Big Brother Cheng, I just inquired. His Royal Highness King Chu lives in the county office. Let's go and look for him directly. Needless to say, daring to be so arrogant, and still in the dust. Besides Cheng Chumo, Yu Chuan, and Fang Yi, who else can? Originally, Fang Xuanling didn't support Fang Yi's coming to Dengzhou, but she couldn't hold her back and sneaked out of the house. Soon, Li Qian, who had just disembarked, was informed that people had come to Chainan City. Brother Cheng, a rare guest, a rare guest. As soon as he entered the lobby of the county government, Li Qian saw Cheng Chumo sitting there unceremoniously eating and drinking. His Royal Highness, I knew that the sea fish here in Dengzhou was so delicious, so I came here with you. Where would I use my grandfather to arrange it? Cheng Chu silently stuffed a large mouthful of fish into his mouth and said as he chewed, "Ha ha, I'm here in Dengzu. I definitely have enough marine fish." Li Qian laughed and entered the lobby. "It happens that tomorrow, the king is going to see, and I will let you taste the whale meat at that time." Whale meat? Fang Yi swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty, almost choking to death. "Yes, a sea overlord the size of a palace, let you have a long experience." I also said on the road to Yai, "I have no place to use all the strength. Now I have found the object." Yu Chuan smiled and pointed to Fang Yai. A group of people got acquainted with each other in Chainan City, but they got together without any barriers. Chapter 132 Chapter Going out to sea. Whaling. The East China Sea fisheries has set off again. This time, more people came to see off. Although Li Qian had already explained that the sea monster was actually a whale, the rumors that the East China Sea fisheries encountered monsters at sea were spread intentionally or unintentionally and let the people in Dengzi Prefecture know. "Shazhen, what do you mean by His Royal Highness King Chu? I don't understand it now." Standing beside Chuni Unan, Chuni Yubo couldn't understand why Li Qian personally took a group of untouchables out to sea to catch sea monsters. "Do you want to die?" His Royal Highness King Chu is still too young, he won't look back if he doesn't suffer a few losses. Although the situation in Dengzi Mansion was flourishing during this period, and the provincial governor of Chun Yunnan could certainly share some of the credit, he still couldn't be happy. The people in Dengzi have a better life, but the income of Chuni's family has decreased. The high-priced food hoarded in his hands. No one wants the salt in the treasury. Now there are more than 2,000 households in Dengzi who depend on King Chu for food. In many cases, King Chu's words are more effective than his own envoy. How did this make Chun Yunnan happy? Shazhen, do you think we have a chance to cooperate with His Royal Highness King Chu? I think that during this period, many foreigners have come to Dengzi Prefecture one after another, buying land near the dock, and some seem to be going to sea with the East China Sea fishery. Some of the fish are for selling things that are transported from various places. His Royal Highness King Chu has been in Dengzi for more than a month. Except when we visited him. When did he call us? He didn't even have me as a custodian in his eyes. Besides, Chuni's family was in Dengzu. The government is deeply rooted and it is hard to guarantee that the court will not have any ideas. You still want to cooperate with the king of Chu. Isn't this looking for the skin of the tiger? On the dock, Chun Yunnan and Chun Yubo were talking in low voices, while several other businessmen who hurried over were also talking not far away. "Brother Chen, I have inquired clearly in the past 2 days. All the goods in the salted fish workshop have been shipped away, and there is nothing to sell to us. I thought that the salted fish in the seafood house is so good to sell. I was planning to ship some to Huainan Road to sell it. I didn't expect it to be out of stock." The two who spoke were Chen Jin and Liu Wenfei from the West Market. Chen Jin was mainly engaged in silk business before, but because of the impact of wool recently, his business has deteriorated a bit, so he thought of developing another business, while Liu Wenfei is a typical one who sells whatever he makes money. I heard that His Royal Highness Chu has personally led a team to catch sea monsters. If the sea monsters don't get rid of, don't think about salted fish. Liu Wenfei looked at the ships moving away, with a worried expression on his face. It's 7 or 8 feet long, 2 feet tall, and a sea monster like a hill. But it's not that easy to get rid of. Although Chen Jin also hopes that Li Qian can return smoothly, he is not very confident. It was the first time for Cheng Chumo to go to sea. After getting on the boat, they ran around excitedly. Yakiwan even climbed up the mast, and had a look at hand addiction with Yang Qiwa. Especially when he saw the telescope in Yang Qiwa's hand, he was almost reluctant to go down. "Qiwa, where did this telescope come from?" Cheng Chumo's class consciousness is sometimes not so strong. At this time, in order to clarify the situation, he was standing on the top of the mast with Yang Qiwa, licking his face, and the sea breeze rustled. "It doesn't matter." Sent from above. At first, Yang Qiwa was a little in awe of the son of the country's father. After a period of contact, What should she do? Do you know which workshop made it, or where did you buy it? I don't know. Yankee added another sentence after saying, you ask the prince, he should know. Nonsense. Of course I know Li Qian knows. Isn't it embarrassing to ask him for it? Cheng Yojin was not in the mood to stay on the mast, slipping down to the deck. Tuesday Fu, come, and you can tell me about the sea monster. Unlike the others, Cheng Chumo heard that this time he was going to deal with sea monsters. Not only was he not nervous, but he was very expectant and excited. As honorable children born with a golden key, they need the opportunity to prove themselves too much. If you can catch a sea monster and go back, surely those uncles and brothers in Chainan City will change a little when you look at yourself again, right? Cheng Lang Jun, this sea monster no. I have already said everything I know about the whale situation, and I don't know the other things. Why don't you ask the prince? On Tuesday Fu felt that he was about to become Sister Xianglin. Well, if he knew Sister Xianglin. Since Cheng Chumo appeared a few times, he asked himself one by one about the whale situation. The key is to explain it again. It doesn't count. Then come over and ask again after a while. I was almost able to memorize what I said. Forget it, you are a navigator. You are not as good as a man who went to sea for the second time like King Chu. Cheng Chu muttered and walked towards Li Qian. Brother Cheng, although these whales are not everywhere, there should still be a lot of them off the coast of Dengsu. Don't worry, if we can't find the whales this time, we won't be able to sail. As soon as Li Qian watched Cheng Chu come over, he knew what he wanted to do. His Royal Highness, I just saw the harpoon in the harpoon gun, and I deliberately modified the spear in my hand, and I had to let the whale fall directly under my hand. Fang Yi also came with a tujang. The long spear came to Li Qian excitedly. Li Qian visually inspected the spear. It weighed at least 30 or 40 catties, or even heavier, which is suitable for people like Fang Yi with infinite natural power. Beloved, you don't start to float after learning a few tricks from the prince's guard. This first whale is definitely my brother's defeat. Don't grab it with me. Cheng Chumo saw Fang Yi's appearance, a little bit not happy anymore. And me, I'm the best water-based, to deal with this whale. Let me come first. Yu Chuan was also eager to try. Which one of you is stronger than me? Didn't Prince Kang also said that the whales are as big as 7 or 8 feet long, and some can reach 10 feet long? If you don't have enough strength, how can you beat it? When Fang Yi loved this mouth, Cheng Chumo and Yu Chuan were both upset. Li Qian looked at him speechlessly. Whales don't show off. You are a sick cat, said as if the tadpoles I was going to catch were small tadpoles. You don't have to fight. If the whales run into each other in a while, a few boats must cooperate to catch them. The harpoon guns must be shot out first, and then it's time for everyone to play. The wind and waves in the sea are ruthless. Everyone, don't be aggressive. The first time to catch a whale is related to the rebuilding of the crew's confidence, and Li Qian absolutely does not allow failure. Naturally, they wouldn't let Cheng Chumo and the others fight alone there. The ignorant is fearless. Like Fang Yi's and their virtues, it is the reappearance of Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they also think they can turn it over. Chapter 133. Chapter launch. People who see the sea for the first time are often very excited. Those who go to sea for the first time are also very excited. However, if you float on the sea for a day without discovering anything, it will be difficult to be excited if you look around at the exact same scenery. Seeing the sunset gradually disappearing above the sea level, none of the 5 ships of the East China Sea fisheries found any whales. Everyone is going to have dinner, and then leave the guards, and the others will go to the cabin to rest. No whale was found today, and Li Qian was not discouraged. Although the number of whales in this era is much higher than that of later generations, but it is not to the extent that it can be seen everywhere. It is normal to find it after a few days. The ship moved slowly in the darkness. After a sleep in the middle of the night, Yankee got out of the cabin and climbed up the mast. He already felt that morning was approaching. By the moonlight, while holding the telescope, he listened to the popping sound of flying fish fluttering out of the water, as well as the whirring of their wings flying high in the night. Yanqiwa likes flying fish. Since he started to go to sea, he has discovered that these flying fish are the closest companions of watchers in the open sea voyage. Of course, he also likes seagulls. They are always flying constantly, searching for food, no matter where the boat is driving. You can see the sound of seagulls. Sometimes, some daring seagulls still dock at the top of the mast, and Yanqiwa feels that she can grab it as soon as she reaches out. The sun appeared lazily on the sea level in the distance, slowly climbing upward. Immediately after the sun became energetic, the sea was reflected with dazzling sunlight. Soon, the sun rose completely from the sea level. The sunlight shone on the sea and reflected into Yanqiwa's telescope, causing a pain in the eyes. Yanqiwa quickly put down the telescope, closed her eyes and rested for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly found a group of black frigate birds in the distance, which was the name given by the prince, with long wings hovering in the sky. There is a situation. Yanqiwa quickly picked up the sight glasses, and turned her eyes to the location of the frigate bird. A huge figure with a dark back and sometimes a white belly sticking out of the water appeared where the frigate bird hovered. No water was sprayed this time. Yanqiwa frowned, but that huge body was already determined to be a whale. Wu Yanqiwa immediately blew the conch, and soon sailors appeared on the deck. "You guys don't know how to get the master up." Soon, Cheng Chumo appeared on the deck cursingly. "Brother Cheng, don't worry, the whale is still miles away from us." Hearing Yanqiwa's snail horn, Li Qian rushed out of the cabin with a carp rolling. "In all likelihood, a whale is found." In the end, I didn't disappoint myself. Isn't the elegant and huge figure in the telescope the whale? Although I have never seen a living whale in my own life, regardless of my previous life and afterlife, I have seen a lot of pictures and videos, and I can recognize it at a glance. "Ah, have you found a whale? Where? Hurry, show me." Cheng Chumo immediately became energetic, and surrounded Li Qian one after another. Li Qian handed the telescope to Cheng Chumo and pointed to the direction of the whale. Cheng Chu silently looked into the distance with excitement. In his vision, the sea surface gradually bulged, and the whale came out of the water again. It drilled upwards little by little, and its huge body quickly drained the sea to both sides. Under the rays of the rising sun, the whale shone, and its head and back can be clearly seen in the telescope. The whale's mouth was huge, and suddenly, a jet of water poured out of its head. "Wow! Lord, the whale sprayed water. The whale really sprayed water like you said." "Brother Cheng, show me quickly, I want to see it too." Fang Yi couldn't wait to grab the binoculars in Cheng Chuma's hand, but naturally she didn't succeed. "Fang Langjun, here, you use me." Not only when, on Tuesday, Fu also came to a few people. "Are there any other telescopes?" Yu Chuan was also tickled when he saw that Brother Liang looked at the whale enthusiastically. "Here, there is another pair on the mast." Li Qian gestured towards Yanqiwa. Fu, the whale is now coming towards us diagonally, telling the boats, adjust the position, and don't let him run away." Watching several sailing boats slowly heading towards the whales, Li Qian felt that it was necessary for the new shipyard in Dengzhou to make the classic flying shears of the sailing era. Although from the appearance, apart from the slender ship, the other parts of the flying shears are not much different from the current ships. But for sailboats, the change in hull structure is almost the biggest change. The elementary shipbuilding technology awarded by the system last time can be regarded as useful. With the flying shears that are fast and suitable for offshore navigation, they can be used not only for whaling, but also for overseas trade. The main force used by the British and Americans to transport tea and opium was flying shears. The whale is there. It's swimming towards us. I don't know if it was lucky or unfortunate. The whale actually swam over on its own initiative. It is estimated that in the ocean of Novosibirsk, they have never been attacked. It has always been the only one to bully others, and no one else can bully it. Hiss. When the whale got closer, Cheng Chumo couldn't help taking a breath. When everyone described whales before, Cheng Chumo had artificial exaggerations in his mind. But now that I saw it with my own eyes, it was completely different. How can this be an exaggeration? They described it as too monotonous. The back of the whale was completely exposed, and from time to time it also jumped out of the sea, smashing out a large wave of waves. Each place, listen to the king's instructions and then fire the harpoon gun. When the ship approached the whale, the harpoon guns on the bows of each ship were ready, and the thick cable that tied the fork was coiled on a thick pillar on the ship. After more than a month of training, the fleet has initially formed a set of semaphores for transmission. On Tuesday, Fu, a former Navy general, still has a few brushes. His Royal Highness, do you want to put down the boat? I will go over and give it a spear. As expected, Fang Yi had a simple mind and well-developed limbs. Not only was she not afraid when she saw a huge whale, she licked her lips with a swaying expression. Li Qian was speechless for a while. My lord, it's 50 steps. The whale is still approaching us, and it may hit us at any time. On Tuesday, Fu reminded a little nervously from the side. For sailing in the sea, how serious the consequences of a collision with a ship are, Fu knows better than anyone. On Tuesday. Wait a little longer. The length of the cable is limited. If it is launched early, it may not be a good thing. While speaking, the whale made a leap, spraying water again and rushed towards the ship where Li Qian was. Do it. Seeing that the whale was only 30 steps away from the bow, Li Qian immediately issued the order. Chapter 134. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I don't know if the operator of the harpoon gun was too nervous or how to drop it. The harpoon flew in the air for a few seconds and then landed next to the coming whale. It sank into the sea without splashing any water. However, seeing the flagship harpoon guns start to fire, several other ships also started. Puff. Although Li Qian did not hear this sound, he watched one of the harpoon guns hit the whale's back. The whale opened its mouth wide, but everyone did not hear its cry. But at that moment, the appearance of the waves splashing around the whale made everyone fully aware of the anger of this sea giant. The bed crossbow was originally a heavy weapon on the battlefield. Li Qian modified it and installed it on the bow of the ship. The harpoon gun launched by Li Qian had no low penetration power. Look at the iron harpoon, which is 1 foot long and hung with a barb, deeply inserted into the back of the whale, and you know the power of this crossbow. Quickly, the boats hurry up and prepare to throw javelins. Seeing the whale's reaction so fiercely, Li Qian hurriedly ordered. The ship that hit the whale had been towed at a significantly faster speed than the other ships. The whales kept tumbling over rivers and seas. Although they were injured, their huge bodies were far from fatal. Seeing it still jumped out of the water, most of its body was exposed, and that huge body made people feel the power of the soul. Puff. The harpoon ships were reinstalled and the second round of launching began. Perhaps the reason was that the distance was closer. This time 2 harpoons hit the whale again. If the whale just made everyone feel resistance, then what is showing now is anger. Everyone, be careful. The cable connected to the harpoon on the deck was quickly pulled by the whale and changed from a circle to a straight line. Boom. At the moment when the cable was exhausted, driven by the whale's brute force, the pillars wrapped around the cable made a sound of collision. Master, the ship is tilting. Someone slipped into the sea. Everyone is looking for something to stabilize. Quickly, cut off the rope. It was too late to say. Then soon, Zai Junmai, who was supporting Li Qian, slammed the big knife in his hand to the rope. However, the rope was made too strong, and it was a little far apart. The knife Zai Jun bought didn't cut it completely. Ah! Xli yelled, and with the rebound of his feet on the ship's side, he flew up with a big knife and chopped to the rope. Kang dang! Kang dang! The slanted hull slammed back to normal, and then swayed constantly, and many things on the deck collided with each other. Li Qian also gasped with a pale face. It was so dangerous just now. It seems that from now on, the harpoon can't be connected with a cable casually, and it is easy to be eaten back when it encounters a huge whale like today. Although one cable was cut off, there were still 2 ships with the cables and harpoons. The whale did not escape. Perhaps, in its concept, there was no escape at all. 5 boats surrounded the whales, and the javelinmen on the boats were looking for opportunities to throw out their javelins. "Go away, I'll come." The whale kept rolling and swimming, and was less than 10 steps away from Li Qian's ship. She saw Fang Yi clenching the spear in both hands and making a run up on the deck. Before Li Qian could react, she flew out of the ship's side. "I go." Li Qian stared blankly at the figure shooting the whale. The ship was condescending, and Fang Yi's physical fitness was good. After the run-up, she hung herself directly on the whale with the spear. This blow caused great damage to the whale. At least half of the 2-foot-long spear did not enter the whale's body. Cheng Chumo held the spear tightly in both hands, hanging around the whale like a small fish. Be careful." Just as Yu Chuan screamed, the whale rolled over, and Fang Yi's figure disappeared into the sea. "Naughty animal, look at me!" Yu Chuan yelled, just like Fang Yi, holding a spear and rushing out of the ship's side. After being hit one after another, the whale's reaction slowed down, and Fang Yi's figure reappeared on the surface of the sea. He was holding his spear tightly in both hands, but he was yelling, "Ha ha, refreshing!" readily. What? Cheng Chumo and Xuli also jumped off the boat one after another and greeted the whale. There were several harpoons slantingly inserted on the whale's shoulders, and there was a constant flow of blood surging out. The blood stained the sea surface. At the beginning, the blood was still black, like a reef in the blue sea. Soon, the blood spread like clouds. The whale showed its white belly, and slowly there was no movement, but it was constantly rising and falling along with the waves. "Hurry up and save everyone in the sea." Seeing that there was no movement from the whale, and Fang Yi and the others were still riding on the whale excitedly, Li Qian hurriedly arranged manpower to rescue people. In the chaos, several people should have fallen into the water, but fortunately, everyone knows how to water, but they didn't kill anyone. A gang of people worked hard to tie the whale to the stern of the flagship, and towed it to prepare to return. "Ha, we hunted down such a big whale. After returning to Chainan, we have to let those busy and noble children see if we are dudes." Cheng Chumo returned to the deck happily. His clothes were soaked and he didn't care. Although the time spent fighting whales is not very long, it is absolutely thrilling. With this experience, everyone will be more calm the next time you hunt and kill whales. Besides, it's not that every whale I encounter is this big. "Lord, look, what is that?" Yang Qiwa's eyes were sharper, and she quickly discovered that a group of big fish were rolling on the sea not far away. "Shark?" Li Qian's expression changed. Fortunately, everyone came up. Otherwise, something might happen this time. The appearance of sharks is not accidental. Just after the whale was killed, the entire sea area was full of dark red blood. And as the sea water flowed, the blood was sinking into the sea and spreading continuously. The shark's nose is already good, but it couldn't be more normal for them to come over. It's just that no one thought of it just now. "Shark? Lord, if I had been before, I would have thought that this fish was huge. But compared to the whale just now, it is not at the same level. Should I go down and catch it?" Fang Yi looked fearless and eager to try. Li Qian held his forehead. This is really fearless for the ignorant. In the ocean, the shark is the real terminator, the real endangered animal. Be careful, everyone, don't go into the sea anymore. These sharks are much more dangerous than whales, and they are definitely more lethal than tigers. "Ah, Lord, could this shark eat people?" Fang Yi was taken aback. 135 A group of sharks quickly caught up to the fleet, eager to try it around the whales. Li Qian naturally didn't want his prey to get into the shark's pocket. "Attention everyone, the harpoon gun shoots at the shark, but no one can go into the sea, even if the whale is eaten by them. They can't go down. If you fight with whales, the risk of going into the sea is drowning. So when fighting sharks, going into the sea is likely to become excrement in people's stomachs. Wow, wow, wow. Soon, several other boats followed behind the flagship and started shooting at the sharks in the water. It's hit. I don't know if there are too many sharks or the accuracy rate has increased. Actually, 2 harpoons launched from the boat hit the sharks. At this time, the weakness of the shark was revealed. If it is a huge whale, a shot would be like a tickling, and it will generally not lose its life. But the shark is different. The total body is about 1 foot long, and it was shot in a pair. Take the cable away, the shark can't get away. Cheng Chu silently yelled from the stern of the boat. These sharks seem to be nothing more than that. Just take one, and the other shark stays in the water. Li Qian knew that if these sharks were not allowed to eat something in their mouths, they would have been following the fleet, and sooner or later the whales that were dragging the stern would suffer. So leave one shark in the sea as food for other sharks. This is mainly because the firing speed of the bed crossbow is still too slow, and it is impossible to kill so many sharks in a short time. Wendeng Pia, girl, go back and have a rest. You haven't slept since yesterday evening until now. Yuna saw Zixia's thin body standing on the dock, letting the sea breeze blow her clothes. No, I'm not sleepy. I slept yesterday afternoon. I will wait. The prince should be back soon. The fleet did not return overnight. Although Li Qian had said beforehand that it might not return on the same day, Zixia was still a little worried. Hey, His Royal Highness King Chu is also true. The land world is so big, why does it have to compete with the sea? Everyone says that sea monsters in the water can't be offended, but he is better, and he will take people to hunt sea monsters himself. Yuna, if you speak ill of King Chu, I won't let you follow. Zixia glanced at Yuna a little unhappy. Okay, His Royal Highness Chu is the most wise. His Royal Highness Chu is the bravest. The fleet is back. The fleet is back. Suddenly a shout came from above the newly built lighthouse on the pier. Glang, glang, glang. After the gong sounded, everyone at the pier knew that the fleet had returned. Everyone quickly prepare. The fleet is back. In the salted fish workshop next to him, Wang Xuans and his team walked quickly to the pier, ready to pick up the fish carried by the boat. I came back before noon. The prince must have succeeded, Chu Siliang said expectantly from the side. I heard that the whale is as big as a hill. To be honest, it's hard to believe before seeing it. Wang Xuans stood on the pier and looked into the distance with the spectacles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wang Xuans heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, news spread about the return of the East China Sea fishery fleet from fishing sea monsters, and the pier was already crowded with people before the fleet docked. There are people watching the excitement, family members of the crew, and Wang Xuans who brought them ready to help. Wendeng Pier has never been so lively as it is today. Sea monsters that are 7 or 8 feet long. Most want to come and see them. Look, everyone, is there something behind the front boat? As the fleet got closer, some sharp-eyed people in the crowd had spotted something towing behind the flagship. Wow, it seems to be dragging something big. Although most of the whale's body was in the water, as the ship got closer and closer to the dock, people on the shore still noticed the situation. However, this time is not the most surprising moment for everyone. When the fleet worked hard to lift the whale from the sea to the shore with the help of the newly erected pulley block on the pier, it was not shocking that there was no one on the scene. 2 feet high, 8 feet 5 feet long. This is definitely the largest animal anyone has ever seen in this life. Don't be stunned. Quickly isolate the crowd and make room to deal with the whales. After Li Qian got off the boat, he found that everyone was looking at the whales stupidly, without any movement. Master, how do you deal with this whale? Wang Xuans looked at the behemoth in front of him, feeling a little unsure of how to do it. Free up the wharf and place all parts of the whale in different categories. Whale meat is used for marinating, grease is used for refining whale oil, and the bones are cleaned and dried and left behind. Li Qian had never dealt with whales, so he could only rely on some of his own impressions to get Wang Xuans to start killing whales with the people from the salted fish workshop. Cheng Chumo and the others were also eager to help, especially Fang Yi. He picked up a big knife, climbed directly on the back of the whale, and started to cut. Soon, the entire wharf was filled with whale meat. But near the pier, more and more people continued to flock to witness this historic moment. "My lord, what should I do with this shark? Have you dealt with it together?" On Tuesday, Fu looked at the shark that was finally lifted off the deck and asked Li Qian how to deal with it. "You chop off the shark fin and fish lips and send it to the county government. The other meat will be processed with the whale meat. If you want to eat, you can eat it. And if you can't eat it, you can marinate it. You can save it for later eating or selling." The taste of whale meat, Li Qian's later generations had eaten when he traveled to the country of Japan. It's not very good. But the shark's fin and fish lips are two of the 8 treasures, and they are just right to taste today. "I didn't eat and sleep well on the boat." After giving instructions to Wang Xuans and Chu Siliang, Li Qian went straight back. On the wharf, the whale meat worth 5 cents per catty was much more expensive than the previous large yellow croaker, but it quickly sold tens of thousands of catties. No one has ever eaten whale meat, and they want to try it. Even the homes of the wealthy businessmen in Dengzhou Prefecture each bought a bunch of whale meat to taste. It's so fragrant, good to eat, very chewy. On that day, many families in Dengzhou Prefecture were tasting whale meat. I don't know if it is because they have spent more money or because they have never eaten it before. Anyway, although a group of people feel that no large yellow croaker is delicious in their hearts, they are constantly praised. Well, this is probably one of human nature. From now on, the whaling industry is officially on the stage of Datang. 136 In the 6 years of Zhengwen, the weather was generally smooth. Although there were wars and disasters in some parts, the situation was thriving. In the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin looked at the memorials with a smile on his face. "Li Zong, Your Majesty, the salt price in the West market has dropped by 30% this month." "Oh, how did those salt merchants react?" "I have seen the salted fish sold by the seafood house before, and the price of salt will fall." Li Shimin is not surprised at all. It is strange that it does not fall. Several large salt merchants are holding various banquets intensively these days, and they seem to be discussing something. Li Zong took a cautious look at Li Shimin. He didn't find out the specific content of the gathering for fear that Li Shimin would blame it. Pay attention to their movements. This time, I will break with silence. Subordinates understand. What is that evildoer doing lately? Hearing Li Shimin's question, Li struggled a bit. "Your Majesty, I just received a message from Bakizi yesterday, and my subordinates feel a little unreliable whether it is reliable or not. I have my own judgment." "What is the news?" "I heard that the East China Sea fishery encountered sea monsters at sea." "Sea monster?" Li Shimin frowned. "Yes, before the East China Sea fisheries were able to catch several large yellow croaker every day. A while ago, Wang Xuans went back to Chainan and bought a batch of boats to go to Dengzhou. But the seafood house in West Market seems to have nothing to sell in recent days. Improve the level of news in the direction of Dengzhou. Bakizi must send the news back at a faster speed. Li Shimin thought for a while, and felt that he did not know enough about Dengzhou. Dengzhou is not too far from Chainan. If you take the waterway, it will be almost there in 10 days. If you can move on both land and water and speed up, you will be able to arrive in 6 or 7 days. Cheng Chumo, Lord, this salted fish can't be compared with fresh fish. Will anyone really buy it in Chainan City? Li Qian personally took Cheng Chumo to visit the salted fish shop next to Wendeng Wharf. This time, Cheng Chumo came here quickly, and after a few days, people from the family also came with boats and craftsmen. Obviously, it was not for following his own prince, but for other purposes. Li Qian understood briefly, and soon understood the plans of Cheng Yojin, Yu Qigong and others. Pulling the Cheng family, the Yachi family, and the Fang family aboard their own boats would share some profits, but it was completely worthwhile. and Li Qian accepted it without any hesitation. Li Qian immediately decided to expand the transportation volume of refined salt, no, salted fish. So after dealing with the sea monsters, he took them to visit the salted fish shop. Chumo, don't worry, these salted fish will not only be sold in Chainan, but will not be bought by anyone. The caravan will leave for Chainan, Luoyang, and Taiyuan respectively. Now we have to worry about what is going on. Make more salted fish. The ships of the shipbuilding workshop are still rushing for work. The ships that Wang Xuan brought back from Chainan were used for inland water transportation except for a few ships brought back from Chainan. Therefore, the recent catch of the East China Sea fishery has not increased significantly. Of course, by this time next year, it won't look like this at all. Forget it. I don't know the doorway inside, Prince. My grandpa asked me to listen to your arrangements, and do what you say. Cheng Chu couldn't understand why Li Qian decided that salted fish would sell well. In his opinion, the quality of the salted fish produced by the salted fish workshops is really declining. They were mostly large yellow croaker before, but now they are actually starting to buy all kinds of messy fish caught by other fishermen in Dengzi from the Yellow River, ponds, streams and other places. Up. Yakiwan, Master, this carp is not eaten in Chainan City, and no one dares to eat it. The salted fish workshop encourages the people of Dengzi Prefecture to go fishing in the Yellow River. Will they be impeached? Fang Yi. Yes, especially the prince. You still let the people go to the beach to pick up shells, dig seaweeds, etc. All the swarms are pickled and shipped out for sale. Does anyone want these things? Yes. Seeing the reaction of the third brother, Li Qian couldn't help it. The king finally knows why you are often beaten at home. If this king is your grandfather, he also wants to beat you. Hey, although you are the prince, if you talk like this, we are not welcome. Cheng Chumo was often educated by Cheng Yojin, which was famous in Chainan City. Hearing what Li Qian said, that guy couldn't hold back his face. Master, is there a mystery behind these salted fish? Yu Chiwen's head hadn't been rusted through, knowing that there should be something wrong with him. A few of you, this king asks you, the people of Chainan City seldom buy salted fish before. Why would they buy our salted fish? Cheng Chumo, Yakiwan, Fang Yi. Several people looked at each other, just because they thought that ordinary people would not buy it. Li Qian now asks what the king sells is not salted fish at all, but salt. What? Selling salt? If you sell salt, you can sell salt directly. Why do you sell salted fish? The purpose of selling salt is indirectly achieved by selling salted fish. It is estimated that the people like Cheng Chumo cannot understand it, and Li Qian is too lazy to explain it further. When you have the opportunity to go back to Chainan, let a few national princes explain it to you. Anyway, now you just need to understand that we need to transport all kinds of salted fish and seafood to Chainan and other places for sale. It used to be a small joke. Now we are ready to do a big fight. If other merchants are willing to buy from the salted fish workshop, we will not refuse. Brother Chen, this time the salted fish shop of the East China Sea fisheries will be opened to supply salted fish. I am going to leave Dengzi tomorrow and go to Hedong Road first. I guess I can sell the cargo. I am also going to leave in 2 days. It is estimated that there are still relatively few people selling salted fish. I plan to take a trip to Jizi in Hebei province. It will be closer, and I can come back sooner to buy the goods. Chen Jin and Liu Wenfei stayed in Dengzi for a period of time, and finally they had enough goods ready for a big fight. In addition, both of them bought a house in Weddenden County and opened a new shop, ready to sell the products brought in from other places. Both of them have been in business for many years and have already seen that the future of Dengzi is bound to be boundless. Now walking on the street, there are no beggars in sight. Many ordinary people have found jobs either in various rented houses in the royal palace of Chu, or in other newly opened restaurants and other places. As long as you work hard, you will never starve to death in Dengzi. Okay, then I wish our brothers a good journey, and meet again next year in Dengzi. In Dengzi City, there are more and more businesses like Chen Jin and Liu Wenfei. The Tang dynasty is too big, and Li Yuan can send people to sell salted fish in all counties. It makes no sense. With such a large market, no matter who sells it, as long as the source of the goods is the East China Sea fisheries, Li Yuan's goal has been achieved. Chapter 137 Chapter All Over Flowers. The first snow in Zhengwan's 6 years came earlier than usual. Overnight, the city of Chainan in Nuoda was wrapped in silver, and it was truly beautiful. The sales of honeycomb briquettes and wool yarns under the royal palace of Chu's mansion have risen sharply, and because of them, the people of Chainan City feel that this winter seems not so cold. Little Langjun, a new seafood store, has opened in West Market. I heard that a lot of new dengs and goods have arrived. Would you like to check it out? In Yongpingfeng, the landlord of Dongfengping enthusiastically reminded. Really? Then I really have to go and see it. Thanks to Xinhua Bookstore, buying books and paper this year saved me a lot of money, so I was just going to buy something. Speaking of this, I have to thank you for your help in teaching that kid in my family literacy. From next month, I will not charge your rent, as long as you take the time to give more guidance and guidance. How embarrassed, I just raised my hand. Dong Fenping bought a full set of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and sometimes when he watched it, he would tell the landlord's children the story and instruct him to recognize a few words, but he did not expect to receive the goods unexpectedly. Welcome. My mother-in-law is also working in the wool workshop of the Chu Palace, and I am also working in the honeycomb coal workshop. Now the rent is not bad. In the spring of next year, I am going to let the baby go to the workshop's Mongolian school. Dongfengping closed the door, and followed the landlord, Uncle Liao, to the West Market. Yongpingfeng is not far from the West Market, and it's almost half an hour away. There are still so many people. Uncle Liao saw the people crowded in front of the seafood house from a distance. Let's go faster. I wanted to buy a salted fish but didn't buy it a few days ago. There are nearly 1 million people in Chainan City, and there is a great demand for salt. However, it stands to reason that the seafood house has successively sold tens of thousands of salted fish in Chainan, which is equivalent to selling tens of thousands of catties of salt, which should be enough for everyone in a short time. But who makes the salted fish in the seafood house cheaper? Many people stock up on it. This directly led to a sharp decline in the sales of various salt shops in Chainan City, and even Luoyang and other places around Chainan began to be affected. Some savvy merchants bought salted fish directly from the seafood house, and then transported them to other places in Guangzhong to sell them. The profits were not low when they came and went. This has intensified the hot sales of various salted fish products in the seafood house. Your Majesty, this seafood house is the third branch of the Chu Prince's mansion in Chainan City. Not far away, Li Shimin dressed in casual clothes, under the escort of Li Zong and others, watching the lively scene in front of the seafood house. Yesterday you said that the royal palace of Chu sent people to Luoyang and Taiyuan to open branches. Yes, and someone from Sugagong and Egogong's mansion followed. The prince and the ministers walked too close, especially with the military generals. This was a taboo thing in the past dynasties. Although Li Yuan adopted Li Zian, Li Zong felt that the news must still be told to Li Shimin. That wicked man has finally learned to be clever. It is not enough to deal with the family alone. Contrary to Li Zong's expectation, Li Shimin didn't mean to be angry after hearing the news. Cheng Chuma of Suguo's family, Yakuan of Eguo's family, and Langfeng's beloved Fang Xiang's wife went to Deng's mansion some time ago. Presumably, Chu Wang's mansion opened a branch of seafood house in Luoyang and Taiyuan this time. Relationship. The atmosphere in Kaesong has been a bit weird recently. I have received several memorials to impeach that wicked man. The content is so varied. It seems that those people are going to be unable to help it. Taikai Hall. Today is the first day of December, and it is considered a great dynasty. The main officials from Beijing all come to participate in the dynasty meeting. If something happens, retreat if nothing happens. The opening of the North Korean meeting was the same as usual. Ahem. An official stood up and said something briefly. Ahem. An official came out and said something trivial. Ahem. Just like catching an infectious flu, officials who come out to speak must cough a sentence. The scene that looks a little strange is actually a convention. There are many officials in the DPRK, and if you don't pay attention, there will be a scene where several people come out to speak at the same time, which is a bit ritual and a bit embarrassing. Slowly, whoever is ready to speak, just cough, and it becomes an unspoken rule. His Majesty Kizu, the minister Yang Benman, impeached His Royal Highness King of Chu for squandering the lives of the people in Cheonan City, and conniving his subordinates to sell salted fish, resulting in injuries and even deaths to ordinary people. Whitin suggested that the court should strictly prohibit the sale of salted fish. A joke. It's a big joke. Your Majesty, it will be the first time in so many years that I heard that selling salted fish is harmful to the people. This Yang Yashi's ability to reverse black and white can be described as unprecedented, and there is no one to come after. Cheng Yojin didn't look at the 5 big and 3 rough. In fact, he was clever. When Yang Benman came out for impeachment, he guessed the reason, so he didn't wait for Li Shimin to speak, and went straight up. General Cheng, every sentence the old man said is true and reliable. The magistrate of Cheonan County should have received the news yesterday. If you don't believe it, you can ask. Yang Benman was going to pull out an endorser for himself. But the county magistrate of an county was also smart, and he lowered his head and stood behind the team pretending to be stupid. It is forbidden to sell salted fish if you choke on eating salted fish. If you choke on eating, do all grain shops have to be closed? Cheng Guogong, Yang Yashi. In fact, according to Xi Aguan, this is not necessarily a problem with salted fish. It may be that bad salt was used to pickle salted fish, which caused discomfort to the person who ate it. Lu Qian, Shangxiu from the Ministry of Rights, seemed to stand up and say a word in a fair manner. Yes, I heard that the salted fish is marinated with sea salt. Since ancient times, who has eaten sea salt? Sea salt cannot be eaten. This is almost the consensus of all dynasties. Gui Tianai, the head of the Ministry of Rights, also stood up to support his boss. Sitting directly above Li Shimin, watching more and more courtiers below participate in this seemingly ridiculous impeachment, he knew that some people could no longer sit still. Your Majesty, there are many people selling salted fish in the city of Cheonan. Is there a problem with the salted fish, or is there a problem with the sea salt used to marinate the salted fish? It is necessary to check it carefully, and then give everyone a clear answer. Fang Xuanling saw Li Shimin sitting there quietly, and then considered that the salted fish in Cheonan City was sold by a shop under the name of the Prince Chu Mansion, and her second son was still following to Dengzhou, so she naturally knew what to do at this time. Practicing Tai Chi, drag the word tactics. Whether it is active or passive, this is a skill that almost every official needs to master. This is not the case in ancient and modern China and foreign countries. 138. The hustle and bustle at the North Korean meeting was destined to be fruitless. The salt merchants did not take any action. As early as half a month ago, in several coastal states and counties of Jiangnan province, several merchants went to buy large seaside beaches, preparing to imitate the Dengzhou salt drying plant to make salt. However, it is obviously impossible to use coarse salt to defeat refined salt of the same price. At most, even if the salted fish from the early East China Sea fisheries were not fully circulated, there would still be some markets. As for Li Qian, after hearing the news, he bachelorfully gave 30% of the East China Sea fisheries share to Li Shimin, 20% to the household department, and another 15% to the Cheng family, the Yachi family, and the Fang family. Take only 30%, and keep half of it as a reward for senior managers such as treasurers for future recruitment. Of course, Cheng Yojin needs to pay to get this share. As for whether they accept it or not, that's another matter. Anyway, The core of the East China Sea fishery is actually the salt industry. Li Qian never thought of monopolizing Datang's salt industry. This is simply dying. As long as Li Shimin and their major shareholders do not interfere with their own management of the East China Sea fishery, how much money they share will not make much sense. For the rest, let's slowly talk to the salt merchants and the aristocratic families behind them. Anyway, Datang's salt price must continue to fall. On the Wai River, a ship slowly approached the dock, and Wang Xuan stood at the bow, preparing to direct the crew to move supplies. These bones are marked. You must place them carefully and don't make a mistake. It is impossible to get a whale to Chainan City, but it's okay to bring the whale skeleton over and put it on a display, so that the people in the court can see a different world. Li Qian also seriously considered the significance of this matter, and only then specifically asked Wang Xuan to return to Chainan again and make a gift in his own name. After all, Li Shimin's birthday is coming soon. Although he has no plans to make a big deal, it is still necessary for Li Qian to give a special gift as a prince. More importantly, Li Qian wanted the big brothers in the court to shift their attention to the sea. Although it is a bit early to talk about sea power, if Datang can extend its tentacles to all parts of the sea earlier, the impact will be very far-reaching. Your Majesty, look at this white jade given by Cheng Qian. It is crystal clear and flawless. It is really a rare gem. Empress Chengsun stood in front of a white jade and said with a smile on her face, "Well, he has the intention." Li Shimin didn't plan to celebrate his birthday, so after the princes presented their gifts, they simply attended a family banquet in the palace, even if it was over. The birthday poem written by Tyre is also very good. He has acquired this writing skills at a young age. It is quite a bit of Your Majesty's youthful demeanor. The family banquet was held at noon, and there was no need to go to court in the afternoon, and Li Shimin rarely chatted with the grandson queen. The painting of Lizzie is very unique. It's a little bit. Empress Chengsun realized that Li Shimin didn't seem to be very interested. "Your Majesty, did anything major happen to Kazhong?" Li Shimin King smiled. No, Your Majesty, all your unhappiness is written on your face." Empress Chengsun said with a groan. "I heard that many ministers impeached Kuena some time ago." "It should be all right, huh? Which pot doesn't open or lift which pot? This wicked son, past my birthday, he didn't even move." Puff. Empress Chengsun couldn't help laughing. "The concubine knows why Your Majesty is unhappy." Guanyin card. "I don't mean to say that he is scarce of his gifts, but you look at him, causing me trouble all day long. But now I can't be angry." Empress Chengsun thought for a while and said, "You sent Kuena to Dengzhou. It is not surprising that there are so many things in a state capital that he can't be too busy at the moment." Although the Queen of Longsun also felt that Li Qian had forgotten even Li Shimin's birthday, it seemed a bit strange. Normally, even if Li Qian himself forgot, the people around him would remind him. Could it be that the people in the Chu Palace are so unreliable in doing things? I thought so in my heart, but Empress Longsun still had to mention Li Qian for a reason. Everything can be considered for Li Shimin, which is why Li Shimin's affection for Empress Longsun is so deep. "Your Majesty, something happened to the Suzaku Gate." Lan He hurriedly came to Li Shimin, his expression a little nervous. "Something happened? What happened?" Li Shimin frowned, a little confused. "The Suzaku Gate is the main entrance of the imperial city. When you go out, you will find Suzaku Street. In it, either the relatives of the emperor or the ministers of the court live. What can happen in this place?" It is said that the people from the royal palace of Chu smashed something they didn't know there, and it attracted countless people to watch. In order to maintain order, the Jinwu guards were dispatched. "Chu Palace?" Li Shimin said with an unkind expression. "Isn't that wicked man in Dengzhou? How could he make a big deal out of Million Bird Gate?" "Your Majesty, it's about Kuena's innocence. Why don't you go and take a look?" Empress Chengsun thought this matter seemed a bit weird, so she wanted to go over and take a look. "Go, take the Suzaku Gate." Chainan City is divided into 3 cities: Outer City, Imperial City, and Magi City. The outer city is the place where ordinary Cheonan people and nobles live, and the imperial city is the seat of that Miao, Hongsu Temple, King Temple and other Korean institutions. There is also a palace in the imperial city, which is Taikai Palace. From Taikai Palace to Zukman, the distance is not too far, and soon Li Shimin appeared on the wall of the imperial city. And in the square inches front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, Wang Xuans was sweating profusely and organized his hands to fix the last whale's rib. Hurry up and hurry up, it's still a long way off. Your Majesty's birthday is today. Now that it is built, it can barely catch up with the birthday gift. However, the onlookers aroused when the whale skeleton was built exceeded Wang Xuan's and Li Qian's expectations. I originally thought that officials at the Suzaku Gate were mainly walking around, so that there would not be too much movement. Who knows that 1 past 10, 10 past 100, all the noble girls in the vicinity ran over to join in the fun. Uncle Lai Fu, this gift list for your Majesty can only trouble you to pass it into the palace. Seeing that the whale skeleton was finally set up, Wang Xuans breathed a sigh of relief, only to remember that the gift list had not yet been sent to the palace. Lai Fu, the king is in charge. It seems that your Majesty has come out. I saw a group of Kainui soldiers and horses quickly rushed out of the Vermilion Bird Gate and drove the crowd of onlookers out for hundreds of steps. After that, a group of people supported Li Shimin and came to the front of the whale skeleton. Komen Wang Xuans has seen your Majesty. Lai Fu has seen your Majesty. Lai Fu, I haven't seen you for many years. How's your body? Li Shimin restrained his curiosity about watching the whale skeleton, and said hello to Lai Fu. As the old housekeeper of Li Zion's mansion, Li Shimin naturally knew Lai Fu. Thanks to your Majesty, everything is fine. That's good. Li Shimin nodded, then turned around. You are Wang Xuans? I have heard of your name. What happened today? Chapter 139. Chapter for Li Shimin literacy. When Li Shimin came out, he was angry in his heart, and it was even less polite to talk to Wang Xuans. He knew very well that Wang Xuans was the dogleg of that evil man, and he didn't have any official positions in the court. Your Majesty, King Chu is far away in Dengzhou, but he misses His Majesty day and night. In order to prepare a commemorative birthday gift for His Majesty, His Royal Highness Chu is not afraid of hardships and dangers, and personally leads the fleet to sea. Zhuangzhun, there are fishes in the North Ming, whose name is Kun. Kun is so big, I don't know how many miles it is. When it turns into a bird, its name is Peng. Peng's back, I don't know, it's thousands of miles. It flies in anger. Its wings are like clouds hanging down from the sky. The birthday gift prepared by His Majesty King Chu for His Majesty is exactly like a whale like Kunping. It is 2 feet tall, more than 8 feet long, and weighs 1,000,000 catties. Facing Li Shimin's emperor's power, Wang Xuans was not impatient, pointing to the giant skeleton next to him, and slowly explaining. This is the whale you are talking about. After listening to Wang Xuan's words, although Li Shimin's anger had not disappeared, his curiosity was raised. Yes, your Majesty, this is the head of a whale. This skull alone weighs 800 catties. This whale is the overlord of the sea. When swimming, the head will continue to spray water, and the tail can be swept. Easily smash the boat, and you can swallow hundreds of catties of food in one bite. His Royal Highness Chu heard that there was such a giant in the sea and went out to sea specially. Okay, what is the virtue of that evil man? I still don't know. Li Shimin obviously didn't want to listen to Wang Xuan's bragging about it. Although he didn't suspect that the whale was caught by Li Qian, he didn't believe that Li Qian really did it for his birthday. It's not profitable and early. This is the nature of that evil man. This whale must be like this too, but for a while, he still understands where the whale's profit lies. Guanyin maid, let's go and have a look with me. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he walked directly to the whale skeleton. Zukman was right next to the various yeomen of the imperial court. Whether it was Hongfu Temple or King Temple. The nearby officials heard that a miracle had happened at Zukman, and they all rushed over to join in the fun. Nicknamed Inspect. Your Majesty was still blaming Kuena for forgetting things. Now it seems that people have been prepared. This whale skeleton is so huge, like the gods recorded in the Shanhaejing. If it were not for Kuena, the court would have 100 officials would not believe that there are such gods in the world. Empress Chengsun stroked the tailbone of the whale, full of respect for this behemoth. This whale is huge in size, and it must be infinitely powerful. I am curious about how that wicked man was captured. Son of Gianjun, if he doesn't sit down, he won't have a long lesson at all. The more I saw the extraordinariness of whales, the faster Li Shiman's anger disappeared. Coupled with lifeless timely presentation of whale portraits on the sidelines, Li Shiman and Empress Chengsun can more intuitively feel the appearance of whales, and Li Shiman's heart is only worried. Wang Xuans, what is the role of this whale? After feeling the magnificence of the whale skeleton, Li Shiman began to ask his doubts. Your Majesty Qi, His Majesty the King of Chu said that this whale is full of treasures, and it is of great significance to the prosperity of my great Tang. Li Qian had long expected that Li Shiman would definitely ask what is the use of catching the whale, so Wang Xuans heard Li Shiman's question and was able to answer immediately. Huh? What do you say? Whales are huge, and one whale can provide as little as hundreds of thousands of catties of meat, and as many as millions of catties. As long as you catch a few of them every day, you can solve the meat-eating problem of most people in Dengzi Prefecture. This makes sense. Is there any other use? Don't you say that whales are full of treasures? Li Shiman felt that if it was just to solve the meat problem, although it was of great significance, it was still an overstatement to say that it was related to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. The chickens, ducks and geese in the courtyard of the Chu Palace have been sold in the West Market this year, and Chainan City is not short of meat now. Your Majesty, there are naturally, according to His Royal Highness Chu, the most meaningful thing on whales is actually not meat. Not meat? Li Shiman's expression changed. Is this fooling himself? Whale oil. Your Majesty, the most meaningful thing about whales is whale oil. Wang Xuans saw that Li Shiman's face was not good, and he dared not sell it again. Li Shiman didn't answer anymore, just staring at Wang Xuans with his eyes. This whale is huge, and the sea is very cold. In order to maintain body temperature, there is very thick oil under the whale skin. These oils can be refined into whale oil, and whale oil can be used to make whale oil candles. Like this whale in front of me, the whale oil extracted from it can make hundreds of thousands of candles. The candle is of little use in later generations, and most people don't feel its significance. But for Datang, which is a dark country at night, with abundant and cheap candles, its significance is absolutely very important. Wang Xuans is a scholar himself and has a full understanding of this. One whale can make hundreds of thousands of candles. Li Shiman was also shocked by the numbers in Wang Xuans's mouth. You know, Taikai Palace is the place where candles are consumed the most in the entire Tang dynasty, but according to Li Shiman's understanding, tens of thousands of candles are used in the palace a year. Of course, this is also related to Li Shiman's advocacy of frugality. After all, a butter candle is not cheap to make. The most important thing is that even if you have money, you can't buy as much as you want. That's right, and His Royal Highness said that this whale oil candle is more resistant to burning than the butter candle, and there is almost no peculiar smell when it burns, and there is no black smoke. It is the best candle material. Your Majesty, this is the prince's gift list. The old slave looked at the gift list and there were 10,000 whale oil candles. Lai Fu stood aside, listening to Li Shiman and Wang Xuans's confrontation. Words, timely put a sentence. Isn't a whale capable of making hundreds of thousands of candles? How come I only sent 10,000 candles to me? Ha! This evildoer is getting smaller and stingy. Your Majesty, It hasn't been a few months since Kuena went to Deng's mansion. This whale was also hunted some time ago. The production of whale oil candles is only just beginning. This was sent to your majesty as soon as it was made. Kuena, this filial piety is commendable. When Empress Chengsun saw Li Shimin talking like this, she knew her anger had disappeared. Besides meat and whale oil, is there any other use for this whale? Li Shimin's face was a little bit uncontrollable when the eldest queen said so, and he quickly changed the subject. Your Majesty, it is of course. His Royal Highness King Chu said, whales are full of treasures. Huh? Is there any other use? Li Shimin originally just asked casually, but he didn't expect it to be the answer. Yes, whale skin is a good umbrella material, and fish bones can be crushed into good feed. Wang Xuance's words made Li Shimin thoroughly interested in whales. 140 The conversation between Wang Xuance and Li Shimin was not deliberately kept secret, and the officials who followed around basically heard it. Officials of this year are rarely born in poor families. They are basically landlords from aristocratic families everywhere, and they basically have some businesses in their families. Grandpa, it's good. What do you want me to do in Dengzhou? At Song Yuegong's mansion, Xiaoyu was arranging tasks for his son. My eyesight is short-sighted. For my father, I asked you to pay more attention to the movement of the court. Are you listening to the wind? Now that the palace of the King of Chu is in Dengzhou, do you feel any changes in Chainan City? Xiao Kai looked depressed. Isn't there a whale skeleton at the Vermilion Gate? I went to see it too. The magnificence is spectacular, but who knows the truth or not? Bang! Xiaoyu was furious after hearing this. Ignorance. How can His Royal Highness of Chu dare to deceive the Emperor in such a matter? Grandpa, even if it's true, what's the matter? Could it be that you let me go to Dengzhou and catch one from the sea? What's the point? Xiao Kai, as the top honorable person of Chainan City, has a chic and comfortable life every day. He either goes to Yaihonglu to drink flower wine or goes to Danxiang Pavilion to listen to small songs. Naturally, he is unwilling to leave Chainan. Can you be a little bit brainy? Just how long can our family spend your life like yours? You don't think about how to increase your family's income. People at the level of Xiaoyu have been very thorough in terms of scholars, farmers, industry, and the like, and naturally they don't think it's a shame that someone in the family is going to do business. In fact, throughout the Tang dynasty, the status of merchants was higher than that of the Ming and Song dynasties. Grandpa, you don't really want me to go whaling in Dengzhou, do you? My father didn't let you go fishing in person. But this whale is of great importance. The King of Chu made wool before, and we missed it, let alone the briquettes before. Now this whale, our Xiao family must not miss it. The whole body is a treasure. The level of our Xiao family's shipbuilders is second to none in Datang, and they have advantages compared to other families. Xiao Kai felt that it would be impossible for him not to go, and bowed his head and said, then what am I going to do when I go to Dengzhou? Don't worry, I have my own arrangements for my father. It's just that you go and let His Royal Highness Chu feel the sincerity of our Xiao family's cooperation. Specific matters are left to the housekeeper. Jumbo Pavilion. After a year of experience, Xianja has become a bit of a superwoman of later generations. Mr. Wang, do we really only sell one piece of whale oil candles for 10 cents? How about the same size butter candles sold for 100 cents? A few days after Wang Xuance arrived in Chainan City, he completed the task of presenting Li Shimin's birthday gift, and the second batch of whale oil candles and dry whale meat from Dengzhou arrived. Whale oil candles are related to the lighting plan of the entire Tang dynasty. Naturally, Wang Xuance knew that Li Qian attached great importance to it, so on the first day when Zhenbao Pavilion started selling whale oil candles, he came to see the situation in person. Girl Xianja, a small whale oil candle for 10 cents, a medium 50 cents, and a large 100 cents were ordered by the prince himself. Butter candles are so expensive. It is because the butter is hard to come by and the cost is high, but our whale oil candles are extremely profitable even if it is a 10 cents. The prince is also true. If you have money, you don't know how to make money. Our whale oil candles are brighter, more resistant to burning, and less smoke than butter candles. Even if they are sold at the same price, they are considered cheap. Xianja is now a typical businessman thinking, and it is estimated that she can be regarded as the most famous female businessman in West Market. After all, the glass mirror of the treasure pavilion is unique in the Tang dynasty, and Xianja represents to a certain extent that the palace of the king of Chu is in charge of the treasure pavilion. However, Li Qian's perspective on the problem is naturally different from Xianja. Girl Xianja, it doesn't matter if you say it in front of me. If you say it in front of outsiders and spread it out, even if the prince doesn't mind, Uncle Lifu will not spare you lightly. Wang Xuans knew how Li Qian indulged the maids around him, and he felt helpless when he saw Xianja talking like this. Manager Wang, I know, I just talked casually. Xianja stuck out her tongue and replied playfully. At Yongpingfeng, Dongfengping is about to go out and go to the Xinhua bookstore to see if there are any new books published. Since the beginning of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Xinhua bookstore will release some new books or reprint some old ancient books every other time. The price is very affordable, and it has already cost Dongfengping's designated bookstore. In many cases, there are more people reading books at Xinhua bookstore than buying books. Many scholars who can't afford books stay in the bookstore all day, reading books in silence, and Xinhua bookstore does not rush people. Brother Dongfen, come with me to Zhenbao Pavilion. A chubby student came to Dongfengping, panting, and took his hand to walk outside. Brother Su, I'm going to the Xinhua bookstore. I won't go to Zhenbao Pavilion. The visitor is Su Chengguan, a classmate of the academy, and his family is very superior, but he is very kind and is Dongfengping's only friend. There is something new in the treasure pavilion. You will regret it if you don't go. Hurry up. Although it was a big winter, Su Chengguan was sweating on his forehead. I don't know whether it was because he was too tired from running just now or because he was too fat. Brother Su, I really don't want to go. Dongfengping was a little helpless. The treasures in the treasure pavilion are too expensive. I am shy in my pocket and I can't afford it. I have this time. I might as well go to the Xinhua bookstore to read a book. This time is different. Candles, whale oil candles, and 10 cents of whale oil candles may be gone when they're late. As soon as I heard the news, I ran over to call you. Huh? Whale oil candle? 10 cents? Dongfengping was a little disbelief. When I was a child, the Dongfen family could barely prepare a few beeswax. In this situation, I can't use candles at all. At night, I have nothing to do except go to bed. Really? What did I lie to you? Hurry up. It will be gone when you are late. The whale oil candles in Treasure Pavilion blew into thousands of households in Chainan City like a gust of wind. 10 cents of money can be bought by people who have little assets in their homes. Anyway, I bought it and I didn't use it all day long. Sometimes I should be an emergency. A candle can last a month. As for honorable people, let alone in the past, butter candles or beeswax were used, although the price was expensive. But there must be a few in the study of the head of the family. Nowadays, there are 10 whale oil candles that are equal to the previous one, and the pressure immediately comes down. As a result, more merchants flocked to Dengzhou. Some were to purchase goods from Dengzhou, and some were directly considering whether it was possible to produce whale oil candles by themselves. The prosperity of the world is all for profit. The hustle and bustle of the world is all for profit. Even the aristocratic families who had conflicts with the Chu Palace in the past sent people to Dengzhou. 141 Today is New Year's Eve. Whether it is East China Sea fisheries or various workshops, all the helpers are sent home for the new year. The sky was a bit gloomy. In the evening, large swaths of snowflakes began to fall from the dim sky. In an instant, the mountains, fields, and docks were all shrouded in white snow. Anyang, Imbak, Chen-se hurried, and finally returned home before New Year's Eve. Due to the snow on the road, It took 2 days for the usual day's journey. If it weren't for the money in the pocket now, Chen Xie would really be afraid that he would freeze to death on the road. Xie, is that you? An old woman bent her body and climbed down from the kang tremblingly. Fourth brother is back. A little girl rushed into Chen Xie's arms. Sister Wu, quickly help fourth brother put these things down. Chen Xie carried a backpack issued by Donghai Fishery on his back, and 2 large bags of belongings were hung on his shoulders. An Yang, Im back. After Chen Xie put down his things, he hurriedly went over and supported his mother-in-law. Chen Xie has 6 brothers and sisters. 2 sisters are married. One of the older brothers was gone fishing at sea. The youngest brother died. Now there are 3 people in the family. Will not leave the sick mother and younger sister to go out to sea. It's good to be back, and it's good to be back. The old woman held Chen Xie's arms with both hands. Tears flowed straight out. It has become stronger, and our family has finally become stronger. 4 brother, there is corn porridge in the pot. You must be starving. I will serve you a bowl. Don't worry, I have a lot of food in my package. When my sister said that the family would eat corn porridge during the Chinese New Year, Chen Xie's nose was sore, and he quickly opened the package. This bag is salted fish. It is marinated with large yellow croaker caught in the sea by our fleet. It tastes very good. This bag is dry whale meat. You must have not eaten it. And this bag is fresh, frozen yellow croaker, that is, the weather is cold now. Otherwise the yellow croaker caught in the future really cannot be brought back. And this bag is Chen Xie took out all kinds of food from the package one by one. Also, there are 2 woolen sweaters here. Anyang and Yumai, each of you wear one. It's warm. Xie, in the past few months, thanks to a few neighbors for helping our mothers, otherwise you might not see Anyang. You leave 2 packs of these foods for the family, and you will share the rest with the neighbors. And let everyone have a good year. The village where Chen Xie is located is in the corner of Dengzi Mansion. The changes that have taken place in Wendon County have not yet been transmitted here, and most of the farmers are still in poverty. Mother, don't worry, you won't have to go hungry anymore. His Royal Highness Chu has come to Dengzu. Xie is now working for His Royal Highness. After waiting another year, I will buy a small yard in Wendon County. Sister Wu took it and stayed. Chen Xie totally agreed with the neighbors who wanted to share most of the things he brought back. In a sense, being able to survive to this day is also the result of neighbors' assistance. After letting Yumai put a fish into the pot to stew, Chen Xie quickly went to give other food to the neighbors. At this time, every household knew that Chen Xie was back, and knew that he was promising. Xie, tell your uncle, is there really no danger in going out to sea? Naturally, it cannot be said that there is no danger. But the East China Sea fishing vessel is very large and stable in the sea. Your salary is really as high as you said. You still have meat for every meal. The landlord's house is not so good, right? Isn't it a problem? Uncle, don't worry, everything I said is true. Yankee Hua from the end of the village also came back today. We are all in the East China Sea fisheries. His treatment is better than mine. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. If you don't believe me, ask him. Xie, my uncle has something to discuss with you. Can you bring your brother with you in the next year? No problem. Our East China Sea fisheries has always been recruiting people. I heard from Zuzubo that after the beginning of the spring, the shipbuilding workshop will have more people, and craftsmen with craftsmanship are even more welcome. Wendon County Office. Li Qian sat on the main seat and smiled and raised his wine glass. Come on, everyone has worked hard during this time. This king will offer you a glass. Although Cheng Chumo bought a yard near the county government office, Li Qian invited them all to him on New Year's Day. In the entire lobby, 3 tables were set up to arrange people close to Li Qian together. Even the maids like Qingja and Yuna have their own tables. The prince, it's not my boasting. There are not many people who can silently admire Cheng Chu. The prince is definitely one of them. I will respect this bowl of wine first. Since I was young, my grandfather has hardly praised me, but when he came to his family letter a few days ago, Grandpa actually praised me for an unprecedented period of time. From now on, my grandfather, Yu Chuan, has mixed up with you. There is me, and me. The people in Chainan City don't like to take me to play with. Only a few brothers can think of me. Fang Yi, I will never forget it in this life. It was the first time for several teenagers to spend the new year alone outside, and their feelings became rare and delicate. Haha, you up light. Everyone is working hard for the prosperity of Datang. Come, let's toast together. Cheers. Yesterday, Zixia walked around the street and felt that the faces of the people in Wendeng were full of smiles. When I left Chainan, I heard that Wendeng was the disaster-stricken area. Such a big change was due to the prince. Zixia also respected. The Lord has a glass. During this time, Zixia felt that it was the most relaxing time in her life. Although Li Yuan did not express his attitude now, everyone in the palace respected himself, as if he were the hostess. This feeling is really good. However, Zixia is happy. Some people may not be happy. Just like Qingja on the table next to her, her face became very ugly when she saw her prince and Zixia lower their heads and whisper there. Sister Qingja, let me toast you a cup. Yuna sat next to him, and naturally noticed the changes in Qingja. During this time, she also understood Qingja's special position next to Li Yuan, so she would flatter Qingja with a few words intentionally or unconsciously. Her own girl's background is destined to be impossible to become Princess Chu. The best result is a concubine. In the family of honorable servants, the status of a concubine is really no higher than that of a personal maid. You drink it yourself. I will take care of the prince to rest for a while. Reaching out to not hit the smiling man, Qingja replied a little depressed. The weather is exhausted, and the weather is harmonious. New Year's will be added, and the old mountains and rivers will be full in spring. Miliu is full of faces, and Song Wang is very old. To sucking drunk and laughed at Bai Yanwo, around Li Yuan, slowly began to have his own people. Chapter 142 Punctuation meets the winter in Dengzu Mansion is quite deserted everywhere. The temperature is 10 degrees below zero, which is not suitable for going out to work. Even the fishing boats of the East China Sea have been suspended for a month, waiting to go to sea again when the spring blossoms. Master, the academy has been completely repaired and can be used at any time. Chu Siliang came from outside the door, blowing into his hands while reporting on the construction of the academy. Have you finished all the textbooks prepared by the printing workshop? Since the beginning of winter, seeing that the people of Dengzu are starting to spend their time at home, Li Yuan feels that it is not a problem. There are no mobile phones or computers these days, and I am really idle when I am idle. Therefore, Li Yuan is going to let those employees of Donghai Fishery and their children in their families concentrate on reading and literacy. However, just as soon as this idea was mentioned with Chu Siliang and others, a bunch of problems emerged. Don't mention books and papers. The teachers in class and lecture are also scarce, so I have to push them again and again. The paper was transported from Chainan years ago, and printing is stepping up these days. The 1000-character when used for learning has already been printed out first. It is estimated that few sailors are literate. In the early days, the 1000-character when was printed. That's enough, Chu Siliang said as he handed Li Yuan the printed book. The heavens and the earth are mysterious. The universe is wild. Li Yuan flipped through his hands, frowning when he saw the words inside. Den Shan, can you add punctuation to it? Punctuation marks? What punctuation matches? Have you read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms? This king uses punctuation in this book. Don't you think it is easy to confuse the meaning without punctuation? Li Yuan felt speechless for a while. When I was writing The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, punctuation was consistent, but so many people read it. Apart from the fact that the story is very cool and the book is good looking, no one actually thinks seriously about the punctuation used in it. It seems that everyone really read it as a miscellaneous book. Master, are you talking about things like circles, tadpoles? With what Li Yuan said, Chu Siliang finally understood what the so-called punctuation was. The 4 books and 5 classics have not been punctuated since ancient times. The subordinate 1,000 characters is also printed with reference to the version formulated by the Ministry of Etiquette. There should be no problem, right? I ask you, if it rains, I will stay. But I won't stay. What does this mean? It's just raining to keep the guest, and the day to keep me or not? My understanding is different from yours. It's raining, staying for days. I won't stay, staying. Do you think my understanding is wrong? Chu Siliang. Also, if a woman does not have a man, she will panic. How do you think it should be understood? Does it mean if a woman does not have a man, she will panic, or if a woman does not have a man, then the man will panic? Mean the same sentence is understood differently by different people. If it is put on official documents, wouldn't it be a mess? Chu Siliang had never considered what Li Qian said. Suddenly hearing different sentences would lead to the completely opposite meaning, and he was also a little confused. My lord, then are we adding sentence breaks to it? The 1,000 characters has a simple structure, all of which are regular 4-character sentences. There is no need to add symbols for the printed ones, but all the books printed by our workshop later need to be added. The subordinate understands. Go to reschedule now. Wait a minute, this 1,000 characters, how did those school children write down the pronunciation? Li Qian suddenly thought of a question. Now that the punctuation does not match, the Chinese pinyin is even higher. Needless to say, does knowledge rely on rote memorization? They are all taught by the master one by one. Is there any new method for the prince? Chu Siliang was also considered clever. Hearing Li Qian's question, he guessed that he might have other ideas. Li Qian held his forehead, feeling that it is really hard for people in this era to learn to read. No wonder it takes 1 year to learn a 1,000 character book, which can't meet his own requirements at all. Have you ever thought about summarizing the pronunciation laws of all Chinese characters, using a set of simple melody to unify the pronunciation of all characters, so that readers can read all Chinese characters as long as they remember this melody, even if it is a Mongolian boy? Master, there are people who are trying this idea, and that is to cut words. Ziyong is good at body language, so there are new words in cutting words. And there is a difference between the upper and lower level. Chu Siliang explained that the general idea is that this idea was put forward very early, but it is difficult to complete, and it is difficult to find the cut of some complicated words. Let's do this. This king has heard that the extreme west countries use a kind of alphabet as characters. Using these letters should be able to phoneticize the Chinese characters. These days, the king will sort it out and give it to you. You can perfect it, and then add the common Chinese characters, organized into a dictionary to help everyone learn Chinese. Li Qian would naturally know the Chinese pinyin of later generations. However, the Mandarin spoken in Datang is completely different from the Mandarin spoken more than 1,000 years later, so naturally there is no way to copy it. And if he wants to develop a set of pinyin, Li Qian doesn't think he can be higher than Chu Siliang's top talents in Datang. His advantage is nothing more than his knowledge. Master, do you really mean this? Chu Siliang suddenly became very excited. As a scholar, Chu Siliang was very interested in repairing books. According to Li Qian, this is to let himself preside over the compilation of a basic dictionary, which is equivalent to the future of readers. Use it, isn't it? Of course. Is it possible that you want this king to do it himself? However, this speed must be fast. You must complete the first edition of the dictionary in the first half of this day and revise it slowly in the future, so you can also find some familiar people to help you. Compiling a book is a very time-consuming task, so you often see how many years it took the ancients to write a certain book. Naturally, Li Qian couldn't stand the cost of a simplified dictionary for several years, so that only increased manpower. Lord, you said that there are really a few candidates for your subordinates, but some people are serving as officials. You only need to tell this king his name, and you don't need to worry about the others. Chu Siliang's own rank is not high, and people who are familiar with it naturally cannot be high-ranking officials. If it is just an ordinary official, Li Qian feels that it is not difficult to come over with his current position on Li Shimin's side. Thank you, Prince. The subordinates will give out the list tomorrow, and it will definitely not delay the schedule. After Chu Siliang finished speaking, he went out happily. It seems that everyone has different pursuits. To stimulate their passion, we still have to prescribe the right medicine. Li Qian looked at the figure of Chu Siliang going away, with a sigh in his heart. Chapter 143. Chapter Huge attraction. Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow. The universe is prehistoric. The Husa Primary School next to Wendon County has already started classes. Taking into account the diverse ages of the students, Li Qian refused to allow Chu Siliang to distinguish between enlightenment and elementary school. He directly distinguished according to the level of literacy, and was divided into 6 classes. Brother Liu, this is the new school set up by His Royal Highness Chu. Most of the masters in it were invited by Chainan City. Even His Royal Highness Chu will occasionally come to teach in person. Both Chen Jin and Liu Wenfei have sold the first batch of goods, and they are prosperous. Brother Chen, are the children of our merchants really allowed to study here? If His Royal Highness Prince Chu teaches himself, wouldn't they be regarded as the prince's disciples? Liu Wenfei was quickly weighing whether he should take his son from Chainan like Chen Jin. Not only the children of merchants can study, but also the children of craftsmen under the name of the Kingdom of Chu Mansion, such as the East China Sea fisheries, shipbuilding workshops, and salt dryers. For this reason, the craftsmen in all counties of the Dengzi prefecture have recently been running to Wendon. I want to join each workshop. Chen Jin obviously did some understanding. After all, it was related to the future of his son. Huaxia people have always attached great importance to education. Ordinary people have no choice but to support scholars, but everyone who is able to support at home will basically give their full support. The mutual aid elementary school does not charge tuition fees and also provides books for free. All students only need to prepare pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Even if there are craftsmen of a certain level in the workshop, the children will be enrolled in school without spending a penny, but also for lunch. It seems that His Royal Highness Chu is going to leave something to do in Dengzu. Brother Chen, I will arrange for my old servant to go back to Chainan soon and take the dog here to school. Shipbuilding workshop. Qian-san, I heard that your Da Lang and Erlang are both sent to Husa Primary School. Yes, Wang Guanshai said that I brought 4 apprentices with them, and they performed very well. He specifically allowed my 2 children to go to school together. Then is your salary enough? I heard that studying is very expensive. In the past, the landlord's son was able to read it in our village. After all, a book costs 2 or 3 pennies. After lunch, there is a half-hour break in the workshop. These craftsmen who have been busy for most of the day gather to chat with each other and gossip about all kinds of things. The Husa Primary School didn't charge me any money. It said it was free of charge, but Guanshai Wang said that he wanted me to take good care of my apprentice. I can't hide my personal belongings and build this flying shear ship as soon as possible. Qian-san smiled honestly, with a happy expression on his face. No money? Really? The workshop also provides lunch for everyone. This is enough to surprise people. I didn't expect to send the baby to school. I also hurried to ask my eldest brother to come and help. His craftsmanship is better than I feel better. There is a newly built library in the corner of Husa Primary School, where Chu Siliang's Datang Dictionary compilation team works. Yu Xiao? What do you think of the initials and vowels in this way? The first person Chu Siliang invited was Shangguani, who was also in the Hongwingwin that year. Li Qian was also very helpful. In the snowy days, he was transferred from Chainan to the Palace of Chu as a member of the army and participated in the compilation of pinyin and dictionaries. He was accompanied by Xu Jingzong, who served as Hukount to join the army. And there were several other scholars who had newly entered the Hongwingwin. To be honest, when Li Qian saw these 2 names, he was still stunned. He didn't expect that Chu Siliang had such a vicious eyes, and the 2 selected were both prime minister-level figures who left great names in history. They were responsible for compiling the pinyin and dictionary, and Li Qian was completely relieved. Of course, in order to improve efficiency, Li Qian will also inadvertently give some suggestions. For example, pinyin can be divided into initials and vowels, and the dictionary can be sorted according to radicals and pinyin. Every time Li Qian put forward some small opinions, he could get the admiration of several future prime ministers, and it was also considered that Li Qian had a good time. Den Shan, this is basically the same as what we discussed a few days ago, except that there are 2 or 3 changes in vowels. I think it's okay to follow this. Just let those in the school try it out and see how effective it is. Dr. Shangwani was a little emotional at the beginning. Now he is willing to participate in the work of pinyin and dictionary compilation. Everyone is not a fool, and it is natural to know what a political achievement this work will be, and what a chance it is to be able to participate. Therefore, almost all of them have been soaked in this library these days. Anyway, the candle workshop has unlimited supply of whale oil candles. Even if you have to stay overnight, there is no problem. Isn't the prince let those craftsmen come to the night school at night? Or we will let these craftsmen try some pinyin first. Many of them don't know a word, just to test the effect of this pinyin. Xu Jingzong put forward his own opinions on the side. Yan Clan's proposal is good. We can go over and teach tonight. Chu Siliang felt that Xu Jingzong's proposal was very good, and was ready to act immediately. No way. Li Qian asked for a very tight time. He was afraid that if he did it slowly, this fat job would be given to others. The printing workshop is next to the school. Should we not print a part of the 1,000 characters with pinyin first, so those craftsmen can learn the pronunciation of Chinese characters by themselves when they return home? Several people babbled, basically set a plan. Next, the most time-consuming thing is to put the commonly used Chinese characters into the dictionary and note the corresponding pinyin. My lord, these sailors have been trained for months by us. Do you really want to let them go? Several groups of people from Chainan have come to Dengzi Prefecture recently, and several of them want to participate in fishing. As an experienced East China Sea fishery, its sailors were naturally the first to be dug out. On Tuesday, Fu came to the county office to look for Li Qian early in the morning for this. Fu, these people have come to visit me before they come into contact with the sailors of the East China Sea fisheries. In principle, this king has no objection. To make Tang turn his gaze to the sea, Li Qian alone was definitely not enough, so it was obvious that Xiao Kai, like Xiao Kai, came to pick up the bargain. Li Qian did not refuse, and even offered to help. This kind of thing, as the captain of the East China Sea fisheries, Tuesday Fu, is definitely more difficult to understand. Master, if this is the case, we may have to go fishing farther in the future, and the price may also fall. This king is naturally aware of these effects, but Fu, you have to look forward. There are more people going to sea, so naturally everyone will put more energy into shipbuilding and cultivating sailors, which will ultimately promote the development of the fishing industry. We can also benefit from it. Regardless of what Tuesday Fu thinks, it was finally implemented in accordance with Li Qian's advice, and this directly made the sailors of Dengzi Prefecture a very popular profession. Chapter 144. Moving the Kong from Nishi's Dengzi mansion has become more and more lively. Since the beginning of the spring, several workshops have been built outside the city, none of which belonged to the Chu Palace. The Wending Wharf is now also being expanded, and several other vessels have begun to go fishing, but the scale and catch are good, temporarily not as good as the East China Sea fishery. At the same time, students from Husa Primary School began to use books that use pinyin and punctuation. If this effect is not obvious for the time being, then the appearance of the Sanzijing used in the introductory class in Husa Primary School quickly spread to Chainan City. At the beginning of man, nature is good. The nature is similar, but the habits are far away. In the Tai Kai Hall, Li Shimin was reading the 3-character classics brought back from Dengzu by Bai Kisi, with a shocked expression on his face. Li Zong, this book was really written by Chu Siliang, Shangwani, and Xu Jingzong from the evil organization. He wrote his name on the top. Couldn't it be that he stole the results of others? Your Majesty, judging from the situation on the title page, it was compiled by the King of Chu and the 3 scholars, but according to the information obtained by Bakizi, the first half of this book was basically completed by the King of Chu. Only those at the end were made up by Chu Siliang and others. In the original Sanzijing, there was the words Tang Niezi, uprising teacher. In addition to the rebellion of the Sui dynasty, the foundation of the country was created. 20 Biography, 300 years. Liang Niezi, the country is reformed. Li Qian would naturally not be stupid. Copy, and the content after Tang can't be used directly. Coupled with the compilation of such an enlightenment reading, the impact is far-reaching. Li Qian doesn't mind giving credit to the few scholars under his staff, which will be of great benefit to their future careers. If many of the big brothers in the court were born in the royal palace of Chu, others would have trouble finding Li Qian in the future. This also led to the emergence of several incidents involving the compilation of the second half of the Sanzijing by Chu Siliang. Originally, Li Qian also directly compiled 100 family surnames, one of the 3 classic Enlightenment readings, but considering that the ranking of surnames involves too many things, he finally let go of this thought. This wicked man is really getting rid of it. Over the past 2 years, weird things have appeared one after another. His Royal Highness of Chu has noble blood, and his knowledge is not better than that of ordinary people. Wai Jin thinks this is also a reasonable thing. Li Zong inadvertently slapped a flattery, so that Li Shimin was so cool. I always feel that this gangster should be able to toss some things out. From now on, all things related to that gangster will be reported back to me as soon as possible. Fuin Yanzi has become more and more unusual since the Han Dynasty dominated Confucianism. In the second year of Zhengwen, Li Shimin even canonized Confucius as the first saint, making the status of the Confucian family in Fu more noble. As the 31st grandson of Confucius, Kong Yingdu is the head of the Confucian generation. In the past 6 years of Zhengwen, Kong Yingdu was promoted to Prince Yushuzi, and concurrently served as the division of Guozi, and co-authored with Wai Zheng to write Sui history, adding a Sanqi Chenshi, which can be described as the best for the time being. Now, he compiles the 5 classics of justice under the order of Li Shimin, that is, the Book of Songs, Shangxiu and Book of Books, Book of Rites, Book of Changes, and Chunku. Since the opening of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, the imperial court has officially declared these 5 books as classics, known as the 5 classics. However, in the past 2 days, his face is a bit ugly. Is this news accurate? Teacher, this is what the disciple saw. Originally, the master asked my disciple to go to Dengzi to see if there are new development opportunities for the family industry. The disciple went to Huza Primary School by chance, which is the new school set up by His Highness King Chu in Dengzi. None of the students are in the 5 classics. Lu Xiuan stood respectfully in front of Kong Yingde, telling his own experience. Yesterday, Your Majesty asked the Ministry of Rites to promote the 3-character classic. It is said that His Majesty King Chu personally led someone to compile it. It is very extraordinary. He even praised it as a teacher in front of His Majesty. I did not expect that there are such stories behind it. Kong Yingde's face is a bit ugly. All scholars must read the Analects, Mencius and the 5 classics. This has been a practice that has been formed for hundreds of years, and no school dares to break it easily. The 1,000-character essays of the Mongolian professors from all over the world will slowly start to learn the Analects and the 5 classics in 1 or 2 years. Could it be because the people in Huza Primary School have not yet begun to learn the classics? Li Qian is the prince of Tang Dynasty. Kong Yingde is still reluctant to believe that a prince will do this kind of challenge to the status of Confucianism. This is beyond self-reliance. Teacher, I thought so at the beginning. But there are 2 classes in Huzu Elementary School. Except for the introductory class and the evening school, which teach literacy, the students behind are all about to study the scriptures. But the disciples asked them privately. The courses taught every day are arithmetic, law, calligraphy, medical skills, and history books. Even riding and shooting and fucking are taught by people, but no one is responsible for teaching classics. Lu Xuan felt that he had finally found Li Qian's big braid. He was very excited, and his tone of voice was decisive. HMPH, my Confucian traditions for hundreds of years must not be defeated by a yellow-mouthed child. Xuana, you have worked hard all the way. Let's go back and rest first. This matter is for the teacher's own plan. Seeing the pile of memorials about impeaching Li Qian at the table, Li Shimin was a little annoyed. Li Zong, when did that evil man offend so many people again? How come so many people from the Ministry of Rights, Guo Zijian and Yushitai impeach him? Your Majesty, King Chu seems to have been busy with the mutual aid elementary school recently. It is said that the professor who is in charge of arithmetic in the school personally has also compiled a unique arithmetic textbook. You shouldn't offend anyone. I didn't offend anyone, so how could so many people be impeached? At the court today, even Kong Yingda stood up and said that the evildoer competed with the people for profit, condoned his subordinates to do business, and did not respect the ancestors. There was even a prince who said he violating the imperial ban, hiding heavy crossbows privately, with the intent of rebellion. You told me that he didn't offend anyone. Do you believe it yourself? Being slobbered by Li Shimin, Li Zong desperately thought about the intelligence coming from Dengzhi during this period. Your Majesty, Kong Sai said that it is good to compete with the people, do business, or even the impeachment of Yoshi. Crossbow. The Waijin can all tell the reason, but it seems a bit strange that he doesn't respect the first saint. After all, it is a professional intelligence. Li Zong quickly found some doubts from it. Sometimes, the content without question is the most questionable. Doesn't respect the first saint? After Li Zong reminded him, Li Shimin was also surprised by this impeachment, and vaguely felt that he had caught something. Could it be that the evil man provoked the Kong family this time? Li Zong, you can check to see who Kong Yingda has met recently, and also take stock to see what the evil man has done recently that conflicts with the Kong family. Chapter 145. Chapter bottom. Picking Kong Yingda is not a master of officialdom. The reason for his impeachment of Li Qian was quickly investigated by Li Zong. Under the leadership of Kong Yingda, the impeachment of Li Qian became more and more troublesome. It was just a noise, and it went to the top of the imperial examination, and the direction was completely distorted. One party constantly emphasizes that the teaching of Husa Primary School does not respect the first sage and misleads the students, while Li Qian writes and claims that the students of Husa Primary School mainly go to a few subjects such as Ming Law and Ming Mathematics in the imperial examination. Examine the plan for the Jingjai and Jinshai. The officials who were born in the Korean and Chinese world happily saw Kong Yingda and Li Qian fighting there, and they also contributed to it. In the end, Li Shimin threw out an imperial examination reform along the way, cutting off some of the imperial examination subjects of little significance. Kong Yingda naturally supported the imperial examination. This was a formal way for scholars to enter the court and was very useful for promoting the development of Confucianism. Although the aristocratic family also knew that the imperial court's original intention of launching the imperial examination was to expand the scope of talent selection, break the residual influence of the 9-class median system, and weaken the influence of the aristocratic family on the court. However, they don't think that their children will be worse at school than those who are halfway renunciations, so their alertness is not very high. In fact, although the imperial examination has existed since the Sui dynasty, there were not many people who entered the court through the imperial examination. According to the original history, in the middle and late Tang dynasty, after aristocratic families adapted to the imperial examination, it ushered in a wave of talent explosions. However, the influence of the Kui family, Zheng family and other aristocratic families in the court was greater than in the early Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, the slave and maid went to Dengzhi and asked His Royal Highness Chu King about his views on the reform of the imperial examination in detail. He made 2 points. One is that the reform of the imperial examination should be carried out slowly, and not too much change at one time. Another point, the imperial examination papers are required to be read by name and copy. Li Qian had previously discussed with Li Shimin about the weakening of the family, and also mentioned the need to reform the imperial examination. In addition, the source of this incident was also related to him, so Li Shimin sent a personal eunuch and went to Dengzhou. Hu Ming, read the papers after copying. Li Shimin's eyes lit up, and he immediately figured out what's great inside. Go and call a few important ministers over to discuss the imperial examination reform. Li Shimin had a decision in his heart. In the end, Kong Yingde attacked Li Qian and went around, but it was to help Li Shimin complete an important move to weaken the family. He didn't know if Kong Yingde would spit out old blood after he knew what was going on. In June of the 7th year of Zhengwen, Li Shimin officially announced the reform of the imperial examination. The new regulations will be applied from the spring boudoir in the beginning of the 8th year of Zhengwen. The scholars of Datang were shocked by the new news. In fact, it was mainly the scholars in Chainan City. Because the Tang dynasty imperial examinations were once a year, it was inconvenient to go back and forth in other places. They either gave up the imperial examination or stayed in Chainan. What kind of thing is Li Qian, and why does he preside over the compilation of the Datang dictionary? Did my father agree to it? Li Tai furiously threw a thick dictionary to the ground. Lord, in fact, according to his subordinates, this Datang dictionary is no better than Xu Wenji's, but it uses the pinyin like the ghost drawn by the king of Chu. You said nothing is good. What's the use? My father thinks it's good. That's enough. Haven't you heard that my father wants the Ministry of Rites to promote this pinyin to the entire Tang dynasty, and the recent books published by Xinhua Bookstore are basically all on the list. There is pinyin, and there is even a booklet dedicated to learning pinyin. Li Tai has always considered himself to be the most talented among the royal family. Although Li Qian was robbed of the limelight for some time before, but with Li Tai's continuous efforts, coupled with the appearance of relatively few works by Li Qian recently, Li Tai has recovered. The feeling of the year. Unfortunately, this feeling didn't last long, and it was crushed one after another by a series of combination punches such as Sanzijing and Datang Dictionary. His Royal Highness, I heard that Kong Yingde and the King of Chu were unhappy some time ago. How about we go find him and jointly impeach King of Chu? Impeach him? What did he impeach him? Li Qian came up with this thing to promote literacy among more people. More people literate means more disciples of the Confucian family. He is too happy for Kong Yingde, so why would he oppose it? Hey, this King of Chu is too unprincipled. Kong Yingde has hit the door, and he is still helping him. Women's opinion. Where is Li Qian helping Kong Yingde? He is trying to please his father. This king is puzzled. He is an adopted son who is destined to have no relationship with the throne. Why does he always refuse to accept this king? The kindness of release. The prince must not be discouraged. His Royal Highness Chu did not accept the solicitation of the prince. A cloud-piercing arrow. Thousands of troops come to meet each other there. Li Qian made several big moves one after another, and immediately attracted countless underachievers to shift their eyes to Dengzhou Mansion. Whether Chu Siliang, Shangguanyi, or Xu Jingzong had some reputation in Chainan before, they were far from famous. But now, the names of the three of them have resounded through the sky, and even Li Shimin is familiar with them. And the future is destined to not be bad. The most important thing is that what they are doing is something that will last forever and leave a name forever. Is this the dream of most scholars? Go to Dengzhou. Be famous. This became the choice of many scholars during this period, and Dongfen Ping was one of them. Brother Dongfen, do you really decide to go to Dengzhou to join His Royal Highness King Chu? Su Chengwen watched Dongfen Ping pack his luggage from the side with melancholy on his face. Dongfen Ping is full of food and the whole family is not hungry, so to go to Dengzhou, as long as he thinks it through himself. But Su Chengwen has his parents in Chainan City. They hope to take the orthodox imperial examination, like a court official. A short time couldn't persuade his parents to change his mind at all. Brother Su, His Royal Highness Chu is brilliant and ambitious, and he is loved by his majesty. There is a lot to do in Dengzu. No matter how powerful the king of Chu is, he is only a prince after all. He is nowhere to be promoted. Brother Dongfeng, you have to consider it carefully. A few days ago I saw a math book written by His Royal Highness King Chu himself at Xinhua bookstore. I couldn't understand much of the content. Brother Su, you know, I am most interested in mathematics. Even if it's just in order to do math, I always go to Dengzu. Although Mingmu is also a subject of imperial court examinations, its future is limited. Even if it is the final official of the official department, he can only go to the household department to become an in-grade sesame official. It will be difficult for him to get promoted throughout his life. Su Chengwen was really thinking about his friends, but everyone's pursuit was different, and in the end he didn't convince Dongfeng to stay. Chapter 146. Do you want to force yourself to go to sea? Wenden Pier is more than twice as wide as it was a year ago. In the past, only the ships of the East China Sea fishery were moored here, but now Dengzi from Chainan to Dengzi came back from fishing. Every day, there are an endless stream of ships docking and leaving. There are more than 100 people on the dock, relying solely on the helpers who load and unload the ships, and this number is still increasing. The salt drying plant under Donghai fishery is also expanding in scale. There are already more than 1,000 salt workers alone. Since refined salt is not sold directly, the fish caught by other fleets are sold in a salted fish workshop. Of course, this situation is definitely temporary. Within a few miles of the salt field, several of the same salt drying field is already under construction. It can be expected that in the near future, Dengzi will become the largest salt production in Datang ground. There are many salt workers in the salt workshop, but the number of helpers in the candle workshop is even more frightening. Since the whale oil needs to be refined from the fat and processed into a candle, it also needs to be molded in a mold. A whale can make hundreds of thousands of candles, and the number of helpers required is very scary. Master, this area is all the candle workshop area. On the left is the house for helpers living in the field, on the right is the warehouse, and behind is the processing area. At present, the entire candle workshop accommodates more than 1,200 helpers. If the number increases, then the manpower of the candle workshop will also increase. Wang Xuans proudly introduced Li Qian to the workshop. In the past 6 months, Dengzi has undergone visible changes, and people's living standards have rapidly improved. How many people are helping in each of our workshops? For Li Qian, who has the foresight of future generations, the employment rate is a thing that requires great attention. Dengzi Prefecture was originally not a big state capital. The total population is only a few 100,000. Most of them are farmers in various villages, and no more than 30% of the people live in the city. The prince, there are about 5,000 helpers directly in the palace industry, but if you count other workshops, the number of people working in the workshops in Dengzi Prefecture should exceed 10,000. So much? Wood workshops, canvas workshops, fishing net workshops, iron shops and other salt drying and shipbuilding workshops. There are a total of several thousand people, which is not too much. Listening to what Wang Xuan said, Li Qian also figured it out. Although the industrial chain of this era is not as long as that of later generations, whether it is shipbuilding workshops or East China Sea fisheries, a lot of demand has been extended, which has suddenly created a lot of small workshops and shops in various places in Dengzi Prefecture. These are very helpful in attracting new jobs. A fishing industry has solved the food problem of the people in Dengzi. It can also be regarded as liberating many people from the farmland. Otherwise, it is estimated that it will be a little difficult to recruit people for a while. My lord, you are too right. Recently, some changes have taken place in the recruitment of helpers. Dengzi locals have become more difficult to recruit. Often the new recruits are from neighboring states and counties such as Lzhu. It doesn't matter where they came from, but a lot of outsiders swarmed in at once. You have to coordinate with Chuniu on the food, clothing, housing and transportation in the city, so don't cause trouble. Lord, please rest assured that Chuniu has finally figured it out recently, and he has also started to build a workshop, buy a boat to go to sea, and is more compatible with the affairs of the palace. HMPH, count him as acquaintance, otherwise the king is about to clean him up. Ding dong. Mission completed. Li Qian suddenly heard the long-lost voice, and he didn't reflect it. What task was completed? Ah, what did you say, Lord? Wang Zhuan asked in a daze from the side. Oh, it's nothing. Go ahead. This king will go back first. Li Qian suddenly remembered that the all-rounder system assigned himself a task last year. Let Dengzi Prefecture become a prosperous city where everyone has food and clothing. Could it be done now? According to my own understanding, there is still a lot of gap between the current Dengzi city and the bustling city. It seems that this system does what the locals do, and the prosperous standards are calculated according to this era. Li Qian couldn't wait to return to the county office, find a place where no one is there, take a good look at the rewards of the task, and see if there are any surprises. During this time, in order to develop the fishing industry, he only exchanged the raw materials refined by eyeglasses, fishing nets and refined salt. I almost spent all my points, and I was waiting for the rice to be cooked. Bang! Li Qian hurriedly returned to his room, leaving Xli, Zai Junmai, King Jia and others outside. System, receive task rewards. Back in the room, Li Qian took a deep breath and gave instructions a little excited. Please confirm extraction. Just finished speaking. A task reward interface appeared on the interface. Confirm. Without too many fancy reflections, a copy of advanced sailing skills appeared on the panel. Going. Li Qian almost wanted to lift the stool and smash the panel. Sailing skills. What's the use of this stuff? Is it possible to let yourself be Columbus? With this idea of shipbuilding technology, even if you have the bonus of elementary shipbuilding technology, you want to cross the Pacific Ocean or travel around the world. That is a deadly thing. I am a prince dignified, and my life is very moist. Why go to sea? Floating on the boat is 1 or 2 years, crazy, right? The system, can the prize be replaced? Even a potato, a sweet potato or a corn can be rewarded. Li Qian has always wanted to exchange some high-yield food crops in the system, but unfortunately he never did so. No, the host can refuse to accept the task reward. But there is no compensation. When am I stupid? Li Qian looked at the panel bitterly. Without any compensation, advanced sailing skills is still a bit useful no matter how tasteless it is. Anyway, the East China Sea fishery is going to engage in foreign trade sooner or later. At that time, I can always use this knowledge to give pointers to bless them on Tuesday. Forget it, don't tangle. It doesn't make sense to tangle. Let's see if there is any change in the points redemption interface. After I received the elementary shipbuilding technology last time, there are more ship-related items in the redemption bar. I hope there will be more choices in this way. Nautical chart. Just one more product. If it weren't for the points increase by 200 points after completing the task, Li Qian would really be depressed. Host, please don't wrong the system. Obviously there is more than one product. The charts of the East China Sea. The charts of the South China Sea. A chart is divided into 10 parts. Is it more than one commodity? It is rare to say something proactively when breaking the system, and the result is not as good as not saying it. This shit. Wouldn't you want to force yourself to go out to sea? Don't suddenly throw out a task someday, asking yourself to cross the Pacific Ocean or something. And that's it. Taking advantage of the temporary lack of response from the system, Li Qian hurriedly withdrew and left the room. Chapter 147. Chapter Sending Tang Shi to return to China. Today this king is going to teach you the multiplication rule. 1 for 1 gets 1, and 1 for 2 gets 2, so follow along. In recent days, Li Qian went to Husa Primary School as a teacher. Master, please stay. Student Dong Fengping, I have a question for advice. Regardless of Xli and Zijun's wary eyes, Dong Fengping ran up to Li Qian. Dong Fengping, the new master? Li Qian looked at the fast-faced scholar with a smile that met social expectations. Yes, I joined Husa Primary School 10 days ago, when Zuzuba recruited it. Dong Fengping briefly explained. During this time, Li Qian encouraged all the helpers in all his workshops to attend classes of mutual help primary school in the evening. If there were not enough classes, he arranged for the masters to attend classes in the workshop. Anyway, the whale oil candles are made by themselves, so there is no shortage. For elderly helpers, this request did not have much response, but for those young people, the appeal is unprecedented. Of course, the attraction is great, mainly because Li Qian asked each workshop to formulate a policy that a certain level of literacy can increase wages by one level. In this way, the requirements for the number of masters are very much, and Dong Fengping and the others have joined the mutual aid elementary school under this background. Do you have any questions? Seeing basic mathematics in Dong Fengping's hands, Li Qian's eyes lit up. This book was written by Li Qian himself. The content in it is not much new, that is, at the level of the first or second grade of elementary school, but it is the first time that Arabic numerals have been introduced, and it is also sold at the Xinhua bookstore in Chang'an City. Unfortunately, it is said that sales have been dismal. Unexpectedly, it was seen in Dong Fengping's hands. You know, even in Husa Primary School, Li Qian is prepared to wait for the students to master some basic mathematics before teaching Arabic numerals. Master, the students feel that the arithmetic in this book is in line with the thing called Arabic numerals, which is very useful for learning arithmetic. But I didn't see any professor in Husa Primary School. I want to ask Master, can students teach in mathematics class? Li Qian's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect to encounter a literate person. At night school, the initial purpose is to teach them literacy. This can be taught later. But in the elementary school, if the literacy level is more than 1,000 words, you can go to the professor. Dong Fengping is willing to take the initiative to promote Arabic numerals, and Li Qian will naturally not object. I just thought that Chu Siliang and the others were basically not interested in mathematics, and most of the students hadn't even completed the step of literacy, so Li Qian didn't have a professor. Master, the student also wants to ask a question. With basic mathematics, is there a more advanced one? Dong Fengping looked at Li Qian expectantly. Of course there are, but I don't have time to right now. Why, are you interested? Is it okay for students? Dong Fengping flushed with excitement. If you have any ideas, you can sort them out and show them to the king first. Li Qian also doesn't know what Dong Fengping's level is, so he can only take a look. Wang Yi, don't worry. So we'll go and start sorting right away. At Wendeng Wharf, two weird-looking ships came, and a group of specially dressed people descended from the ship. Jun Shangjun, this is Wendeng Wharf. When we landed from here last time, the wharf was deserted and there were almost no people. Now I can hardly recognize it. I heard that His Royal Highness Chu has been in Liangzhou City for more than half a year, and Liangzhou has changed from a military town on the northwestern frontier to a prosperous state capital. Now it has been almost a year since King Chu's Royal Highness has been in Liangzhou City, and it has changed a lot, too. Normal. Although Li Qian hadn't waited to see Inu Shang Yamada, this Japanese man always went to Chu Prince's mansion to give gifts in person on New Year's Day, regardless of whether Li Qian was or not. It's really a bit like the King of Chu has wicked me 1,000 times, and I treat the King of Chu like first love. Wendeng Wharf does not currently have a dedicated manager. After the dog and his party got on the wharf, they asked someone about Li Qian's residence, and left the wharf under the crowd. My lord, a group of people came at the door, saying that it was an old friend visiting. The weather has been a bit hot these days. Li Qian hid in the backyard of the county government office, listening to Zixia playing the piano and drinking iced sour plum soup. He didn't expect Andicist to visit him. Old friend? Li Qian couldn't guess who it would be for a while. Invite them in. This king will go to the lobby now. The next minister dog went to Yamada to meet His Royal Highness King Chu of the Tang dynasty. He hasn't seen him in a year, and the prince still has the same style. As soon as the dog saw Li Qian coming out, His face was full of smiles. "Little dog, it turned out to be you. Why did you come to Dengzhou if you weren't staying in Chainan?" Li Qian was a little surprised to see that the Japanese envoy to Tang Dynasty was actually in front of him. "The prince, the subordinates have been in Datang for 2 years, so I want to go back and report to the lord of the trip. I think that the prince has always cared for the subordinates, so he deliberately disembarked to visit the prince." Li Qian understood what was going on when I heard Inakami Yamada's words. Feelings this group of Japanese people learned something in Datang, and they are ready to go back and ask their masters for credit. Historically, the Japanese envoys sent from the Tang dynasty have been reused after returning to China, and it is no wonder that the dog wants to go back. "Farewell here. I don't know when we meet again." Little dogs, you will spend some time in Panhuan, Dengzhou, so that this king can do his best as a landlord. It suddenly occurred to Li Qian that these Japanese people did not know what they had brought back when they returned to China. According to my previous thoughts, except for Buddhist classics and the 4 books and 5 classics, which they can carry with them, other things cannot be brought by them, especially books related to mathematics, agriculture, and iron making. Li Qian is one of them. Ben didn't want them to take it away either. As for them to write silently on the basis of their own understanding after returning, that is another matter. No matter how difficult it is for them. Besides, the envoy sent to Tang usually has no chance to get a professor in this area, and if you want to write silently, you may not be able to write anything. Now that Inakami Yamada came to the door by himself, Li Qian would naturally check what they had brought on board. However, they are ministers of a country at any rate, and their methods are not easy to use and are too barbaric. "Thank you, the prince." The ministers have this intention. In the past year, whether the salted fish or whales in Chainan City, many things came from Dengzhou. Therefore, they are also interested in visiting Dengzhou to see if they can gain something else. Especially the refined salt behind the Dengzhou salted fish is coveted by the dog and wants to figure out how to make it. In this way, the 2 men who were pregnant with ghosts immediately reached a consensus with a smile. It's just that whoever gets the last laugh in the end depends on whose methods are more clever. 148 Wenden came to the Japanese, and the news spread quickly. "My lord, I heard that the envoy who sent Tang is here to look for you." Cheng Chumo also rushed to the county office after hearing the news. Anyway, it was fine when he was idle, so he came to join in the fun. "You didn't go to sea today?" Just as Li Qian arranged for the people to take their dogs to a nearby inn to stay, he saw Cheng Chumo swaggering in. "Hey, every time I go out to sea, it is either a big yellow croaker or a whale." Needless to say, that big yellow croaker is meaningless. Fishing for whales is a bit exciting, but it's just like playing too much. Got it? This group of second generations regards going to sea as fun. Once they lose their freshness, they lose their passion. Then you are going back to Chainan? Why go back to Chainan? It's even more boring. It's better to follow the prince. There are some new things from time to time. Cheng Chuma managed to escape from Chainan City, obviously not wanting to go back so quickly. "My lord, you said that the country of Japan is lonely overseas. After the country of Japan, is there all the sea outside, and will there be other countries?" Fang Yi asked a question that was difficult for people in the era of Datang to answer. However, he asked the right person. Naturally, there is. In this world, the area of the sea is several times larger than that of the land. How can there be no other countries? Although Li Qian is not proficient in world geography, he still knows the 7 continents and 5 oceans, and knows that there are many continents outside of the Tang dynasty. Apart from anything else, he has been thinking about potatoes, sweet potatoes and corn in the American continent for a long time. However, it is impossible to pass in a short time. I heard that there are Lion Yi Kingdom and Lion Kingdom in the Southeast Asia, and Persia Kingdom in the extreme west. Are there other countries besides these countries? Obviously, Yu Chuan had so many more books than Fang Yi, and the questions he asked were fairly normal. Datang has a vast territory, but the outside world is much larger than that of Datang. Before this king, I heard a Taoist traveler said that there is a vast continent on the opposite side of the sea, where there are several thousand jin per mu food. How many kilos is the yield per mu? Lord, were you right? Cheng Chumo looked at Li Qian with a look of disbelief. The world is so big that there are no surprises. That's what the Taoist said anyway. There is also a huge continent to the south of the sea. There is an animal on it with a pocket in its belly. Anyway, all pots are carried by Taoist Fang. And Li Qian casually said a few words. False is true when it is true or false, and whether it is true or false, there is no point in arguing. Lord, how about we send Tang's envoy to the country with the country? Cheng Chumo suddenly said such a word, scared Li Qian almost spit out. Going to the country of Japan? It's not like going out to sea to fish. It's fast to drift on the sea for more than 10 days. If it's slow for a month, it's not surprising. Are you afraid that you won't be able to come back? These guys, although they are very unsuccessful in doing things, they are all the sons of the Cheng family, the Yuchi family, and the Fang family. If this is all gone in Dengzhou, Li Qian will definitely leave without eating. The Japanese are not afraid of sending Tang ambassadors. What are we afraid of? Besides, our ship is bigger than them, and it should be safer. Also, we are more experienced when we go to sea during this period. There is nothing to be afraid of. Cheng Chumo had a fearless expression on an ignorant person, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he was about to go to sea. Yes, Prince, let's go to the country of Wo to sea together. I heard that the women of the country of Japan Yuchuan showed an expression that a man understands. Hey, I also feel a little tired of staying in Dengzhou. It's a good idea to go to the country of Japan. Fang Yi also joined in the fun. No, I don't agree. It's too dangerous. Li Qian felt very speechless. He had advanced sailing skills and didn't think about going out to sea for adventure. Unexpectedly, those guys who went out to fish a few times felt that they could conquer the ocean. Although the seas of Northeast Asia are far less complex than the South China Sea, it is still a huge challenge for people of this era, especially if there is a hurricane at sea. Hee. Then it really can only be hee. Master, good news, good news. At this moment, Wang Xuans happily ran in from outside. Ah, several princes are here, just so. You can go and have a look together. What good news? Without waiting for Li Qian's question, Cheng Chumo stood up curiously. It's good that the prince and the princess know that the first flying shear ship of the shipbuilding workshop has been built, and Dai Queen is taking people to test it in the water. Flying shears are built. Li Qian's face was happy, which is really good news. Let's go and see. Regardless of whether to go to Japan or not, the significance of this flying shear ship to Dengzhou is very different. With it, the waterway from Dengzhou to Chainan alone can be reduced by at least 2 or 3 days. Not to mention that going out to sea to fish can save more time back and forth. When Li Qian and his party arrived at Wendeng Wharf, there were already a lot of people watching the excitement. Not far away, I saw a peculiarly shaped ship walking fast, turning from time to time in the middle. Master, that is a new style flying shear ship. It has just been built today. Dai Queen can't wait to take a bunch of sailors to test it. It will be docked after a while. Wang Xuans explained the current situation to Li Qian. Manager Wang, this flying shear ship seems to be faster than any ship under Donghai fishery. Cheng Chumo is now a person with rich experience in going out to sea, and he still knows a lot about the performance of the ship. He just stood on the shore and watched it for a while, and he felt the speed advantage of the flying shear ship. Li Qian didn't feel much, because no matter it was the previous seagoing ship or the current flying shear ship, it was incomparable to later generations. The flying shear ship in front of me, the speed measured visually is at most 1 hour and 5 kilometers, which is no faster than running. Go. Let's go to the shipbuilding workshop. Li Qian estimated that the ship will eventually return to the shipbuilding workshop. After all, it has not been officially delivered to use. In addition, he also wants to see how other flying shears are progressing. While on the ship, Tuesday Fu and Dai who were in charge of the test. Both looked excited. This ship was built so low. I didn't understand why the prince asked for it. Now that I see it is so stable in the sea, I can understand it. This ship is definitely the most wind and wave resistant. Daquan happily walked around on the boat, poking his head out of the ship's rail from time to see the water surface. This boat is indeed good. After the bow is hollowed out, it will automatically rise up when floating in the water, and it will move forward against the waves. This speed is much faster. On Tuesday, Fu had a higher understanding of ships than Daquan, and he was able to feel the extraordinariness of this flying sheer ship. The prince can always surprise us. Captain? The prince seems to be here. On the high mast, Yang Qiwa was holding a telescope and spotted Li Qian and his party on the shore. Turn around. Today's test will stop here. Chapter 149. What are you afraid of? The shipbuilding workshops under the royal palace of Chu cover a large area, with 7 or 8 specialized docks, and there are constantly busy craftsmen in them. Before Li Qian waited long, on Tuesday, Fu and Daquan drove the flying shears back to the dock. Go, let's go up and take a look. Without waiting for them to report the situation to Li Qian, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but get on the boat to see what's new. Set sail. Fang Yi rolled up her sleeves, squeezed a sailor to the side, and set sail on her own. There are many flying shears with 5 or 6 sails. This one is a little smaller, and it also has 3 sails. Naturally, Fang Yi cannot handle it alone. Fu, let's go out and take a stroll. After Li Qian gave the order, the ship really began to slowly leave the dock, and then faster and faster. Wow! Lord, let's drive this ship to the country of Japan. Standing at the bow of the ship, Cheng Chumo's robe was blown by the sea breeze, and he assumed a half-Titanic pose without a heroine, feeling the fast sailing of the ship. Yes, Lord, this is the ship, absolutely foolproof, too stable. Yakiwan also looked left and right. When did I agree to go to Japan? Li Qian had nothing to do with Cheng Chumo, feeling that even if he did not agree, they would sneak out secretly. If this really sneaks out, it's really hard to say whether it can come back. After all, no one in Dengzi Prefecture knows how to take the route to the country except for the Japanese. I don't know the route. This is a big taboo when going to sea. The matter of going to the country of Japan must be considered long-term and prepared. In order to prevent those guys from sneaking away in the past 2 days, Li Qian could only say this first. You have a new mission, open a new route and going. What I'm afraid of. Li Qian suddenly felt unhappy after hearing the system's voice again not long after. What route? Any route is fine. Datang can go overseas. Call Hempeg. Fortunately, I didn't let myself travel around the world. Forget it. The country is not far from Dengzu. If it goes well, it will be enough to go back and forth for more than a month. So let's take a look. You can't go if you don't. Daquan, continue to expand the scale of the shipbuilding workshop. This flying sheer ship can build a few more ships. I felt it on the boat. Although Li Qian was unprofessional, he could detect that it was much more stable than the fishing boat before. When sailing at sea, the stability of the ship is the most important thing. Otherwise, no matter how tall the building is, a gust of wind will blow you over, and that would be meaningless. Master, I have basically inquired it out clearly. Most of the 2 ships of the Japanese people were loaded with various books. In the past few days, Li Qian took the initiative to entertain the dog's party for a few meals, and invited all the people who were sent from the Japanese to Tang Dynasty as possible. Taking advantage of these opportunities, Wang Xuanwu took the people and sneaked aboard their boat. What books are they? In Li Qian's view, the so-called ambassadors from the Tang Dynasty came to steal teachers. Naturally, we must take more precautions. If the Japanese people were only studying Buddhism, law and Confucianism, which Li Qian would like to see, it would naturally be fine. In Chainan City, Li Qian would not specifically support the Japanese people to study at the Imperial College. But if they stole back Datang's agriculture, iron-making, textile, shipbuilding and other technologies, they would be able to stop as much as possible. Most of them are Buddhist scriptures and 4 books and 5 classics awarded by the imperial court, but there are also many other miscellaneous books, such as Shennon's Materia Medica, Chiminit's Yaoshu, 9 chapters of arithmetic, etc. Even the prince sells them in Xinhua bookstore. There are several copies of basic mathematics. Sure enough, the heart is not dead. Li Qian frowned. What else? In addition to books, what is left is mainly all kinds of porcelain, silk, farm tools, swords and woolen threads, honeycomb briquettes and other items. The miscellaneous items are more complicated. There are not many things, but the types are more complete. Tonight, I invite the dogs to come to the county office for a drink. Find some brothers with quick hands and feet, and bring fire oil to burn their boats. Doing nothing and endlessly, Li Qian feels that a technologically backward Japanese country is more in the interests of Datang. Naturally, he will not be soft-hearted when he should not be soft-hearted. The prince can rest assured that his subordinates will never let anything on this ship flow to the country of Japan. Come on, little dog, this king will offer you a drink. This time, this king is going to take a fleet to visit the country of with you. Our Datang is a country of etiquette, and the country of wisdom comes to worship, and I will also go to the country of what to express this. Everyone communicate more. Wendon County Office. Li Qian and Inu Shang Yamada and his entourage were drinking wine in a coveted manner. The reception that the Japanese envoy sent to the Tang dynasty recently received in Li Qian is a world away from that in Chainan. The dog is also full of joy, feeling that his hard work in the past 2 years has finally been in vain, and His Royal Highness has finally recognized himself as a friend. The dragon among the princes, the style is the best in Chainan. If you can condescend to go to the country, the Lord will be warmly entertained, and your highness satisfy your highness. Inu Shang Yamada drank a lot of wine, and his tongue was all right. In the scroll, we, the country of Japan, other authors are not as good as Datang, but the girl's ability to serve people is absolutely top-notch. Come on, Zhu Xiao, I will silently respect you a glass, and I will come to Chainan City next time. I will take you to Yaihong Tower to open up your eyes. In the lobby of the county government, Li Qian, Cheng Chumo, Yu Chuan, and Fang Yi personally accompany them. The Japanese people also love face, and are very classy. Li Qian is among the top honors of the Tang dynasty, which makes Dogshang and Chu Xiao extremely happy. Inu Shang-jun, it's not good, it's not good. At this moment, a wet man rushed in, accompanied by the guards of the Chu Palace. Li Qian saw that Wang Xiu and Wu had returned at the entrance of the lobby, and after a tacit glance at each other, a smile appeared on his face. Bastard! I didn't see that I was drinking with His Royal Highness King Chu. What's the matter, you won't come to the inn tomorrow? The dog's mind became a little sober when he was frightened by his subordinate. The boat is gone. Inu Shang-jun, the boat is gone. What did you say, that the ship is gone? Kujo had a good drinking capacity. He was not drunk yet. He shuddered when he heard that the ship was gone, and stood up suddenly. Kujo-kun, our ship is on fire. There is a big fire. All burned out. Plap. Kujo slapped the past. Can you not put out the fire if it is on fire? What are you running over for? The dog's mind became clear at this time, and immediately after he said to Li Qian, Lord, am not with you. The wind rushed out of the Yemen like the wind. What are you doing while standing? Hurry. Go and help Dog Shang-jun to put out the fire. Li Qian shouted and followed out. 150 When Dogshang and Chu Xiao ran to Wendong Pier, panting, the fire was almost extinguished. It's not that anyone put out the fire in time, but that everything that can be burned on board is almost burned. Half of the ship has sunk in the water, and the remaining half is exposed to the surface of the water with only a black shelf. It's over. It's over. The dog staggered and knelt down on the stone slab. When the Japanese envoy from the Tang dynasty came to Chainan, they brought a lot of gold and silver, but after 2 years of spending and giving gifts, All the remaining funds were used to purchase books and articles. To put it bluntly, if Tang didn't care about them, it would be a problem for the group of dogs to eat. Kun Shang Jun, the sorrows change smoothly. Li Qian didn't have much to say. After all of this was caused by himself. Although the Japanese kingdom of this era did not cause any harm to Tang, but the prince, the subordinates implore the prince to lend a helping hand. After the dog said, he knelt in front of Li Qian with Chu Xiao. Don't worry. Didn't this king just said that this king will lead a fleet to visit the country, and then you can follow along together. Li Qian also hoped to give play to the sailing experience of the crew of the Japanese envoys sent to Tang Dynasty. As long as they were not allowed to go to the most advanced flying shears, other ships would watch them. The ghost knew how many ships they had secretly visited in the past 2 years. Ferry? Thank you, the Lord. The dog puffed 3 times before getting up. The Lord. The prince has a merciless request. I don't know, little dog, just say anything if you have anything. As long as this king can help, he will definitely help. Fast Hat's rare dog became a little embarrassed, making Li Qian look awkward for a while. Wang Yi, what Inu Shangjun meant, the subordinates guessed whether he could help prepare some books so that he could bring them back to the Japanese emperor. Wang Xuanwu interjected. Yes, that's what it means. Inu Shangchao Wang Xuanwu gave a grateful smile. Don't worry, it's wrapped on this king. It happens that this king also has some items to prepare. You will wait quietly at the inn these days for the little dog. When the goods are ready, choose a good day and we will set off. Wendon County Street, a busy scene. Li Qian discussed with Wang Xuan and Chu Siliang, and quickly decided on the supplies to be brought to sea. Needless to say, eating, drinking, and wearing these things, each boat is equipped with some, to avoid accidents when everyone did not eat. The main thing left is to consider which goods to carry have a big difference in value. Then porcelain, mirrors, candles and woolen sweaters. The first time I went, the fleet size was also limited. The opinions of several people were not very different, and Li Qian finally decided what needed to be prepared. Except that there are not many mirrors in Dengzhou, there is nothing wrong with the others. After preparing the goods in advance, it will be simple. Master, the 3 ships need a lot of sailors this time to go to sea, but it is estimated that some people may not be willing to go. Wang Xuan often comes into contact with those sailors, knowing that going out to sea to fish is the limit that many people can accept. If you want to go to war, many people are worried that the risk is too great. It's okay. Go if you want to go, and don't force it if you don't. However, those who don't want to go will have to do the most common helpers in the East China Sea fisheries in the future and never get promoted. The East China Sea fisheries currently has more than a dozen ships, and it is not a problem to gather the crew of 3 ships. Besides, many of the guards of the Chu Palace can now be used as sailors. If it is not enough, it can be used as an emergency. Taikai Palace, Royal Study Room. Your Majesty, this is the latest information from Dengzhou from Beike Division. As soon as Li Zong saw the content of the news today, he quickly brought it to Li Shimin. Huh? What kind of fame is this evildoer? Haven't those Japanese people who have left Chainan for a month? Why did they get involved with that evildoer? Li Shimin saw the intelligence report that the Japanese envoy sent to the Tang Dynasty had stayed in Dengzhou for many days, and he drank wine with Li Qiang every day. He was a little confused about what medicine Li Qian was selling in the gourd. Isn't that evildoer hates the Japanese people? Your Majesty, Bakezy also finds it strange, but so far, I haven't heard of any special deal between His Royal Highness King Chu and the Japanese people. Li Zong explained Li Qian. Li Shimin is the most clear about how much Li Shimin valued Li Qian. If he came up with a moth because of his own intelligence, he felt that it would not be Li Qian, nor Li Shimin, who would be unlucky in the end. Let the Ministry of Etiquette send someone to Dengzhou and urge the Japanese people to either go back to Chainan or return home quickly instead of staying in Dengzhou. Li Shimin always felt that when the Japanese were in Dengzhou, Li Qian would do something, so he should let the group of people return to the country as soon as possible. When the time comes, he will have to clean up the mess for the evildoer. Wending Wharf is more lively today than ever. Many people moved to the ship early in the morning. At the time of the morning, Li Qian and his party also arrived at the wharf. Lord, this is the peace symbol I went to the temple to ask for yesterday. Take it with you. Zixu looked distraught, but did not make a fuss from beginning to end to prevent Li Qian from going to the country. Don't worry, this king will come back to what country in just 1 or 2 months, or half a year when it's full. He will definitely come back. Now that he had made up his mind to go to the country of Japan, Li Qian would no longer be entangled with one another there. Master, let me go with you, otherwise there won't even be a carer on the road. King Jia tearfully pulled Li Qian's sleeve. It's not convenient for the girls to sail on the sea. When the prince builds a larger sea boat, he will definitely take you there. Girl King Jia, don't worry, I will take care of your prince for you when I get to the country of Japan. The women of the country of Japan take advantage, Sheng Chumo said with a joking laugh, making King A's face flushed. Speak again. His Royal Highness, which ship shall we board? At this time, Inagami Yamada and his party also squeezed in from the crowd, and came to Li Qian with a flat smile. Little dog, don't worry. Everything is ready for this king. You can follow Xli on board. I will prepare everything for you when you return to your country. When Li Qian went to sea this time, only Chu Siliang was left to preside over major events in Dengzhou. Wang Xuans, Xli, Wang Xuanwu, Zai Junmai and others were all taken away. Lord, the minister will board the ship first. The dog can't wait to get on the ship to see what Li Qian has prepared for him to take back. Jun Shangjun, the items in these 2 cabins were prepared by the prince for you. The other cabins do not have my permission, please don't go in. Xli followed the dog and went around on the boat. Xlangjun, this are you sure that the things the prince prepares are in these 2 cabins? Looking at the new books in the cabin, Inagami Yamada was crying without tears, and couldn't say a word of complaint. Those books are either Buddhist scriptures or Confucian 4 books and 5 scriptures. What can I say?